things when you schedule a consult today. If your windows leak, get foggy or hot, or you're paying high utility bills, now's the time to call Window Nation. With their semi-annual sale, you can replace your windows and save big. Schedule a no-obligation in-home estimate. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Hi.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
This is Brock and Salk
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Ewert just punched me in the kidney.
on Seattle Sports.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Brought to you by Simply Seattle.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports here on 710 seattlesports.com. And, of course, the Seattle Sports app as well and all the podcast platforms. Yes, hope everybody had a great long weekend. Maura, thank you again to you and Mike Lefko coming in yesterday on the holiday to chat sports with everybody. Yeah, how was it?
I think it went well. You can ask the texters, but we had a good time.
Wait, we're going to trust the texters on this now?
Well, yeah, I mean, we actually had some support on ranked being bad on the text line.
Ranked being
yesterday,
bad?
So
What?
maybe we were reaching our people.
That can't be true. That is obviously a group of people kissing up to you.
Lefko did an interesting one where the Indy 500 milk that gets poured on the winner afterwards inspired him to rank the beverages you would least like poured on you after.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Was milk at the top of the list?
Well, people were suggesting you should rank milk today.
Rank milk?
Yeah.
Like milk money?
Drunk milk?
See?
Or milk drunk, rather, whatever it is.
Yeah, milk truck, the chicken place.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I went there a couple weeks ago.
really
Yeah,
good.
we could work on ranking milk or something a little bit later if that's important to you.
Milkweed.
I'm broadcasting from the palatial Salk estate today. How about that? Been quite some time since I've done a show from here, but
Feeling okay?
well, I got a little touch of the COVID this weekend, which was not fun. At first, I felt fine, and then just a little headache, and then all of a sudden, yesterday morning or Sunday morning rather, the nose just like exploded on me. What would it? Have you ever wondered whether a person, maybe not of full sane mind, has ever attempted to take scissors to their nose during a cold?
Oh my gosh.
Like, what would happen if I just cut this thing off my face?
A lot of bad things.
I know you're telling me that, Justin, and yet I really feel like I want to try it. Like, what if I just cut? Because the rest of me feels fine. I could go run a 200 right now and feel great, except that my nose feels like it's going to, like, it's attacking me from the inside out. So.
I know the feeling. And the only thing, and we talked about it a little bit off the air, the only thing that's ever really worked for me in that scenario is just constant neti potting. Like, I just do it like 10, 15 times a day.
I don't feel good about that. The neti pot frightens me.
Yeah. So they
put
work
that,
for me.
You put that
Did
stuff
you hear
right
the
up in there?
brainworm story?
You put it,
Brainworm
like,
story.
right up in there?
Yeah, you just pour it in one nostril. It kind of works its way through your sinuses.
It
Comes
just
out the other
goes.
nostril.
It goes out the other. Yeah.
It sounds
out.
disgusting.
It does. And it was the first few times I didn't love it. But it once I saw that it worked, I kept doing it.
I'm a fan too. If you got to really stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
It's very rare
Yeah.
that you both feel so
I
strongly
know.
about anything.
I know.
This is something I got to think about a little bit. It's certainly not going to get done during the next 4 hours, but I will. I'll give it a go today. Should be fine. Brock's back, which is exciting. Missed him. It feels like forever since we've talked to Brock. I was realizing, Maura, that we haven't even talked to Brock since we went to Seahawks practice.
No, I sent him a list of all of the cuts we made that day because I was like, you missed all of this.
I know.
So,
It's pretty
yeah.
crazy.
It'll be fun to get his thoughts on.
I definitely want to do that. And then kind of just a weird Mariner weekend, right? You got two of the lamest losses of the year where they lost, 4 straight games, right? 2 against the Yankees, then 2 against Washington.
Yeah.
And the 2 against Washington were just particularly lame. They were pathetic. The offense was awful. The pitching was, fine, but obviously not enough. And Washington's not that good. And they pitched better this year. Like, I get it. They've pitched better this year. They're not like the worst pitching team in the league. But you should go in and expect to be able to go into that city and beat that team 2 out of 3. That's the expectation. And the first 2 games, it's not even just that they didn't win. they were, once again, we have to go back to that word, anemic. Moore used the word potent yesterday to describe the Mariners in the first inning, which is great. Unfortunately, it means we've got to use its inverse, its opposite, to describe the Mariners in the first two games against Washington. They were the opposite of potent. And that's, it caused Scott to meet with the team after the second loss to have a little conversation. I like the way Shannon termed it. It wasn't about energy. It wasn't about effort. They're doing all those things. It's just saying straight up, guys, you got to be better. I don't know what to tell you. This is a business that relies on results eventually. You can concentrate on the process. We can work on the process, trust the process, focus on the process. But eventually, you got to have the results. You got to do better. And he's right. They do. You can't have 4 games in a row where your offense is as lifeless as it was. And really, it goes back farther than that, right? You had the one good game in New York. Other than that, it was really just 2 good innings. One good inning against Baltimore. Okay, it was 2 good innings in that game against Baltimore, and then the 9th inning against the closer, and then 1 good game.
Yep.
That's not, now you're talking about over a week or so. So if you missed it last week, I did say June 5th. That's my date. I will not make any sort of a judgment about the Mariner offense, positively or negatively, until June 5th. That's when they finish out this stretch against teams where they should be able to start to do some damage, as poorly as they have hit throughout the year. And it's been terrible. Believe me, I have eyes. It has been a combination of both early and against some very good pitching teams. The Yankees have dominated basically everybody this year. Not just with those bats, but with their pitching. So I'm gonna wait. June 5th is my day. On June 5th, we'll be more than 2 months into the season. On June 5th, we will have gone through a stretch here against what I said at the time, Washington, Houston, Anaheim, Oakland.
Oakland would just, Wednesday. There'll still be another game after Oakland.
Okay, so it's June 6th.
Yeah, the 6th.
Those are the 4 series. If you can't start to muster some legitimate offense with a level of consistency during those, 16, 17 games? No, maybe it's not quite that much. Sorry, during those 12 or 13 games? Then we got to have a conversation that's a little bit more serious about what the heck to do here, because that will, to me, at that point, there's no more excuses. There's no more early. There's no more who you were playing against. There's no more slumps. You're over 2 months in. You've played against enough teams and enough up and down types of organizations that it's on you. So I'm going to hold off. So I'm not going to overreact to the 4 straight losses that they had until Sunday, and I'm not going to react to the 2 big wins that they had Sunday and yesterday, where they did hit the tar out of the ball on Sunday against a former Cy Young Award winner, which was great, and it was awesome to see Julio doing damage, and there can't be a better sign for the future of this offense than Julio doing what he did Sunday. Mm-hmm. And then backing it up with some good at-bats and some hard-hit balls and another big hit yesterday. That's great. That's 2-3 games in a row where Julio's really hit the ball well and looked like himself, and there is nothing that would be better for this team offensively than that. He's hitting home runs, he's getting on base, he's driving in runs, he's taking the right pitches, he's going to right field with 2 strikes, he's pulling the ball early, he's stealing bases when he gets on. Washington on Sunday, and to a lesser extent, the Astros yesterday, saw the full Julio experience of how he can come into your city and beat you. Mm-hmm. Just basically by himself. Just with his unbelievable collection of skills. This is why there's no argument when we say Julio Rodriguez is the most talented guy on this team. They just need him to do his thing. You got to witness it. It was crazy. So that is a tremendous, tremendous sign. You got to get at least one other guy going with him. Maybe that'll be Ty France, who's had some moments. Maybe it will be Mitch Garver. Maybe it will be J.P. Crawford. I'm going to talk more about him at 7 o'clock because he's an underrated part of this offense. But getting Julio going, enormously important.
I wondered when you set that June 5th, well now whatever, June 6th date, if Julio was really circled more than anything else.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's sort of both, right? They're so interconnected that it's hard to say, which you're really talking about. When you complain about the Mariner offense, what are you complaining about? A lot of it is, to me, just Julio, but it's more than that, right? Getting Polanco out of the lineup right now feels like a huge lift, right? Getting Polanco out of the lineup feels like a lift. Think about that.
I don't love that.
And it's true. Don't tell me it's not. Guys, I told you, this was the one thing they did this offseason that I was never fully comfortable with, and I know a lot of people loved it. Garver, I thought, would come in here and do what he did last year. I kind of like the deal. You got one of the hitters that were available, him or Rhys Hoskins. I probably would have preferred Hoskins. I don't know if that would have gone any better, but okay, fine. The one deal that concerned me was Polanco. A, because I was trying to figure out why Minnesota would be okay moving on, and B, because I looked at his numbers the last 2 years, and honestly, they didn't look great. They looked like a guy who was starting to decline. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe he takes the weaker, he's going to have to take 10 games off. Maybe he does that. He goes AAA, gets like a game or two of confidence building / rehab, and comes back and looks like the player that he'd been for years in Minnesota. That would be awesome. But don't tell me this is the guy that's supposed to hit behind Julio. He's not
Hoskins,
that
by
guy
the way,
right now.
10-day IL, the same thing, hamstring.
Yeah. So go take your 10 days. Go down to AAA or wherever it is at the end and just get a little confidence back. See some pitching you can handle. And then come up here and be the guy that you once were, because that would be another really, really big lift for this team. All right, 360 says, just turned you on. You sound like, shoot. No, I do not. How dare you? I'm doing the best I can. We're going to have a good day anyway. I promise I feel good, even if I don't sound great. Brock will be in at 7. And big morning, 10:30, the Kraken are going to be announcing their new head coach. We're going to talk about him with a Canadian national expert coming up in 20 minutes. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
Going, gone!
Every strikeout.
Swing and a miss and a fastball, strike 3, and the ball game is over.
Every home run.
Blasted out to right field. An absolute take by Luke Raley to the second deck.
Every Mariners win.
And the ball game is over. The Mariners with a colossal comeback here in the Bronx.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Looking for the best synthetic turf in the Northwest? At Synthetic Turf Northwest, we resell our premium line of Northwest Pro natural products to both businesses and consumers. From industry-leading supplies to expert advice, we have everything you need to complete your installation, whether it's for your customers or your own DIY project. Call us today and discover why we're the Northwest's trusted source for quality synthetic turf. Get started with Synthetic Turf Northwest and elevate your outdoor space. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com, 425-788-0718.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. PacificLamp.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and if you're looking for a fun night out, well, you know Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go. Have some fun and unwind. Fall's Buffet is back open. They're serving up all your favorites. You can enjoy prime rib daily, plus fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry and noodles and pizzas and salad bar and dessert bar. They got the pies made every day. And then Vista Prime has amazing happy hour menus, which start at 4 o'clock, and those breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. You know it's Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown. It is Snoqualmie Casino.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan could help you save thousands by consolidating your DEBT to one low fixed monthly payment. You could get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/paid-off. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/paid-off. NMLS 696891.
Well, here we are again, and I got to tell you, Jim, this match has me really concerned.
Here we have a powerful heavyweight, a train, weighing in at 6,000 tons. And this hasty lightweight challenger, a car, at just 1.5 tons?
This does not bode well for the car, or the people in it.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. See tracks, think train.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Players Spotlight.
Ever since I got here, I want to win a World Series in Seattle, and this city's starving for, another winning team.
Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of the Lee Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset, because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Are you planning to go to more than one Mariners game this season? Consider a Mariners Flex membership. It's a great option for fans who want the flexibility to choose their games and seats all season long while still enjoying the perks of being a member. With a Flex membership, you'll receive benefits like savings of 10% or more on tickets with no fees, access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts at the team store and the box yard, and so much more. Go to mariners.com/flex to learn more about becoming a part of the Mariners family.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners only needed one inning yesterday to score all their runs, but it turned out to be enough. 3 in the first inning. Cal, Ty, and then finally Mitch Haniger all driving in runs.
Valdez from the belt, and the old Haniger swinging a ground ball up the middle into center field. A base hit. Garver running third, being waved in by Manny. The throw to third by Myers. And the Mariners keep the line moving. Mitch Haniger with a base hit with 2 outs. He picks up a run batted in. Garver scores, and it's now the Mariners 3 and the Astros nothing, and they're looking for more.
Raise your hand if you would have guessed at that point that the Mariners would score 3 runs yesterday. It really had a feeling like, okay, kind of a breakout game. They're going to do something great against Oakland or against Houston, and instead, that was it. They decided to just give Bryce Miller the bare minimum he would need. He did go 6 innings, allowed both runs to Houston. He was pretty good in this game, though. Give him credit. Afterwards, he cut 3, explained what his approach was.
No, I mean, I think, like, I'm trying to go at everybody. There's, home or away, there's a couple guys in the lineup that you circle just to try to not make a pitch down the middle or make a mistake. But really, no matter who it is, I'm trying to go at them and attack. So,
love the attitude. Love the way he went after what has been a very good lineup this year. It really has. I mean, for all the problems the Astros have had, it's not been their lineup. Most of their stars have been doing their thing, and it's a pretty good outing. 6 innings, 2 runs, another quality start for Bryce Miller. Then the question starts, right? How are you going to handle the 7th and 8th? They didn't want to go to Stanek yesterday after using him the day before, so Trent Thornton and then Gabe Spire back for another leverage role in the 7th and the 8th. Spire, they needed it. He had not been good recently. Scott Service cut 5 on what he saw from his lefty.
He really did. He really did. And he's gone through a little bit of a tough stretch here after I think he got off to a really good start this season after a great year last year. It has been a little bit of a rough stretch for him. You sit down, you talk to players, you kind of explain things, not just the numbers or what the analytics say, but kind of what you're seeing. And I thought his demeanor on the mound tonight was more like what we're used to seeing out of Gabe Spire. Get in there and let it eat. No worry, no fear, just let it eat. And then trust your stuff, and that's what he did tonight.
Yeah, he blew a couple of fastballs right by people, which was great. All right, win puts them 3.5 games up on Texas, which is crazy. They were idle yesterday. 4.5 games up on Houston in the West. By the way, have you been following what the Rangers have been doing? PU.
Good.
Lost 6 in a row soon after losing 5 in a row. They have really, really struggled. As for the Mariners, busy weekend with some roster moves as well. We get to see the Major League debut of Ryan Bliss at second base last night after Jorge Polanco went to the IL with a hamstring strain. Polanco, of course, has struggled mightily here in his first season and just missed a week with that hamstring before returning for just a few games and re-injuring it. And then this one's worth noting. The team promoted Tyler Lockett, the pretty good hitting first baseman DH. That means he is in Tacoma, not too far away from a big league opportunity, should Garver and France and Haniger continue to struggle the way they have. And then what I would say is the best news, Gregory Santos. Remember him? He threw a few pitches off a mound, cut 8. Here's Justin Hollander on the big righty.
Gregory Santos is here with us. He was with us on the road trip. Actually got off the slope and threw 5 pitches while we're in Washington. Really excited about the progress he's making. I don't have a timeline that I would feel comfortable sharing right now, but we're going to keep him with us. I think the energy of the Major League team and the ability of Trent Blank and our people here to work with him in communication with Jason Roberts and our staff in Arizona is working well. So we'll just keep Gregory here and rehabbing with us for a while until such a point as he's ready to go transition to a different environment. But really pleased with the progress he's making right now.
That is awesome. And maybe it's just because they're anticipating some sort of a brawl because he is a big, big dude. Anyway, game 2 against Houston tonight. Luis Castillo for the Mariners. Supposed to be Christian Javier, but he was placed on the IL with forearm soreness, so we'll see what Houston does.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We'll have more on this coming up in about 10 minutes, but almost a month after firing the only coach in their history, Dave Haxtell, the Kraken appear set to hire his replacement, Dan Bylsma. Bylsma's been with the organization for a few years as the coach for their AHL affiliate in Coachella. He's had kind of an odd career, right? Won a cup in his first season in Pittsburgh, took over mid-year, won it all in 2009. Won a Coach of the Year award for success with the team a few years ago, or a few years after that. And that was when Crosby and Malkin were both injured, and he was tremendous anyway. Then he was fired when they brought in a new GM, so all right, okay. Then he goes to Buffalo, which is a terrible place. Struggles, not unique, but he was so at odds with their young star Jack Eichel that Eichel said he wouldn't return to the Sabres if Bylsma was still there. So, okay, he gets fired. Then he goes to Detroit as an assistant. Eventually, they move on from him. And this will be his first time coaching in the NHL since 2017. So, curious to hear why he is the guy. And I know there's a lot of people that love him. We will talk to Elliotte Friedman about this coming up at 6:30.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then the really sad news yesterday is we all learned of the passing of the legendary Bill Walton. And that's the right word. He was a legend in so many ways. As a college player, he was dominant at UCLA, won 2 titles. He once went 21 of 22 from the field in a championship game. That's nuts. As a pro, We know he battled all kinds of injuries, but he did win a couple of championships, including with the 86 Celtics team. We keep hearing about like one word to describe him. I'll play you some sound later. Dave Pasch, his longtime partner, used the word special. Jay Billis said authentic. I guess not knowing him personally, what I would say was colorful. Just an incredible dry sense of humor, I think. Right? You could never quite tell if he was getting the joke or not. Here he is in cut 12 talking with one of his many play-by-play guys.
Sophomore, New Zealand. You been there?
I have not been to New Zealand.
Do you know Grizzly Adams from the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Yes, Steven Adams.
Also from New Zealand. This guy, you ever been in a Maori war dance?
No, I have not.
Yep, there's a little bit of Walton. Is that, I think that's Roxy Bernstein with him, but I'm not sure. In any event, tremendous person. The non sequiturs, the music, the psychedelic references, the clear over exaggerations. I always found him to be hysterical. Made every game he called unique. So R.I.P. to Bill Walton and peace to his family. Yeah, there you go. That's everything you need to know. I guess we should mention the Celtics have made it. They're going to go to the NBA championship against probably Dallas, right? Dallas is up 3-0. And then hockey continuing to kind of get going there. Florida and the Rangers on one side, and the Stars have taken a 2-1 lead on the other against Edmonton. So that really is everything you need to know. I am curious about Bilesma and, you know, what you do next with this franchise. Elliotte Friedman's been covering this game forever for Sportsnet in Canada and for Hockey Night in Canada. He's going to join me next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Right now, we are joined by Seahawks receiver Tyler Lockett.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
What has been the biggest change that you've had to adjust to in going from one head coaching staff to another?
I think the biggest thing, man, is just the relationships and understanding the different type of coaching. I mean, obviously it's different, but when you have spring football like this during OTAs, that's when you kind of work through those kinks.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. and the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500 plus $500 for their schools sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher. Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
Well, we won't really be rewinding today. We're going to talk some hockey, and we'll go to Elliotte Friedman here in a couple of minutes and do that with him, a longtime reporter for Sportsnet in Canada and also Hockey Night in Canada. So we'll chat with him about what the Kraken are expected to do later today, which is hire a new coach. Only the second in their history. Is he a big name? No, not necessarily, but certainly a guy with a lot more experience than they've had in the past. Hackstall had his one little run in Philadelphia, and then for the most part have been a college guy. Say what you want about Dan Bilesma, who's going to replace him, but the guy's won a cup. He's won a Coach of the Year in the NHL. He's had some ups and downs. I'll be curious to know what he's learned from some of those downs, especially what happened in Buffalo, right? Because Buffalo's a tough spot. That's a city that has not enjoyed a lot of success with the Sabres. Great fan base, lousy ownership group, lots of problems over the years. But, you know, they got Jack Eichel, and there's this understanding that things would have started to work, and then he ends up so upset with Bilesma that it can never function. So let's hear a little bit more. Elliotte Friedman, Sportsnet, Hockey Night in Canada, kind enough to take a few minutes. Elliotte, good morning. Thanks for doing this during the playoffs.
Good morning, guys. No problem. My pleasure.
So, first of all, let's just start here. Why Dan Bilesma? Why would Ron Francis go in this direction?
I think the thing that really happened was, I don't think that Ron Francis, this is not so much Bylsma, but even firing Dave Haxtell, I don't think it was something Ron Francis really wanted to do. I think he's a very patient guy. I think this is a little quick for him. To me, one of the biggest things that's happened in Seattle for hockey is that they want this team to get going a bit further than it has so far. And, you guys had the great run last year. I thought it would buy Haxtell more time. He got an extension, but the way things went a little bit backward this year, well, I don't think that's entirely on him. I think he kind of took the brunt of it. And I think there was a desire for the team to push a bit, for the desire for the team to get better a bit quicker. I mean, I've heard all the rumors that the Sonics might be coming back, and I think the Kraken want to make sure they're in a really good place for when or if the Sonics do arrive. So I think all of that played into it. So I think what this is it's a message that the hockey team better take some steps before that occurs. And I think that, as much as anything else, played a role in the coaching change. Dan Bylsma, I heard your introduction. Everything you said there is completely fair. The moment I heard there was going to be a coaching change, I had people say to me, watch out for Bylsma. He's got big support in the organization. I think some of the people on Ron Francis' staff were big fans of Bylsma's work in Coachella Valley. And while you guys definitely had a process and a few people were interviewed, I think that his support inside the organization won out. And particularly, I would guess, with a prospect like Shane Wright. Shane Wright's an important player for the Kraken, and he gained a lot of confidence playing for Bylsma. And I would believe that, as much as anything else, would have been a huge feather in his cap organizationally.
Yeah, he's an interesting career sort of arc, right? Because he starts off with such incredible success right off the bat in Pittsburgh and, then never was able to recreate that. I'm a big believer that coaches learn from a lot of what they go through, and I'm sure that he'll be asked about this at the press conference later, but what did happen in Buffalo? For those who kind of don't remember, don't know, what happened there? Because he's not been able to secure an NHL job since then.
Well, I think, one of the things is that you can be the best coach in the world, but you got to have great players. I've talked to a lot of coaches who've been humbled by bad stops they had. Either they didn't work for a great organization or they didn't have great players. Like Peter DeBoer, who's coaching right now in the playoffs for Dallas. They're up 2-1 in the Western Final. He was a great junior coach. He won in junior. His first NHL job was in Florida. And he told me once, he walked in there, I'm the big star junior coach, and the Florida Panthers organizationally are not what they are now. And he said he got humbled by it. He realized that, he thought he could single-handedly solve problems, and there were mistakes he made, but he kind of realized that unless you have good players and a good foundation, you can't fix everything. And, in Pittsburgh, Bylsma had great players, and he came in at the right time. They were struggling under their previous coach, and to his credit, he basically got in and said, okay, what do we need to do in the short term to make it work? He listened to what they had to say. He put in some of his stuff, and they won a championship. And I think that's incredibly hard to do in the NHL. Buffalo, to me, and I heard you say it, and I think you're completely right, that was an organization at the time that was not set up for success. And I think they're working to try to fix it, but I don't think at that time any coach was going to be able to be successful. And it's been a long time since then for Bylsma. I think that after he left Buffalo, I think some people thought that he was never going to get another chance. But to his credit, he got into the Seattle. This is why it's so important, I think, to get into an organization as a head coach somewhere. Because if you do a good job with a team's prospects, as he has, people will notice. And like I said, he had big support in the organization. There were people who really backed him, and they believe what he did in Coachella Valley made him deserve another chance. And I'm with you. I like to see people get new chances.
Well, and you used the word humbled a couple of times. I'm sure it's humbling after being in the NHL that long to run a brand new franchise in Coachella in the AHL with, in a community that's not exactly hockey focused in Palm Springs. So, yeah, I like that storyline. Talking to Elliotte Friedman here of Sportsnet and Hockey Night in Canada, you mentioned the roster. What do you make of this roster in general moving forward?
Well, you know what? I think that the Kraken made a lot of really good decisions. I think they've shown that they're, first of all, they play hard. That's the number one thing. They play hard. Every player there. One of the reasons you guys won a round last year and took another very good team to the brink is that everybody understands their role. They understand what they're there to do, and they played hard to their system. Number two, I think you guys have done a really good job of finding good players like on waivers where other teams have made misses. So I think you guys make a lot of really smart decisions. I think the biggest issue you have, and it's the hardest thing to find, are natural scorers. And, you guys really have to work to score. And the biggest difference makers in this league are players who can either shoot to score because they're great shooters or can score because they're great individual creators. And you guys are still trying to find those. I think that, I think that you guys are going to spend a lot of time this summer or a lot of time now preparing for this summer to try to find those players. Like one guy I really thought would be a nice match for you would be Jake DeBrusk, who's a free agent who plays for Boston. And I think that's the thing you've got to find. You have to find scorers, people who can make it a little easier for you guys to get them in the net. And I know you've drafted a couple of players who are still in junior and things like that who can help do that, but you need someone now at the professional level. And I think and that's what I think you guys need to do. And I think that's what you guys are looking for.
I like the way you phrase it, and DeBrusk's an interesting guy because I think if I'm Ron Francis and I know what I need, Matty Beniers a really nice second-line center. I know that I need somebody who can be that top-line kind of scorer. Somebody, you play in a division where you're watching McDavid and Draisaitl and these guys that are just so good, and you just don't have anybody like that. So no one's just giving away those players unless there's some sort of a flaw that needs to be fixed. So you mentioned DeBrusk. Is Mitch Marner another guy like that where you say, okay, the talent is there. It's not working out for him. We talked a lot about this last offseason. Was there somebody in Toronto you could go after? I'll ask the question again. Is there a Maple Leaf that could be a possibility?
Well, the thing about Marner is, and Marner has to agree to go. He's got control. And I think it's a long story, but I think the shortest way for me to say it, guys, is that this is going to be a delicate dance between Mitch Marner and Toronto because he's got people around him who've got a lot of pride. He's got a lot of pride. And if they're going to do anything with him, they're going to have to present it to him in a way that convinces him it's a good idea. But I'll say this. I think he's a hell of a player. And I think if you guys got him, then it would be a huge coup for you. I think one of the things I think about Mitch Marner is that, Toronto traded Nazem Kadri a couple of years ago. He went on to become a huge piece of Colorado's Stanley Cup championship. I think the same thing could potentially happen with Marner. I think Toronto's aware of that. I could see him going somewhere else, getting away from the spotlight, and becoming a huge piece of a very good team. And you guys do have what Toronto is going to look at. You have draft picks, and you have defense. And I know that the Maple Leafs have talked to you guys about, like, one of the things last year that happened at the deadline was there were a number of teams who liked Ron Francis, defenseman, but he said, no, that's a real strength of our team. And I don't want to, if I trade one of those guys, I'm going to be looking for one. So he didn't do it, which I thought was a wise decision at the time. But if suddenly, if in theory, someone like Mitch Marner is presented to you and you think you can sign him and keep him, you know, that's the kind of player you're going to have to give up something to get something. And if it did happen, I think Marner would be great in a place like Seattle.
I think I would give up anybody on this roster other than Beniers and say thank you and move on from there. Elliotte, we appreciate it. I'm sure it's a lot of late nights right now for you, so appreciate you helping out early in the morning. Enjoy the who's going to win? What do we make of this? I find myself rooting for Edmonton here, and I don't know whether I have a good reason why, but who are
well, that would make you an honorary Canadian. I like that. You know,
I feel like one. Yeah, I grew up in Boston, so I hate Montreal, but other than that, I'm willing to be a Canadian for the next couple of weeks. Can Edmonton pull this off?
I'll say this: if they don't, they're going to regret last night. Yeah. Like I think Dallas 1-23 is the best team in the NHL. They're the team I picked at the beginning of the playoffs to win the Stanley Cup. But Edmonton has proven to me they're a lot better and a lot more edgy than they used to be. This series isn't over, far from it. But boy, they're going to regret that one last night if they do lose this series.
Good stuff. Thanks, man. Really appreciate the time, and hopefully we'll chat again.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
All right, there you go. There's Elliotte Friedman from Sportsnet in Canada, long-time NHL reporter who really knows the stuff, works with Hockey Night in Canada, which, of course, the big weekly show up there that, is like the most popular thing in history. So he's awesome, and that's a lot of really good information. Maura, I figured you'd get excited about hearing the name Jake DeBrusk.
Oh, yeah. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
He had some struggles in the past staying consistent, but I think he's overcome that in the last year or so.
Well, and that's the thing. I think if I'm Ron Francis and I'm thinking about this enormous problem, how do I get a scorer? How do I get a star? People aren't just giving those away, right? You don't just find one sitting around that's perfect and say, oh, it's like a quarterback thing, right? You either have to draft it or develop it in some way by overlooking or fixing some flaw and bringing that person to the forefront. We've seen Vegas have a lot of success with a few of their guys where they were not perfect. Heck, Jack Eichel was on that list, right? Eichel, who essentially got Bilesma booted in Buffalo, he chose to go to he's got injury problems, etc. He goes to Vegas. They took a chance on him, and it worked out. And he's not the only guy on that list for them. If you want to try to get a star, a legitimate scoring star here in Seattle, he's going to come with something on his resume that you don't like and don't trust. You're going to have to take a risk. It's the only way to do it, right? You haven't had a number one pick in the draft. Maybe you'll get, lucky and get maybe Shane Wright turns into it, or, you get lucky with a draft pick and somebody just explodes on the scene. But if you are looking, and I think he's absolutely right, to beat the clock before the Sonics come back and essentially take all of your thunder, sorry for the pun, none intended, I promise. It just worked out that way.
Good, though.
Wow.
I know, that just sort of worked out. Sorry. You're going to have to try to jump the line a little bit, right? So I do think that a name like Jake DeBrusk is worth talking about. I am going to keep bringing up all of the players in Toronto, and specifically Mitch Marner, because he's talented. Is he perfect? No. I think you heard Elliotte say, well, get him out of the spotlight. I don't think you can understand what it's like to be a struggling star in Montreal, or especially in Toronto. Biggest city in Canada, hockey obsessed, haven't won a cup in forever, feel cursed. It is sort of like, I'm trying to figure it out. This might be the best way I guess I would phrase it. Imagine if the curse of the Bambino years of the Red Sox had taken place in New York. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Where you have the same level of passion, the same level of frustration and negativity and belief that nothing would ever work out, but you're doing it in the biggest city in the country where people are totally obsessed, 100% completely obsessed. That's the best way I could describe it. So for Mitch Marner to not handle that well, to me, has no bearing on whether or not he would handle it well here in Seattle and be the right player for this franchise. I don't know whether he's that or not. I don't know the guy. I don't know enough about the story. But I do know that you're going to have to take some level of risk if you want to remain relevant. And you're 3 years into this thing. Dave Hackstall, we didn't get into it there, but one of the problems Hackstall had, in addition to the team taking a step back, is that he's boring. The poor guy had no charisma at all. Doesn't make him a bad guy. Doesn't make him a bad coach. But if I'm sitting in the Kraken offices and I'm trying to make sure that I connect with an audience and I want to make sure that I'm defending myself for when the Sonics show up and I want to continue to have fan interest, I got to look for something a little bit more exciting. And I don't know whether that'll be Bilesma, because you got to win at the same time, and there aren't a lot of John Tortorellas out there who are going to bring you in with a Bill Parcells-like acerbic wit. But Hackstall was particularly droll. He was particularly tough to watch and listen to. So what do? You take a risk or two, right? You take a risk. Try to figure it out.
I like that Bilesma is going to be familiar with some of these. They do have some young talent in the pipeline, and he's going to know their strengths and where they fit in. And I think they wanted to work some of those guys in more this year, and it just didn't really work out. So
we've also seen this work quite a bit, right, in hockey, where a guy comes up from the AHL, which is like their version of AAA, for those who don't know. Coachella is sort of like their Tacoma, I guess would be the best description of it, because there are lower leagues than that. It doesn't work exactly analogous, but it's roughly the same, I think, for the purposes of this conversation. Much more so in hockey, a guy will come up from the minor leagues and have success in the NHL much more often than you see that in baseball. For whatever reason, AAA managers don't generally come up to the big leagues and immediately have levels of success. You see it a lot in hockey, and I do like the story of humility and learning from past experiences, right? That's the Pete Carroll story in a lot of ways, right? He leaves New England, he's humbled, he takes some time, he goes down to college, he has a lot of success, he does it his way, he learns from what he did wrong, and he obviously comes back to Seattle and has a tremendous run of success. Maybe we'll see the same thing. I'm certainly open-minded when it comes to Bilesma. I was not a big Hackstall fan really from day one. It was funny, I started just Googling Hackstall, or not Googling, just like searching my email or something like that for Hackstall. And I just found like all these like, is it too early to start talking about Dave Hackstall's job?
Yeah,
like
you called for it.
Yeah, didn't take long for you.
I think I called for it like 3 months into his tenure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was probably a little early. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I'll give him credit. That playoff run last year was pretty fun.
It was pretty great. And he did a good job last year. He did. He worked in some players, and he got give the man his due. I'm giving him credit. On the other hand, Ron Francis being patient, been 3 years. He was like the 6th longest tenured head coach in the NHL by the time they let him go.
Yeah, most coaches I read yesterday last 2.5.
Yeah, it was time.
They just keep it churning.
I got a question that this and it can be a quick yes or no. But you mentioned I think all of last season they need a goal scorer, right? Like that was at the top of your list for needs. And you now, after talking about Jake DeBrusk and comparing him to like having a quarterback, is that a name or a type of player that people could circle as here's somebody you can build around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know where he is on that ranking of like if you were to get a Jake DeBrusk, things are turning in the right way, and that's the kind of guy you can.
What was DeBrusk, the third best player on the Bruins this past year? 4th best, right?
Probably. His goals were down a little. He had 19 this last year. He had 27 and 25 the previous years.
But he's not. I'm just thinking about that roster. He's not Pasternak. He's not Marchand. I know they got the defenseman. I'm blanking on his name.
Right. What is he? 27, I think.
Yeah,
So
but he's a premier kind of a player
Okay.
who can be a frontline guy. Same with Mitch Marner. He's a premier kind of a first line player because we've said this a million times. The Kraken have tried to get by with a lot of second line and third line guys, and they've got third liners on the fourth line and second liners on the first. The first part of that's great. The second part's not.
Yeah.
Like they have had a lot of depth. They've also really struggled to have that top-end kind of talent. I love Matty Beniers. He's a second-line center. I love Jordan Eberle. He is the third guy on your top line if he's on a top line at all. That's just not who they are. Is McCann that guy? Yeah. If you put the right kind of legitimate player around him, he can be. Certainly. So we'll see where this goes. Really interesting day, and we'll see if it ends up being historic for the Kraken as they are set in a few hours to introduce Dan Bilesmeyer. All right, Brock is back. We haven't talked in forever. Can't wait to talk Julio. Can't wait to talk Mariners, and I can't even wait a little bit later to talk about what we saw at Seahawks practice last week. He'll be in next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike three.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
The Mariners have arguably the best pitching staff in baseball. I think I'm probably taking the Mariners at the end of the day over every team in the American League right now.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
This is the team to beat in the division. And it's not just a hot take. That's what the numbers say, that they're the team to beat in the division.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
At State Roofing, we don't just install roofs, we build peace of mind. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing, and we stand firmly behind our work, protecting your investment for years to come. Backed by warranties that offer you protection, reliability, and trust long after the project. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Calling all drivers. Test drive to discover why Polestar 2 is the driver's EV. With all-electric performance, Polestar 2 has the power and handling to change your perceptions of EV driving. Visit Polestar Bellevue to test drive today.
You want more speed? Well, you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds and they are faster than ever. Plus, with super fast internet and that reliable connection, you can do more of what you love whenever you want. So that means more gaming. So when my son Titus has his entire baseball team over and they're all gaming, no problem. That means more downloading, more video chatting our kids from away. And for the wife and I, yeah, maybe that means more nights on the couch streaming our favorite movies and TV shows every single night. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. And now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit that Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Make the call to 1-800-XFINITY.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Ground ball up the middle into center field, and the Mariners keep the line moving. Mitch Haniger with a base hit with 2 outs. Garver scores.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Give me a freaking auto!
This is Brock and Salk.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
On Seattle Sports.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Presented by Simply Seattle.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, rolling along here on a Tuesday morning. Feels like Monday, coming off the long weekend. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. And it was a weird, Brock, kind of an up and down weekend for those Mariners, right? The offense, no, it's still not okay, and nothing about it is. The pitching is kind of in a weird spot, it seems like, third time through the order. Doesn't seem to matter how many pitches they've thrown, even if it's only in that 60, 70, 80 pitch range. That sixth inning seems to be a little funky for them right now, and clearly there's a little issue here with one more leverage reliever. But all of those things will kind of fade into the background if Julio is actually starting to come out of it and look alive.
Yes, and if your horse at the end of it, your most leveraged arm closes it down the way that Munoz has been closing this down with 5-out saves, 4-out saves, 3-out saves, best in the lineup saves, like that guy can erase a lot. We've seen that. We saw it with Paul Sewald a couple years ago, man. That guy can erase a lot of those ills, and he has just been an absolute horse.
Yeah, what's the biggest difference between the Mariners last year and the Mariners this year? They haven't hit any better. They haven't struck out any less. They've pitched reasonably similarly, maybe a little bit better this year. Mm-hmm. The biggest difference, one-run games.
Mm-hmm.
They've been tremendous in one-run games. They're best in the league this year. Last year they were awful.
Yep.
I don't know whether there's any skill or talent to that. Maybe there is, maybe not. But that's the difference between this year's Mariners team and last year. They're just winning the close ones.
Yeah, and obviously, a year ago at the deadline, you move on from Paul, and that changed some of those things. And Mooney was up and down with some injuries coming into the season.
Yep.
But, man, when you've got that horse at the other end of it, we've seen it with Scott over the course of his career. We saw it with Diaz when he was in his prime. We saw it with Sewald. We're seeing it now with Mooney. Like, you get that game to that guy you trust at the end, and that guy is hot, and that guy is confident, and that guy is healthy, that guy can win you a lot of one-run games.
They're going to need a little more than that, right, as we know. I mean, watching Thornton and Voth and Spire,
it was good to see Spire get back on the horse last night.
They needed it. But none of this is more important than Julio. Mm-hmm. Julio getting hot, as we know, not even getting hot, just returning to being Julio is more important than anything else this team could do. And he's done it here over the course of the last few games, right? He had 2 home runs in 2 games. That doubled his season total, which is insane to think about. But it's not even just the home runs and the couple of big hits. It's that he's hitting the heck out of the ball.
Yeah.
He's hitting it hard, and you saw that stat last night with all the exit velo on all of his recent hits, and it was 107, 111, 111, 16. Like, that's the Julio Rodriguez, because not only does he do that, but then he gets on base and he steals bags, and he runs around in center field, and he can show up and over the course of a series just dismantle your pitching staff.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation a couple weeks ago. Is it Julio getting going, or the people around Julio getting going, or what? I mean, it's very obvious that when he does get going, it impacts everybody. And you've heard that from Dylan Moore to Mitch Garver to all of them. They would all say the same thing. When your best player is going and your best player is more talented than anybody else on your team, it just does lift everybody up, and they need it. And you know what? I think we all texted each other over the weekend and said, okay, this wasn't just a one-off. It wasn't the 440-foot bomb in Texas, right? It wasn't just a one. It is his timing, and you could just see it, kind of like Nelly. Nelly back in the day when the ball got to look like a beach ball, you were like, oh, yes. Ken Griffey Jr., Salk, before you arrived here, when he got into one of these streaks too, and he just found his rhythm and timing. It's like, well, here's going to be another home run. Here's another home run. Here's 8 games in a row with a home run. I mean,
you bring up that word, Brock. Let me just play you a little Julio, because you said the word timing. Cut 15 on Saturday. That's exactly what he's been working on.
I just like working on my approach, just being more on the fastball and just kind of being more on time in general. I feel like it's been paying off little by little.
You think he needs to start? You think he needs to start peeing on his hands? Because he showed all the calluses and the blisters and everything else.
No.
Who was that guy?
Jorge Posada did that, of course, as did Benito Santiago.
Moises Alou. It was Moises Alou.
No,
Benito Santiago definitely did that. And then Posada did it, that filthy.
Did you ever try it in Little League or in high school?
No.
Did you ever? No, you never.
No, that's disgusting.
Yeah, never went that route either.
No, I thought I'd stick with batting gloves. Yeah.
Yes.
So I was kind of a fan of using the batting gloves.
Yeah, and I think Julio uses the gloves as well, so probably no need for that. But he's one of these guys, truly, that you can even, I don't want to say the casual fan, but all of us are hardcore fans. Most of you listening right now, you're into watching this team every night, and Julio is one of those players and one of those hitters where you can see the timing.
Yep.
Some of them you can't. Mitch Garver, is it a timing thing? I don't know. Is it Demo? Is it a timing thing when he gets into one of those, rhythms and he's just hitting the ball? I don't know. Julio, and when he's in that timing, kind of like the home run derby, right, with his buddy that pitches him, and his buddy is the best pitcher ever, like a metronome, right? Like
down
you
the
could
middle.
and you can just see him get into that time, and it's gone, and it is, been nice to see over the last 4 or 5 days.
So
for sure.
Julio right? Because you were never satisfied. Okay, cool. Julio's locked back in, and who else is going to join him? It's been nice to see Ty France with a couple of big moments. Maybe the fact that Haniger had a big hit yesterday, maybe that helps him get back to kind of where he was. Cal Raleigh, who carried them offensively early in the season, has not had similar success recently. And, man, that was really too bad yesterday because he hit the ball hard, especially in the first inning. Could have really blown that game open, but whatever. The one guy that I feel like we have given short shrift to this year, we have not talked nearly enough about his importance, is J.P. Crawford.
Yep.
When we say Julio I have a tendency, and this is on me, to forget about J.P. I take full responsibility for it. I know Julio is their best hitter, but it feels like after him, the person who actually affects this offense more than anyone else is J.P. Crawford. When he's getting on base or hitting for a little bit of power, this team just looks completely different, and you saw some of that over the last 2 games.
Yeah, and he's getting a little bit of his feist back too,
right?
Which is a great thing. Like when he gets also, and his eye is so good. His eye is so good. Like when that ball is off the plate, it is
so
off
mad
the
last
plate.
night.
He was. Absolutely.
It's like 2 lousy calls and 1 at
That's
bat.
Right.
Yep.
That's right. And he knows the strike zone. We talk about controlling the zone and everything. He knows the strike zone better than any Mariner. Ty France is really good at it too, and he seems to just always get balls called off the plate as well. But when JP starts to, you can also kind of sense his edge. And he's like, and last night was a little edgy. Like, come on, like I'm feeling my mojo now. I'm also starting to hit doubles. I'm also starting to get on base. I'm also starting to impact. Don't you mess me out of the bats.
Right.
Don't you call those? Those are off the plate significantly.
Yep.
And yes, when he gets his little edge back, I think that was your recipe a month and a half ago, was it not? Before JP got hurt.
JP and Julio.
your JP and Julio, top of the lineup, top of the order gets going.
Yeah.
Your pitching is great, and then your bullpen, and Mooney in particular, just shuts it down. And it's, not necessarily always a recipe for 10-4 wins or 9-3 wins or 7-2 wins.
They don't need to all be 7-2, but it does help when you get there. I was thinking, we've talked about this before, the big win the Mariners have on Sunday, right, in the finale in Washington. Well, they did do it against a reliever who had, once again, not given up a run in like forever, but he wasn't their regular eighth inning guy. They'd already used him the 2 previous games. So even when they're losing, they've generally done a good enough job of keeping it close enough that they have forced the other team to use up some of their, bullets in their gun.
Yep.
And on Sunday, they're able to beat a non-eighth inning guy in the 8th inning. That helps, right? You did enough in the first 2 losses to help you win the 3rd game. Am I content with them losing 2 out of 3 in Washington? No, that was an incredibly disappointing way to end the trip. But if it comes with a revitalized, reborn Julio Rodriguez, I'll forget about it in a second because that's really all this team needs.
Because when that happens, you score more than 4 runs.
That's
and when
right.
this team scores more than 4 runs, they win. They're 23-3.
That's insane.
Score more than 4 runs, and you're 20.
More than 4. So 4 is not enough. That's more than 4?
4 plus. So 6-2 when they score 4.
Yeah.
6-2 when they score 4. 6-1 when they score 5, 4-0 when they score 6, and 7-0 when they score
Brock,
7 plus.
Also know they have improved to 10-4 in one-run games, and the best one-run record in the baseball.
How about that?
That's not bad.
June 6th, Brock. That's the date. On June 6th, I will be willing to make a judgment call on this offense after they go through these games against Washington, Houston, Anaheim, and Oakland.
You're so perplexing to me.
Why?
I'll tell you in the next. Maybe
okay.
I need to know. I read a book, and there was a whole chapter that was about you, but it wasn't about you, and it was super perplexing.
I can't wait to hear more about me. We'll give you guys everything you actually need to know next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
Going, gone!
Every strikeout.
Swing and a miss, and a fastball, strike 3, and the ball game is over.
Every home run.
Blasted out to right field, an absolute take by Luke Raley to the second deck.
Every Mariners win.
And the ball game is over. The Mariners with a colossal comeback here in the Bronx.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
At Shane Company, we believe everyone deserves a personal jeweler, a friend to guide you, to help you find jewelry that feels like it was made just for you, or a gift that will spark joy for that special someone. Shane Company's jewelry is crafted with the greatest care and held to the highest quality standards so it will last a lifetime. We're passionate about bringing you the most beautiful gemstones, exquisite diamonds, rubies, and sapphires in every color of the rainbow, so you will always shine your brightest. Our jewelry is designed for you. With so many styles and endless ways to customize your piece, you can create a necklace that's meaningful to you, an engagement ring to tell your love story, or a stack of bracelets to let your personality shine. Discover a more personal jewelry experience and modern heirlooms as unique as you are. We're all made to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450E has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ450E. Visit lexusofbellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, June 1st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles. Many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com. That's LuckyOldCar.com. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Access to quality healthcare is an important topic. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Use 9 innings to score runs, Brock, when you can do it all in the first inning and then just kind of hang out after that. That's what the Mariners did yesterday. They got everything done in the first and then just kind of rested and watched 3 in that inning. Cal and Ty and Mitch Haniger all driving in runs, and Bryce Miller took it from there. Went 6 innings, allowed only 2. Thornton and Spire with the leverage rolls in the 7th and the 8th. And then Andres Munoz, oh man, was he good yesterday. Here he is with the final out, cut 2.
The roar of the crowd louder and louder. The stretch. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the ball game is over. The Mariners win it 3-2 over the Astros tonight on this Memorial Day 2024.
Nobody had a chance against Munoz yesterday.
No, and it was nice to see. Man, we talked about this a couple weeks ago when the boys went to New York, and you could hear it in Rizzer's voice. You could hear it in Dave Sims' voice. You could kind of feel like, okay. Yeah, this is a pretty big stage. And when you meet up with these Astros, doesn't matter what their record is, you could feel that edge. JP's got that edge. Julio's got that edge. And Spire, after a rough 3-4 outings here, he came out and you could just see, I'm going to throw strikes, and I'm going to throw hard, and I'm going to throw it past you, and I'm not going to make excuses, and I'm going to get my job done, and he and Thornton getting it done and turning it over to Mooney, who's now, 11-12 in save opportunities, 12-13. That's been a pretty good recipe.
Yeah, it's been very good. As for Bryce Miller, they needed that from him as well. He explains here, cut 4, what he was looking at yesterday.
I think it's similar for everybody in our staff. Like, as the season goes on, I think teams, know that we're trying to get ahead, and, we do that really well. And I think the last couple weeks, for me, there's been a lot of first pitch, early swings and at-bats, and you go back to Baltimore, multiple hits in the first pitch. New York as well, I gave up 2 home runs on the first pitch of that bat. So just really, for me, just trying to make sure I'm still getting ahead, but with certain hitters in the lineup, not making a mistake, just trying to get ahead.
I feel like we're getting to know Bryce Miller a whole lot more this year. Like Logan, we've really gotten to know.
Yes.
Furious George, we pretty much know. Luis, you're going to know as much about Luis as he, it feels like this year, Woo is still a work in progress. It feels like we're learning a lot more about Bryce. And Mr. Passan wrote about him in that splitter that was effective and necessary. And, nice to see him get, yet again, a quality start. I think that was his 7th start this year out of 11, where he's given up 2 runs or less.
Pretty impressive. The win gets him to 3.5 up on Texas, who has been struggling. Lost 6 straight after losing 5 straight. They're 4.5 up on Houston in the West. But the weekend also featured a whole bunch of roster moves. So the Major League debut yesterday of Ryan Bliss at second base. Jorge Polanco to the IL with a hamstring strain. So that was exciting. Justin Hollander explaining cut 7 why Bliss was getting the call.
He's played great, especially over the last month. Played really, really well on both sides on all 3 sides of the ball, at the batter's box, defensively, and on the bases. He's been an impact player. I think we saw him really control the strike zone over the last month, too. The walks have gone up, the strikeouts have gone down. He's hit for power. He's done a lot of things well, particularly over the last month. It just made a lot of sense, I think, for this to be his time.
Well, and it's a huge opportunity for him because Polanco's played terribly.
Yep.
Flat out. Yep. Terrible on defense, terrible on offense. I have nothing positive really to say about Jorge Polanco's game.
And a problematic hamstring, so let's move to the next detail.
Okay, we'll do that. They also did call up to AAA, Tyler Lockett. He goes from AA to AAA, so he's not too far away from a big league opportunity either. And then maybe the best news this weekend, Brock, Gregory Santos threw off the mound 5 pitches while he was in Washington. Obviously getting him healthy in this bullpen would be huge. Game 2 against Houston tonight. Luis Castillo, who you just mentioned, will be on the mound. It was supposed to be Christian Javier for Houston, but he was placed on the IL with forearm soreness, just adding a little bit more to the Houston problems this year.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we're about 3 hours away from officially hearing that the Kraken have hired their next head coach, Dan Bilesma, to replace their only coach in history, Dave Haxtell. Bilesma has been with the organization for a few years. He's been the AHL coach, Coachella affiliate coach. Kind of an odd career. Won a cup in his first season in Pittsburgh. Brock took over mid-year, won it all in 2009, won a Coach of the Year award a couple of years later for what he did when Crosby and Malkin were both hurt. And then he was eventually fired when they brought in a new GM in Pittsburgh. Okay, fine. Went to Buffalo, struggled with a bad organization. But their young star, Jack Eichel, said, I'm not coming back if this guy's still here. Not a great sign. So he goes to Detroit as an assistant for a while. They move on, and he really did humble himself going to the AHL. And according to Elliotte Friedman, who we talked to earlier with Sportsnet, he's had a ton of support inside the organization. So new blood in Seattle.
Organization or organization?
Organization.
Thank you.
Let's get it right.
If we're talking hockey, can you get that right,
It's
please?
the organization.
And they're going to have a big press conference introducing him today.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, really sad news yesterday as we learned the legend had passed. Bill Walton, truly that's the word for him, a legend in so many ways. As a college player where he was dominant at UCLA and won a couple of titles. As a pro where he won a couple more titles despite all the injury issues. But I think for most people it was his personality off the court and what he did in the broadcast booth that really set him apart from everyone else. we were playing some of the sound of guys who were, Dave Pash and Jay Billis, who worked with him a lot, and they all had one word to describe him, Brock, from a viewer perspective. To me, it was colorful.
Yes. From the tie-dye to everything else in between, eating the candles. And, Jason Benetti, a longtime partner as well, is going to join us here to talk a little bit about Bill, a lot about baseball as well. And, he was on the record as saying one of his last interviews, he didn't want to be remembered, right? He wanted to just, not like celebrated either, but just a guy that lived every single day to the fullest. There is some Bill Walton and Justin Barnes. Loves adventure, loves traveling, loves people. Right? And there's not anybody, and it's weird, Salk. All my years at ESPN, I never crossed paths with him. Not in a hallway, not in a studio, not anywhere. Obviously, West Coast guys. He was the epitome of the Conference of Champions, and the Pac-12 fell into the ocean with the final game in the conference baseball tournament. Sadly, the guy that represented the Conference of Champions and was more proud of it than anybody on this earth, the 7-foot giant. Passed away yesterday, and a surprise, I think, to a lot of us. I don't think any of us knew the battle with cancer that he had been fighting over the last few months. And as I said, Jason Benetti will color in some of those lines here shortly.
All right, that's everything you need to know. A quarter past every hour here.
Very nice of you, Brock. Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. So I'm reading this book, and it talks about delayed gratification. You're waiting until June 6th, right? And it tied delayed gratification into those with tremendous discipline. And that's where you're perplexing to me, Salk.
Because I don't know that I have tremendous discipline.
Correct.
I don't know if I would describe myself that way.
Because there are times that you go into these tremendous discipline modes.
Right.
But then there's other times where it is just kind of off the rails, you know? So, that's where you didn't really fit this. It's a book on...
Well, I don't know that I want to wait until June. Like, I'm forcing myself. I have to set up a time, like June 6th, to keep myself from overreacting and swinging wildly back and forth.
Right.
It's just a matter of knowing thyself, Brock. And then once you do, you can set up little barriers and little helps to just aid your...
But this whole chapter is on Michael Phelps, and he had a delayed gratification.
He and I are very similar.
He understood when the Olympics was, but then he also understood the discipline to swim 6 miles a day.
Yeah, how'd that work out for him afterwards? It feels like maybe it had a negative effect on him long term.
Maybe.
All right, Jason Benetti is going to join us here in just a moment, a guy who's been worked up close and personal with Bill Walton, and, of course, can also...
Peed in his backyard. I mean, he peed in his backyard.
He peed in Walton's backyard or vice versa?
He peed in his backyard. Bill said, hey, number 2 in the toilet, number 1 outside, so
right
we can
here in the backyard.
Water. Yes.
Well, that story and more coming up next on Brock and Salk.
The Dugout. Go in depth with the Mariners.
Goodbye, baseball.
With voices like Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith, and Dave Sims.
This is a club that has the ability to go on another run.
You never know when a team is going to get hot.
This team's window is wide open.
Hear from the players and coaches, and go behind the scenes with insider Shannon Dreyer.
We are seeing him comfortable with where he is at the plate. We're seeing a guy that has his timing.
The Dugout, Tuesdays at 1 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Are you looking for a fun night out? Snoqualmie Casino is just the spot. Go, unwind, have some fun, have a good evening. Falls Buffet is back open. They're serving all your favorites like prime rib every day, fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, the noodles, the pizzas, the salad bar, the dessert bar. Yeah, they have pies that they make every day as well. Vista Prime, you're talking upscale, man. Amazing happy hour menus that start at 4 o'clock with the unbelievable views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It's all available at Seattle's closest casino. It is Snoqualmie Casino, only 30 minutes from downtown. Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino.
When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Ursula Reutin. CertaPro Painters did such a beautiful job on our home. In fact, we were so happy with their excellent workmanship and great communication, we hired them for another project. And once again, we were thrilled with the outcome. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Western Washington. Schedule your free estimate today at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Chill or grill on a new deck this season. Get a free Makita Bluetooth radio or portable pellet grill with a qualifying PAR deck package purchase. But hurry, offer ends soon. Visit par.com for details. Your total home building source. Go where the builders go.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. So on your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 675 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. 0% for 36 months. Available on all new Mazda CX-5s, Mazda CX-30s, Mazda CX-50s, Mazda CX-90s on approved credit.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer's here and it's time for you to put yourself in the game. But you don't have to do it alone. Come visit the incredible showroom and the all-star team at Toyota of Kirkland. With a large selection of over 70 brand new Tundras and Tacomas on the lot, you'll be able to test drive one and take it home the same day. And don't forget about that lifetime powertrain warranty. Now that's how you become the MVP. Come in today or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com. toyotaofkirkland.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
You're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, sad news yesterday as we learned of the passing of the legendary basketball player, Hall of Famer, broadcaster, personality, Bill Walton. Brock, we've spent a lot of time on this show, over our 15 years talking about Bill, laughing about Bill, always in good fun, who I think We both enjoyed him a lot, and I know there were folks that thought it was too much, and that's fine. I respect it. I think you and I always just really enjoyed the Bill Walton bit.
The entertainment value of it. Did you know him as a player, like growing up in Boston? I know you were a Laker fan and you're sat in, Lakers jacket and stuff.
Yes, my purple and gold Converse.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember '86 when he came, and it was a big deal. I can't tell you. I mean, I was 8 years old, so it's not like I could really give you all of the details on how he was as a player. I know he had knee issues that were horrible. But, yeah, I mean, I remember him being there. And more so, though, I think of him as a broadcaster because he was just so interesting.
Yep.
Jason Benetti, your partner with Fox Sports, also calls Tigers games as well, and had the privilege of being a partner with Bill Walton. Kind enough to take a few minutes with us. Jason, how are you?
I'm good. Tough day yesterday because none of us ever thought Bill would pass away. We just thought that he would, become a pine tree or something.
Did you have any sense? You just
Excuse me.
Salk.
You just broke me.
Swallow his tongue. Yeah. Did you have any sense that he was battling sickness the way he was? 'Cause I think it shocked so many of us around the sports world, Jay.
So we were supposed to do 4 NBA shows this year. Throw It Down with Bill Walton is what it was called, and we did 2 of them from his home in San Diego, and then the last 2 he canceled, and they were around the Pac-12 tournament time and a little bit after the Pac-12 tournament. And I figured something wasn't great if Bill was canceling anything because he doesn't do that. And I had heard through the grapevine that he was ill, and I sent a message to Lori and Bill, a voice memo to them during the Pac-12 tournament, and Lori sent me a nice note back. But I knew it wasn't great. And then Saturday, I got a phone call from a friend that said, kind of brace for the worst. So I knew a little bit that there was something going on, but I also wanted to respect the privacy of somebody whose favorite phrase was save it for the air. First time I walked up to him in Maui for the Maui Invitational in 2018, Pass was off doing something. So this is where our friendship got started, is they sent me to Maui to work with Bill. And I come in hot from a football game, and I walk into the practices, and I walk up to him, and I say hello to him. I hadn't met him before. And he goes, save it for the air. And he walks away. And I thought, this is going to be amazing, I think. But, so we did the night side the first day, and then we did the day side the next day. So it was like 9 p.m., 9:30, we get out of there. And then we have a noon game the next day. And I'm telling you guys, it was the first 2 games I ever did with him. And you had to hold on to the game while holding on to him and while trying to figure out where to go next, even though it's not your choice. And I was driving back to the hotel day 2 after the day game, and I called Kevin Brown, who calls Orioles games, a very good friend of mine who's a super creative guy, and I go, hey, I've never been more tired in my life. Bill wore me out so good for those 2 days. Like, you're using so much mental energy and so much RAM on trying to figure out. Like, that was one of those 2 days was when he asked me if my dad played for Jerry Tarkanian. And I said, no, my dad's an air traffic controller. And he said, well, wouldn't it have been cool if he played for Jerry Tarkanian? Yeah, but it's like 40 minutes of that twice, and then twice again the next day. I felt like I had been on Survivor.
That's twice now you've made Salk swallow his tongue. Well done, Benetti. Yeah. I tell people, Jason Benetti here with us.
The whole Bill Walton thing does crack me up. Like, he's just one of those people. I lived in L.A., Brock, when he was doing Clippers games.
Yeah.
So, you asked me about, growing up and watching him. I probably experienced more Bill Walton covering Clippers games, and they were terrible. I mean, the worst team in history. And he'd be out there talking as if, they were playing for the NBA title every week. It was hysterical.
I have said to people, Jason, that Tony Dungy, for me, was the one human whose perception and reality were exactly the same. As far as a professional in the public eye and everything, the perception of Tony Dungy and the reality of working with him for 2 years, the exact same guy. It strikes me that Bill Walton, in the tributes yesterday from the sports world, from the broadcast world, from the whole world, it strikes me that Bill was a guy whose perception and reality were in lockstep. Is that fair, knowing him the way you knew him?
Yeah, his curiosity was boundless on the air, off the air, and his kindness was so effortless, right? His generosity in the world was everything to me, and he treated me so beautifully in that we would joke around on the air. I'd be talking about a guy's injury history, and he'd go, "What do you know about physical challenges?" And he said it completely unironically. We did an open for that NBA show in his backyard basketball hoop. And I was wearing his old Celtics warm-up, and he was wearing, I want to say, a tie-dye shirt. And the whole conceit was the show's called Throw It Down, so we're playing basketball one-on-one, right? So I'm dribbling to the hoop. I very, very angrily say, well, the name of the show is Throw It Down, and I go up to dunk on this hoop. And I'm telling you, he had more than 1,000 NBA blocks, but none were as vicious as this one. He literally just was and blocked the shot. And I could have easily fallen over. I'm telling you, I twisted my knee. I didn't show it because I was like, oh man, I really want to do this and be up to the challenge. He was 70 at the time, and he hammered that shot. And it's not the only time that it happened. We're doing the White Sox Angels game, and I asked him on a whim if he would reenact a swim move at third that was being challenged on instant replay. And he was like, okay, you be the base runner, I'll do the tag. So I show that I'm trying to swim by him, and he whacked me on the arm. And I was like, dude, I'm brittle. And, he would have been like, no, you're not. Be up for the challenge if we talked about it, right? But it is the love of people that he had. He didn't want to, if we're going to do it, we're doing it for real. And Brock, specifically how important that is to me. Mm-hmm. And so, the love I have for him is forever and for always.
Could you have, Jason, a normal conversation with Bill Walton?
Don't put me in a binary world, Salk. Normal is a word that he wouldn't define. He just wouldn't do it. There's nothing about him that fits into any category that anybody wants to create. So I know I'm talking like him, and that actually makes me feel happy because, he didn't ever want to rate anything. It wasn't about any of that. But I will say the third day in Maui, and I'm not going to say exactly what he said, but the third day in Maui, and we had just met, and he could tell that I was pretty excited to be with him. And he just kind of leaned in about 5 minutes before we hit the air and was said some version of, this has been really fun. I'm glad we did it. And he said a couple other nice things. I don't want to be aggrandizing, but he just leaned in and said a couple things that made me feel like I was on top of the creative world. And, he's as real as it gets, and he could almost sense when somebody wasn't having a good day, at least in my experience. But he changed the paradigm for me of what's possible in life and on the air, both.
Wow.
And he was as real as the canyons and the gorges and the trees that he adored.
And you could go number 2 in the house, but 1 was outside. So was there an area, kind of a designated area? It's hey, or did you kind of just have the freedom to express in your own way?
No, you have the freedom to express in your own way. It was a little bit like Banksy, right? It was just an art installation would appear in the backyard if you had to go. And it's one of those details that people will glom onto, but it's also he didn't care, right? He just didn't care. The rules of a typical behavior didn't apply because he'd been through too much to have them apply. And for somebody who treats broadcasting as art, I'm not exaggerating by saying this, but he's my hero.
Because he truly didn't care. I mean, people can say that all the time. Oh, I don't care what people say. I don't care how they. But he truly, truly lived that. And I think that's why the expressions yesterday of gratitude and memorializing him and thanking him and loving on him and everything you just shared is so real because he just did it his own way. Jason, I know you got to get running, buddy. Thank you so much for the time. We didn't even get to baseball.
Thank you so much. And certainly our thoughts with you as well. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Thanks. The world was a better place for him existing in it. So thank you guys for giving me some time to talk about him.
Love it. There you go. There's Jason Benetti, longtime broadcaster and Brock's partner currently with Fox. You guys are doing another year again together, right?
Yeah, he got you to swallow your tongue twice.
That was really funny.
He would. Of all my different partners, Salk, and there have been a lot of them through the years. Okay, I've gone through a lot of partners. I'll say it. I've gone through a lot of partners.
You really have.
He's the one that if we went to dinner in Pullman would have you on the floor laughing.
Yeah, I really like it.
He would make you chuckle.
When
He's
do the Tigers come in?
guy.
We gotta make sure we get Jason to come in the studio when the
For
Tigers
sure.
come in. That would be a lot of fun. So
he did it his way. I know Sinatra wrote the song, and Sinatra did it his way in his era with his art and his music. But I mean, truly, Bill, you just heard it, the outpouring from everybody yesterday, right? It was. I was trying to think when Madden passed a few years ago, there was a similar contingent in the football community, no question about it. But what Bill expressed, you could see it in the basketball community, you could see it in the music community, you could see it in the arts community, you could see it in the college community, you could see it in the broadcasting community. I mean, it was a profound celebration of his life, well lived yesterday.
And for so many good reasons. I mean, he was unique, he was colorful, he was himself, he was authentic. And it sounds like, again, not
loved people, man. Loved people.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. At the heart of all of that was some legitimate caring for the people around him, and that is,
And Dave Pash and him could not have been further separated. A little bit like you and I ideologically could not be further apart on the spectrum. And yet, they had just a joy to work together and a back and forth and a respect and a love for one another. So it just wasn't his own,
But it's amazing. It's not. I mean, as much as it was great with him and Pash, he was great with Roxy Bernstein, and he was great with Jason and anybody else who he would, hook on with for a little while.
Steve Clipper Jones?
Yeah, it would always just work out well because he was funny and he would adapt just enough to whoever it was and surprise them. And that idea of swallowing your tongue because somebody's just said something so bizarre, I feel like it was a daily occurrence working with Bill Walton. So sad day yesterday, but fun to get to pay some tribute to him. And Brock, we haven't done this in a while. Hopefully you remember how to answer 3 good football questions.
Bruins big here. Huskies Bears playing out the way it does in the wild.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Well, hold on a second. You take the most passive bear and the most savage husky. What happens?
Bear wins.
You sure?
Yeah.
I mean, Wyman thought he could beat a really there has to be kind of a bear out there that doesn't want to fight.
Nope. I don't think that's how that works. Okay. A bear that doesn't want to do that's not a bear anymore.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, it's not a bear. Brock, question number 1 for you. I was so blown away.
I know.
With
I could
Byron
tell.
Murphy.
I could tell.
Brock.
I was in Cancun and I
Brock.
could feel your vibes.
Brock.
It was scary.
I've never seen a human being built like that. He's a cube.
Yes.
What? He's built like you said a muscle ball, you're close. He's a cube. He's not that tall.
He's a muscle
very
cube.
wide. He's very deep. He's a cube. Tell me more about Byron Murphy.
And it's his legs, right?
Oh, my gosh, they're insane.
Yes.
His legs are insane.
Yes. I'll give you one back in the day before he kind of blew up. He's a baseball player, actually. Kirby Puckett.
He had a big old...
Dude, Kirby had horsepower and legs and explosion. And had he trained like guys get to train today, like he'd have been just he's a brick of muscle. and yet was explosive. And that's what you see. I mean, they're guys, Salk, you can go down to Venice Beach and find, blocks and cubes of muscle. But it's the way that he bends, right? When you watched him do those drills and you watch that amount of mass bend the way that he does, it's why he was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list, right? Going into last season, because what he could do in a weight room, they had to shut him down in the weight room. You don't need to do anymore. I got you. Okay, those 3 reps of squatting 600 pounds, I got you. We really don't. There's no upside to continuing to put more weight on your back. Like whatever you need, it's there. And that is why, on top of what we talked about a couple weeks ago with the personnel around him, not the chip on his shoulder, the boulder on his shoulder, because the disrespect he's getting is one of the top defensive guys drafted and yet not mentioned on any list, not invited down to the rookie premiere, none of it. It's why you should get a pretty motivated cube or ball of muscle out there right in the middle of things.
Fascinating. We're going to talk more about him later. Question number 2. We've also talked about scheme differences, right? And especially on defense. McDonald say anything last week that jumped out to you as it comes to scheme?
Does it surprise you that Mora, A, worked yesterday? Does it surprise you that B, Mora just individually, personally, sent me a list of 912 cuts from OTAs last week, which I so appreciated. And as I was scouring through them last night, doing some show prep, I'm like, ooh, let me hear this one. Because this, if you want, again, a distinct difference between Pete Carroll in the third phase, Salk, of the offseason versus Mike McDonald in the third phase, this one resonates with me more than any other. Cut number 13.
It's a challenge right now. It's a challenge right now. We're still installing. We're going to be installing defensively throughout. I mean, install 2 is today. And, we'll evaluate it as we go. So if the guys, like, we're a little slow to make some checks today, anticipating things, so we'll make some decisions so it doesn't pile on, so we don't get too far behind. But I'm not really worried about the pace of how fast we get everything in. We want a really good foundation for when we get into camp. So we have a schedule, but we'll adjust as we go.
How much is in so far, Mike?
Today was installed 2, so 20%.
20%. They're in the third phase of on-field activities. They got 20% of the defense. I don't think it's crazy to say that by the third phase of OTAs with Clint Hurt and Ken Norton and Pete Carroll, like close to 100% of the defense is in. Like, this is what we do. This is who we are. There's going to be blitz packages and special packages and nickel packages and, all these things. So, maybe it's not quite 100%. Maybe it's 60, 70%. But 20%? And then when you listen to Love and you listen to Spoon and you listen to Jenkins and you listen to these linebackers talk about the amount of horsepower it takes to be, from a football cerebral standpoint with these checks, you get it. It's going to be a lot. It is going to be the single, and I want to say this carefully, I think the single greatest difference in Mike McDonald being the head coach of the Seahawks versus the last 14 years of success with Pete is going to be the volume and the reams of defense that this group will be capable of playing.
All right, question number 3.
Will they play it well? In year number 1, hit the ground running? Probably some work in progress. But the volume of defense will be so significantly different than what we have seen. And by the way, the other thing was pretty darn successful for a long, long time. There's more than one way to do it. But, yep, it's going to be very, very, very different with the volume of defense.
Well, speaking of what was, Shelby Harris came to Seattle a couple of years ago in the Russell Wilson trade, and apparently, Brock, he wasn't that thrilled about it. He was pretty open about the fact that he was crying. He was so upset that he'd been traded to what he referred to as purgatory here in Seattle. What do you make of this?
Wow. Can I hear it? Crying like a baby?
When I say I cried like a baby. Because I was like, man, this is going to mess up everything with my family. Like, we have it so good here. But then also, I'm thinking, I'm getting traded to the purgatory. We're about to be trash in Seattle. Russ is, you're thinking, you're not thinking, if you're not in, Russ is the reason. Russ was the reason.
Turns out that wasn't entirely the case, but...
No, and it wasn't purgatory. They made the playoffs that year and come back player of the year and the 12s and all of that stuff. But, that's a little window into the dangers of, trades and free agency. Of not being homegrown, of not drafting and developing. Nobody watches the car like the owner. And all of a sudden, you know, a comfortable vet, played a long time in the league, made his money, is very comfortable in a beautiful place where the sun shines, and I got to go where? And I got to go play without Russ, and I got to go play on a team that's supposed to win 5 games. Like, okay, I can kind of appreciate that transparency and honesty. I don't have to love it, but it does show you the advantage, especially when you're in a market that's as removed maybe and, you know, is a little gray and is a little wet and is all these things. You better draft and develop and have success with your own.
Just a follow-up question there. When he said that we're about to be trash, was he talking about the Seahawks or his own play?
Wow.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Yes.
That's Blue 88.
Well, I think sometimes those thoughts from the neck up can affect the play on the field.
Because he was really not very good.
He wasn't great here. No, wasn't.
Well, because he went on in the next cut to admit, they said, but you got like happier as the season went along, right? And he's like, no, not at all.
No.
He was like, it was gray and rainy and depressing.
I would say the feeling
he didn't enjoy it.
Pretty mutual.
Yeah, that was not the most motivated defensive line room. If we can remember that group. Their inability to stop the run, their inability to impact the passer, their inability to play hard.
Yeah, I don't
remember
too enamored with the that defense.
No, kind of moved out all those guys after the season.
Yeah.
Kind of like the transfer portal was like, okay, LJ, Puna, Shelby, we're just going to have to get a whole new group of players.
And now they're basically you're doing that again.
Yeah, you don't want to be here and you don't want to play hard, so see you later.
Yep, that's not going to cut it. All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. I do want to talk more about what I saw out at practice, Brock. We've got the second practice that we're able to view coming up this week. Thursday, I believe, will be another open practice for the media. The first one was eye-opening, and I want to chat about it with you next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
One of the best to do it, man. The homie, Lofa Tatupu.
Weekdays, 10 to 2.
Let's talk some OTAs. We have Mike McDonald as the new head coach. What do you think they're going through?
An adjustment, right? Just like for the players, this is a new setting for them. You know, obviously they got hired because they're on board with, or their philosophy. Everybody has their own. I learned that from Pete Carroll, but it aligns very similar with the head guy's philosophy. So probably just as big of an adjustment for the coaches as it is for the players.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Calling all drivers. Here's why Polestar 2 is called the driver's EV. With all-electric performance and a range of up to 320 miles per charge, Polestar 2 has the power and handling to change your perceptions of EV driving. But the best way to find out for yourself is a test drive. Visit Polestar Bellevue to test drive Polestar 2 today. 320 mpg range based on model year 24 Polestar 2 long-range single-motor variant and EPA standard. Visit Polestar.com for full details.
Shane Company loves Seattle so much,
we decided to open another jewelry store in the area. Come say hi at our new South Center Square location in Tukwila. Shop our beautiful selection of fine jewelry or stop by our new Create Your Own station and make something one of a kind. You can also step into our pop-up radio booth to share a story about your jewelry for a chance to be featured on the radio. And of course, you can still visit us in Linwood too. We can't wait to see you.
Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
Hey, this is Carly, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken Minis is the combination of flavors. The first thing I always taste is the honey butter. It gets me going in the morning. The Chicken Minis are phenomenal. The roll is soft, and the chicken is crispy. I never had chicken for breakfast before, but they were so good. I told my mom and sister about them, and now they're a family thing. It's the perfect breakfast bite.
Breakfast starts with Chicken Minis and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel, not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Access to quality health care is an important topic. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
Got an old car, boat, trailer, or bike sitting around and collecting dust? Why not donate to Tacola's LeMay Marymount Event Center and get a tax deduction at the Lucky Collector Car Auction June 1st. 100% of the seller's proceeds benefit the charity. In fact, any bona fide charity of your choice. We're professionals. We'll get more for your item. Clean up your garage for a cause. Call 206-467-6531 or visit luckyoldcar.com.
Swing and a miss, strike three, and the ball game is over. The Mariners win it 3-2 over the Astros tonight.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Get his freaking auto!
This is Brock and Salk.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
On Seattle Sports.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Styled by Simply Seattle.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, we're back to baseball. Jeff Passan coming up in 30 minutes for his regular Tuesday conversation. Mariners have won a couple games, 3.5 game lead in the AL West, which is nice over Texas, 4.5 over Houston. So we'll dig back into that here in a little bit. Brock, we haven't really had a chance to chat since my first opportunity to see this Seahawks team on the field with the new coaching staff and all of that on Wednesday. Moore and I went out there last week. I got a bunch of things to kind of check in with you on, but the biggest for me on Wednesday, I had quite the leg day experience.
Okay.
I saw 3 of the most unique and gigantic sets of legs all in one day.
Yeah.
All pretty close up.
Do you think 15 years ago you would have ever had a leg day like that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I couldn't help it in this case.
You think so? You don't think this is one of those ones where once again
Brock is asking is if he's rubbed off on you.
Yes. Is this a body just viewing?
I think that even without
scouting
your influence,
eye, you think
without
so,
your influence, I couldn't have missed this.
Okay.
First, you've got Byron Murphy, who we talked about.
Right.
He doesn't fit into his shorts. Like, whatever he was wearing was not...
Like Derek Hall purposely wore
Right.
a size smaller so he could show off his...
And he's not doing that anymore, by the way. He was wearing sweatpants.
Good.
Like, hey, I'm going to wear sweatpants and try to make it as a player, not just a leg model.
Yes.
So, yeah, he was wearing the sweatpants. Byron Murphy was wearing normal shorts. They weren't, like, meant to show off the legs.
Right.
They just didn't fit him. His legs are too big.
Yeah, he's got an upper leg mass that's just,
I think you'd probably have to like get bespoke shorts just to fit his legs.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one. Then I saw Charbonnet. Dude. Now, he was wearing sort of the shorter shorts,
Mm-hmm.
but his legs are so, like, powerful and long and strong.
Yes.
And I couldn't help but make the comp to Chris Carson that year he came back in his second season and looked like a just man-possessed. Charbonnet got a lot of carries, and it wasn't quite like Carson that year. That was insane.
Yep.
But it was the same kind of like, oh, okay, somebody wants to show he's still got it.
Yep. Yeah, if you're going to be a back in this league, and especially one taken as high as both K9 and Charbonnet were taken in the second round, like you've got to be uniquely different. You would really hope that you're drafting somebody that it just brings a different skill set than the rest. There's no other position group at the combine, honestly, where you watch the whole group and you're like, okay, 5'9", between 200 and 215. They all run 4.6. They all basically kind of look the same, like 5'9", 6 foot, 200 to 215, run 4.5 to 4.6. You know, and then you get guys like Ken that run 4.3, and then you get a guy like Charbonnet that's just got legs that are just built different, right? That just have.
He's high cut. He runs higher than most guys. But he is powerful. You could really see it out there on the field. There's no contact, but you could really see the power he was running with. And then later in the day, when I went to the basketball game, I got to see Elliotte Boston up close. Her legs are mammoth.
Yes.
I mean, she is, talk about strong and powerful. I mean, she had one of the worst games I've ever seen from a professional basketball player.
Yes.
She was terrible.
Yeah.
She cost her team. She's
awful. Kind of in TV shape right now, to be fair.
Is that what it is?
Yes. She spent the whole basketball season doing a great job on Peacock with the Big Ten. But yeah, she can't play with Caitlin. Like, it is not a
They're terrible together.
Yeah, it's
that
not
whole
good.
situation was bad.
Yeah, it's like you and me our first year. It's just, this is
It's
rough.
very ugly.
Yes.
They're going to have to, like, figure out how
Caitlin
to
looks as miserable as you looked leaving the
Oh.
building year one. Like, oof, I can't do this. Can't work with this guy.
She looked like she couldn't wait to go somewhere else.
Yes.
Like, how do I go somewhere else away from these other 11 people that I can't stand and this coach who's going to get fired?
Yeah.
She looked.
That's a physical game, though, huh?
Brock. They got after each other,
told you.
sitting in good seats. So I sat 3-4 rows behind the Fever bench.
I saw your pics.
Me and my friend Trace, we could not believe how physical that game was.
More physical, the WNBA game or the Seahawks OTA?
No, it's not close. I mean, they're not allowed to be physical in the OTA.
Yes.
But man, they are crushing each other.
Oh.
Really physical. It looked
Yes.
like Oakley in the 90s Knicks.
Yes.
It was awesome.
Yes.
Anyway, back to OTAs. Maura will tell you the biggest thing that jumped out to both of us was the amount of communication and moving around on defense. How big a change will that be?
It's going to be very, very drastic. And again, I think we've got to be careful to just try to point to the past and certainly the limitations of the last few years and not remember it in totality. I mean, for 14 years, Pete took this team to 2 Super Bowls, to playoffs nearly every year, won a Super Bowl, the greatest run in 14 years of any coach in our market. Don James, Lenny Wilkins, right there. I mean, it's Mount Rushmore. So you don't want to, and anytime you start this kind of conversation, I know I find myself like, well, hold on a second. Make sure you give that system their due. Because they were the Legion of Boom. They were one of the 5 best defenses in the history of this league.
But I don't remember them talking as much to each other about what was happening on the field.
Early on,
they
did. Early on with their cover
I remember
3.
a lot of talking. I remember a lot of crowing. I remember a lot of smack talk. I remember a lot of hand signals and them moving around a little bit. I don't remember what we saw on Wednesday, where they were essentially like talking to each other nonstop on where to go, what to do, etc. It was constant.
Yes, and it is because, I mean, truly, like, you looked at the defensive playbook of Pete, and I think Dan Quinn maybe did a little more, Gus Bradley a little more, Chris Richard maybe a little more, maybe too much, and all of a sudden Pete was like, nope, let's narrow this thing back to the core of what we do. In fact, remember playing base personnel, as we talked to KJ about, and even KJ is like, oof, yeah, this is going to be a little tough for us to do some of these things and play some of these coverages in base when this league has gone nickel. But it was pretty simplified. It's pretty streamlined. It's about what we do. This defense, Salk, is about taking care of everything you're going to see that everybody's doing to you. Right? It's having, at least answers to be able, on a whiteboard, to be able to communicate. Now, can you get to all of them? Right? In a reactionary world that defense largely is, offense, they get to kind of set the tone. Defense have to react to it. Can you have possibly enough reactionary answers for everything you're going to face The old system, absolutely not. And you saw that with the McVays and the Shanahans, and that system often had their ways. This system is going to have so many more answers if they can communicate it and get to all of that, all the chapters of this playbook, man. Going to be really, really deep. I mean, I remember going to Indianapolis, and I've told you this story, and I thought, ooh, I'm coming out of this West Coast system.
Right.
No, everything else is going to be easy, Salk. I mean, what was the most difficult book you ever read in school?
I don't even know what to answer there. That's a good question.
Yeah,
I never have to read any James Joyce, but I've seen it.
Yeah, some of your old philosophy books or somewhere where you have to read and
some Kierkegaard,
some rereading and some rereading again. Like, it's not just a one-time breeze through, oh, I comprehend that. Like, I'm having to go back, and I thought coming out of the West Coast, whew, everything else is going to be a breeze. Like, I just did this deep level,
right?
Read, write, type, close, see, less, spread, where everything was on me. And I went to India. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Totally.
I mean, I called Molly that first. I can't do this. Like, I don't know how he does this. Every single play, right? So this was Peyton reacting so that defense could never be right. I can check to this, I can check to this, or I can check to this. And I can move this piece around, and I can change this protection. And whatever you throw at me, I've got answers for. And this is kind of a little bit of the inverse. Defensively, whatever formation, whatever personnel, whatever way you think you can attack our vulnerabilities, we can communicate through them enough that we're going to have answers to what you throw at us.
That really jumped out. The other thing, and I'm just trying to get to this quickly, even though it's more than a 1 or 2 minute conversation, is Geno's pretty clearly the starter. You know, he looked like a starting quarterback and all that. Howell, to me, looked better than any backup I've seen here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Better than when Geno was a backup, better than Drew Lock last year, better than some of the other things we've seen over the years that were just not even pro quality.
Mm-hmm.
He had 2 bad plays and then kind of bounced back after that. I am still pretty curious to see more because he does look better than all of those other guys.
He looks like Baker Mayfield. Oh, my gosh.
He really
Did it
does.
look like that way in person?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
He really looks like Baker Mayfield.
Sheesh. From his stance, from his setup, to his uniform, to his towel, to his delivery. Like, man, if that was Baker Mayfield out there, would you have known the difference?
Probably not.
Yeah.
No, there was a lot of Baker.
Yes.
That was hard to ignore.
Yeah.
There was a lot of
But
Baker
Geno in
Mayfield
command. It's Geno's team going in.
Yeah, going in.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Going in.
Yep.
We'll see where it all ends up when it's said and done. Coming up next, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, including the best Mariner news you could possibly hear. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
I don't think that it is unrealistic to believe that they have the talent and the ability to win a championship with this team.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
Their DNA remains intact. This is a rotation-dependent team.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Tired of spending endless hours on lawn care? Switch to Synthetic Turf Northwest, the Northwest leader in quality synthetic turf products and professional installation. With 28 years experience, we're your trusted source in Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue. Ask about our 18-month no-interest financing and start enjoying a beautiful, low-maintenance lawn today. Say goodbye to stress and hello to a lush green oasis with Synthetic Turf Northwest. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com, 425-788-0718. Stop stressing about your lawn and start enjoying it.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450E has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ450E. Visit LexusofBellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
Tired of a boring backyard? State Roofing's expert team can help you create the perfect deck before summer hits. We'll make sure your deck is the envy of the neighborhood. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate. That's stateroofing.com.
You want more speed? Well, you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they are faster than ever. Plus, with super fast internet and that reliable connection, you can do more of what you love whenever you want. So that means more gaming. So when my son Titus has his entire baseball team over and they're all gaming, no problem. That means more downloading, more video chatting our kids from away. And for the wife and I, yeah, maybe that means more nights on the couch streaming our favorite movies and TV shows every single night. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. And now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit that Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Make the call to 1-800-XFINITY.
Let's see. If something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 844-43-BIBLE. That's 844-43-BIBLE. 844-43-BIBLE.
Hey, Mike Salk, and it's Window Nation semi-annual sale. It is a big deal. Right now, get 50% off all windows along with no interest for 5 years. Plus, bonus savings when you schedule a consult today. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike three, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
Kick off summer by checking out the incredible showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. With a wide selection of Camrys on the lot, including the brand new 2025 Hybrid Camry, along with the new inventory of Tundras and Tacomas. All with a lifetime powertrain warranty, you're in for a summer to remember. The unbeatable team at Toyota of Kirkland will set up your test drive, and you can take that car home the same day. Get your summer groove on at Toyota of Kirkland or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. 911, what's your emergency?
Someone on the other line saying they kidnapped my son.
On September 12, 1995, McKay Everett disappeared from his home in Conroe, Texas.
There was no sign of forced entry. It was just as if McKay had walked out of his own free will.
And to this day, McKay's mother, Paulette, feels that justice was never truly served. Ransom is available now. Listen at ransompodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Howdy, partner. The first Mariners Fireworks Night is coming up, and it's going to be a boot-scootin' spectacular. Join us this Friday for a post-game country music party presented by T-Mobile after the team squares off against the Angels at 7:10.
This is blasted out of here! Watch out all the way up top! Cal Raleigh with a go-ahead 7th inning grand slam!
Break out your Stetson and your Spurs and visit mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and catch 2 great shows for the price of 1. Plus, check out the complete list of all 8 Mariners Fireworks Nights and can't miss giveaways coming to T-Mobile Park this summer.
Ball game! Julio! Rodriguez gets it done! Yes, sir! And the Mariners win it!
Mariners Baseball. Giddy up and try dance up.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, they got it all done in the first inning, Brock. All the offense you would ever need. A grand total of 3 runs, and it was enough. They got the bases moved. They got people moving around the bases, a whole bunch of hits, and then Cal drove in a run with a sac fly that probably could have cleared the bases. He crushed that ball tight. France with a nice RBI single, and then Mitch Haniger finished up all the scoring they need for the day.
Valdez from the belt and the 0-1 to Henniger, swinging a ground ball up the middle into center field. A base hit. Garver running third, being waved in by Manny. The throw to third by Myers. And the Mariners keep the line moving. Mitch Henniger with a base hit with 2 outs. He picks up a run batted in. Garver scores, and it's now the Mariners 3 and the Astros nothing, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, they never ended up getting more, but it was enough for Bryce Miller. He goes 6 strong innings, allowed just the 2 runs in the game. Thornton, Spotter both pitched well. Munoz was absurd in the 9th inning, and so they win again. Up 3.5 now on Texas, 4.5 on Houston, and more important than any of that, Brock, Julio Rodriguez is hitting.
Yes. And it looks like it. It isn't just a one-off. It is back-to-back days in Washington in the heat and humidity that he drove the ball well out of the yard. It's hitting it hard everywhere. It's it's one of these modes that, well, we've seen with Julio over the last couple of years. We saw before with Nelson Cruz. We saw it before with Ken Griffey Jr. When you got a skill set that's just different than everybody else, and it gets good, and it gets going, it gets on rhythm and timing, as he talked about, and he has been working his butt off, man, behind the scenes to get into that zone, to get into that timing. The skipper's saying it too, like, okay, now we're getting the Julio that can really spark this kind of offense and carry it, hopefully, Salk, for some weeks at a time.
It's why I've been waiting for June 6th to make a definitive statement on this offense, because you got to see what it looks like with I'm going to use the word healthy Julio. I don't mean health-wise. I just mean, in the right spot. And so, hopefully that's what's about to come here. They also made a whole bunch of little roster moves this weekend. We got to see the Major League debut of Ryan Bliss yesterday at second base.
Can I call him little? Is it okay if I call him Little Ryan Bliss?
You can call him
Little Ryan Bliss.
He's not large. It's sort of what was the guy who was here a few years ago, the second baseman?
Yeah.
Also kind of a little guy.
But he's even little. I mean, he's like 5'9", 150.
Shed long. Yeah.
I mean, Bliss is like 100. Like, you just want to feed him Titus's In-N-Out meal that he had. His double-double, his cheeseburger, his animal fries, his 2 Flying Dutchmen. Like, put that thing down, man. Because, he is twitched, and he has played great at the AAA in Tacoma. He's done everything, Salk, to earn this opportunity, and hopefully he can maximize it.
Yeah, he did pretty well yesterday. Had a walk and made all his plays in the field. Tyler Lockett promoted to AAA Tacoma, which means he may be not too far away from a big league opportunity. If France, Garver, Haniger don't produce more than they have. And then I thought this was great news. I've been talking about him quite a bit. I've wanted Gregory Santos back. And yesterday we got some news from Justin Hollander on where Santos is at in his rehab.
Gregory Santos is here with us. He was with us on the road trip. Actually got off the slope and threw 5 pitches while we're in Washington. Really excited about the progress he's making. I don't have a timeline that I would feel comfortable sharing right now, but we're going to keep him with us. I think the energy of the Major League team and the ability of Trent Blank and our people here to work with him and stay in communication with Jason Roberts and our staff in Arizona is working well. So we'll just keep Gregory here and rehabbing with us for a while until such a point as he's ready to go transition to a different environment. But really pleased with the progress he's making right now.
Huge.
2 quick things on that. Number 1, I love Hollander always comes with notes. I love it. I absolutely love it. Number 2, I love seeing Santos in the dugout. Not just an idea that Ryan Davis talked about, to actually see him in the big league dugout. Remember, we kind of saw Wu go through the process, and even when JP was hurt, like, be around this team, be around these pitchers, be around Luis, be in this environment. To me, that's a big positive sign.
He's huge. He really is a big dude.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
A couple hours from now, we will find out for sure that Dan Bylsma has been hired as the next head coach of the Seattle Kraken. They fired their one and only coach in their history, Dave Haxtell, about a month ago. Bylsma been around for a while, has been with the organization for a few years in the AHL with Coachella. He won a Stanley Cup years ago in his first season in Pittsburgh when he took over mid-year. He's won a Coach of the Year award. In fact, we talked to Elliotte Friedman earlier from Sportsnet in Canada, and he had a lot of really nice things to say about Bylsma's career.
After he left Buffalo, I think some people thought that he was never going to get another chance. But to his credit, he got into the Seattle. This is why it's so important, I think, to get into an organization as a head coach somewhere. Because if you do a good job with a team's prospects, as he has, people will notice. And like I said, he had big support in the organization. There were people who really backed him, and they believe what he did in Coachella Valley made him deserve another chance. And I'm with you. I like to see people get new chances.
I am curious. 866-979-3776. I mean, this would take a deep dive sports fan, I think, to try to give me a similar coaching path of winning a world championship at the professional level and then kicking around a couple stops and then going into the kind of the low minors and working yourself back into
not the
another.
low minors.
Oh, Coach, I'm sorry.
High minors.
High minors.
Yeah. I mean, that's like AAA.
Yeah, I apologize. Sorry. And then getting back into the big time. I'm curious if there is a NBA coach, if there is a baseball coach, manager that has had that kind of circuitous route to lift the trophy, to get another job, to go to the minors, and then come back and get another head job.
It's not quite Pete Carroll.
It's not quite Pete. No, not quite Pete. Because Pete didn't win a title with the Jets or the Patriots the first time around. So you started the mountaintop.
The minors, but all right, we'll think some more on that. In any event, he will be introduced later this morning.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And we've been chatting about it throughout the day. The sad news yesterday, Bill Walton passes away. I mean, really surprising. Nobody knew that he was sick. A legendary figure in so many ways. I think people forget about what a great player he was, Brock, and there's been a lot of emphasis on that here the last couple days. What he did at UCLA especially, that game going 21 of 22 from the field in a championship game, that's like kind of hard to fathom, isn't it?
Yeah, he was kind of Jokic of today. Like he didn't, obviously with all the injuries too, he didn't run and jump near the end, but man, he had just a processor for the game at an elite level. A big man that could pass, unbelievable touch, an incredible winner at the collegiate level, the professional level, and then just a broadcaster that stretched well beyond the realm of basketball. And I'm sure Jeff Passan in those hallways in the day at ESPN has probably at some point crossed paths with Bill. We'll ask him. Benetti painted, I thought, a beautiful picture last hour when he joined us. And as Benetti was describing him, I'm not going to lie, there is a lot of Mike Ewert. Not only in not having much of a filter, but also in just loving people of all different, backgrounds and cultures. And I mean, some of the cast of characters that would come through our door, Salk and Puyallup, I'm like, okay, this is interesting. That this shop teacher that's got 2 fingers from White Swan, love him, love Flick to death, and he's sleeping in your bed, rolling his homemade cigarettes like in your bed because you're unselfish and you don't care. And Peg and Mike would sleep. Oh yeah, Peg and Mike would sleep on the height of bed and give Flick and Ruth their own bed.
No.
Yes, they would.
No.
Yes, they would.
That's enough.
That was Bill.
Generosity, yes. My own bed?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's a step too far.
That's Coach Mike.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy looking back, huh? Give up his own bed.
Yeah, that's a lot. I don't think that's something I'd be willing to do. All right, we got to take a quick break so that we have time for Jeff Passan. We always seem to go long with Jeffrey, so we had a lot of questions for him. Some positive, some negative, and the news that rocked the baseball world yesterday, Brock, when it came out. People were overjoyed. We got to ask Jeff about this along with everything else. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The Dugout. Go in depth with the Mariners.
Goodbye, baseball.
With voices like Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith, and Dave Sims.
This is a club that has the ability to go on another run.
You never know when a team is going to get hot.
This team's window is wide open.
Hear from the players and coaches and go behind the scenes with insider Shannon Dreyer.
We're seeing him comfortable with where he is at the plate. We're seeing a guy that has his timing.
The Dugout, Tuesdays at 1 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
When it comes to painting, it can be messy and time-consuming if you do it yourself. Do what I did and call the pros at your neighborhood CertaPro Painters. Ursula Royteen here. The team at CertaPro Painters is a team you can trust. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Western Washington. Schedule your free estimate online today at CertaPro.com. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1881 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1881S silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. Only a limited quantity of these Morgan silver dollar coins are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-386-7195 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1881S Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic S mint mark of the San Francisco Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1881S silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 140 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-386-7195. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-386-7195 now to secure your 1881S Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-386-7195.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. PacificLamp.com.
Hey 12s, this is Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald. Our team can't wait to experience the best home field advantage in all of football. This year, we're going to need everybody. Let's break a new world decibel record in 2024. Get your tickets now at Seahawks.com/tickets.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Player Spotlight.
Give props to Jerry and Justin. They did a great job bringing in these good group of guys.
Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 675 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. 0% for 36 months. Available on all new Mazda CX-5s, Mazda CX-30s, Mazda CX-50s, Mazda CX-90s on approved credit.
I like my teacher because she helps me with my problems at school.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, plus $500 for their schools sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard standard internet customers.
You're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, rolling along here, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710. And Mariners, Brock, it was 4-6 for a road trip. Not necessarily a problem. The way they got to 4-6 was really bizarre, though, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. You didn't get swept, and I don't think they've been swept in a series all season long this year, which is why you're sitting here at 29-26, and especially in your division, Salk, where the Astros have been swept, the Rangers have been swept a bunch by some bad teams. Like, find a way to salvage a series. And then, when you get a lead in Washington as they had, and then they gave it up, you're like, no. Not after splitting with the Yankees. Don't do that. Don't go to Washington and get swept. They did not. They had the resolve to rally back late. Had a great win yesterday to start this 4-game series with Houston. And I think a pretty cool opportunity. They took 2 of 3 in Houston. Take 3 or 4 from these guys and set them 6-7 games behind you in this race.
Yeah, try to bury the Astros now while you got a chance. Jeff Passan joining us as he does every Tuesday. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Oh, I love that. Already, right from the jump. Right from the jump, getting into the soprano, mixing the tones early. We're kind of feeling. Where do you just big picture, Jeff? Where do you feel like this baseball season in totality? We get so wrapped up myopically in our own team. Where is the totality of baseball a third of the way through right now?
I'm surprised you didn't start with Angel.
We're getting there, I promise.
Yeah, Salk.
I teased Angel. We're going to get to Angel very soon. He's definitely on the list of things to talk about today.
The totality of this baseball
big picture.
season.
Yeah, the big picture. 55 games in.
I feel like the Mariners, in a lot of ways, are representative of what this baseball season is to me. They are a very good but flawed team. And I think right now the game is very good but flawed. And it's very good in the pitching, and it's very flawed in the offense. And I just wonder if baseball is missing a little bit of balance right now. Maybe not. Like, maybe this is where the game is in its evolution at this point. And you need to have some years where the pitching is just clearly ahead of the hitting in order to breed the next generation. But right now, it just seems to me like the pendulum has swung a little bit too much in one direction, and it's to the benefit of a team like the Mariners, who have actively targeted the types of pitchers who have made hitting so difficult and managed. And I want you to listen. I'm going to put my AirPod up to the wood right here. Have managed to stay healthy. A lot of other organizations have not managed to do that. And I suppose you could look at Matt Brash and Gregory Santos and others and say healthy, but in the starting rotation, aside from some games missed by Brian Wu, who, by the way, I'm sorry to go on a tangent right now. I love watching Brian Wu pitch so much.
Yep.
He, every Mariners starter has his thing that makes him enjoyable to watch. But Brian Wu is like the coolest customer out there. It seems like there could be a raging fire, in center field, and he would just be like, okay, I guess that's okay. Gotta execute.
Julio will take care of that. No big deal. No, I agree with you on that, Jeff. I ranked last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, just for fun, trying to put together, of the 5 Mariners starters, who was the most fun to watch, 5 through number 1. And it's hard because all 5 of them are pretty fun to watch. I think I had Wu second behind Castillo just because of some of that, just freak fastball factor.
See, that's interesting. I think I probably would have Kirby at 1.
And yet you wrote about
you have
Logan's
him?
cutter and Bryce's splitter in a great piece that you put out.
Thank you. It's hard to rank them. I haven't like actively thought who I would have there at the top, probably because it's too difficult a question to answer, and life's hard enough, man.
Right, and it doesn't really matter. They've all been really good. At some point, we'll have to have a conversation about all-stars on this team. I'm curious what it looks like. I was going to go through this later, but I look at this team and I see Munoz as a potential all-star. I see Cal Raleigh as a potential all-star. And then I see all 5 starters. What does it look like to you?
I think that sounds about right. And, you know, in the American League, like, the catching position is going to be difficult. You would have to assume that either Adley Rutschman or Salvador Perez is going to get the vote, right?
Yes.
And I think whichever one of those doesn't get voted in is probably going to get chosen. Then you've got a guy like Ryan Jeffers, who's been pretty awesome offensively this year. Danny Jansen has been pretty awesome offensively this year. The A's need a representative, and Shea Langeliers has 10 home runs. And maybe the A's just get Mason Miller and that's done with, but you know, Langeliers could be in the mix. Connor Wong, another guy who's having a massive offensive season, and Cal Raleigh, you know, for all the good things he does, is still hitting 200. So I would say, like, you know, I would lean yes with Cal slightly, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion by any means. Munoz, Munoz, you just kind of don't know when it comes to relievers, because we have to remember about the All-Star game. Every team needs a representative, and generally speaking, every team has at least one reliever who's having a really good year. And so I think that depends as much on how Andres Munoz's peers look at him as anything, right? Because a lot of the relievers who are going to be taken come from the player vote. I think Mason Miller probably will get player voted. I think Emmanuel Clase probably will get player voted. I think Clay Holmes probably will get player voted. Munoz is up there. He's got the numbers. He's got the ERA. He's got the punch outs. He's got the saves. Like, he's got all the things you're looking for. It just may end up being a numbers game from him. And as far as starting pitching goes, I don't know if all 5 are going to be in the mix.
No, of course not. How do you choose, though?
It's hard. It's kind of difficult. You know, I think they probably lean ERA, and if that's the case, Logan Gilbert's the guy. But all it takes is one, you know, mediocre start or, you know, 8 shutout innings from Castillo, and that's flipped right there. I don't think George Kirby's going to make it, but I think Gilbert and Castillo certainly have the best chance.
Speaking of numbers, Jeff Passan here with us. Is that finally what did Angel Hernandez in? That the numbers, the accountability, you know, these umpires in their report cards, kind of game to game.
No. I don't think that was it at all. I think it was a confluence of 2 things that are actually the same thing, and that is what it looks like publicly for Major League Baseball when the person who is most often trending on social media in your game is an impartial arbiter. And I think it, for Angel Hernandez, was the uncomfortable feeling of knowing that you're a pariah among fans, and that translates to how life is affected off the field, whether it's your family hearing things, seeing things, reading things. and the effect that has on us as human beings. And I'm not sitting here trying to make Angel Hernandez a charity case by any means, because, look, a lot of what comes out on social media is a consequence for errors that he would make in his professional life. And they were egregious errors sometimes. He was objectively not a good official. Like that, the numbers did back that up. But man, if this isn't a lesson on how our lives have changed directly because of social media, and what the ability to take someone and turn him into a cause wreaks on a person's life, and in this case, not a good cause, it's a bad cause. I don't know what is. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it was the loud voices and the crowd that ended up getting Angel Hernandez not fired, but might as well be. He got paid to go away. And that was money, I would suggest, that was very well spent by Major League Baseball, and money that was not necessarily earned by Hernandez.
And now baseball fans can focus all of their energy on CB Buckner?
Buckner, Laz Diaz,
right.
We can keep going.
There's a bunch of dudes. We watched Larry Vanover last night. He didn't have a clue where the strike zone was. I mean, where does this go next? Will there be more turnover in the umpire world?
Yeah, and there often is, though. That's the thing that I think people don't understand. I think there were a dozen umpires who retired this past season, and the league understands that this is a game that the numbers suggest is a young man's game. That generally speaking, the best umpires in terms of balls and strikes are the younger ones, and it's a very it's a very difficult needle for the league to thread, because age discrimination is a real thing. But man, sports does tend to be a young person's game, and Major League Baseball, just like the NFL, just like the NBA, just like the NHL, just like the WNBA, like every major professional sports organization out there, MLB's sole priority should be to put the absolute best officials out there possible and have them be as unknown as imaginable. If you don't know an umpire's name, that's good. That's what you want. You don't want to say who's behind the plate today. Oh, this guy's behind. No, God, no. You don't want that.
Mm-hmm. Jeffrey Passan here with us. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. The umpires are part of the game, but they strive to wear an invisibility cloak. And you should act like you went to a game and you didn't spend one time thinking about the umpire or his or her calls.
It's interesting. For 10 minutes here, I've thought about your first answer of just kind of the big picture where baseball is right now, and how pitching, which if you correlate pitching to the other sports, it really is defense. And all those other sports, kind of back to officiating, have all legislated more offense. The NFL wants more offense. Legislate. You listen to Kenny and Charles and those guys talk about the hand checking back in the day in the 80s and 90s. They've legislated so much of that away. Hockey, all of them have legislated so that there is more offense. That's what fans seemingly want. I kind of like your little point there about pitching. And is it okay that you have a league that maybe zigs while the other zags? And no. Elite pitching and what we're seeing on that side with the defense can still be a product that everybody still loves to watch.
Let's not forget, Brock, Major League Baseball legislated more offense last year, too, when it got rid of the shift, right?
True.
And it worked.
Is it helping? Are the numbers still showing that helping this year?
No, they are not. That's the thing. It worked for a year.
Yeah. And pitchers decided to not let anybody hit the ball ever again.
I mean, that's what it is, though, right? How, when the stuff is as absolutely nasty as it is right now, how do you expect someone to hit? Yeah. Now, it's done. We see it happen. You look at a guy like Shohei Ohtani, and it makes you appreciate him more. You look at a guy like Juan Soto, and it makes you appreciate him more. I mean, there are guys who are still elite hitters despite the stuff. But let's not forget the aphorism, the hardest thing to do in sports is hit a fastball, right? That came about when average fastballs were like 86 or 87. The average fastball is like 94.4 miles per hour these days. And it is still, by the way, the easiest pitch by far to hit. You've also got these vicious sliders and splitters that have made a comeback and are gross, and cutters and change-ups that are nastier than they've ever been, and curveballs, and you've got between Paul Skeens, sliders, sweepers, between Paul Skeens and Jan Duran, you've got splinkers. I mean, there are just all kinds of wicked pitches out there right now. And so while it's interesting that the strikeout rate actually has gone down again, I posed this question a little earlier this season. Have we reached peak strikeout? Have we gotten past that? Even though they're putting the ball in play more, those balls are being turned into outs at a higher rate than historically. And to find that, you look at the average on balls in play, right? And, the average on balls in play had settled. It was historically around 300. It had gone down to the low 290s and settled there. Last year, with the new shift rules in place, it bumped up to 297. And it's like, okay, these are having a demonstrable effect. Well, the batting average on balls in play this year is 287. Wow. It's not good. The batting average across the league is 240. Not good. The OPS around the league, it is below 700. No bueno. And so we're in an offensive era right now, guys, that just seems like there's no definitive answer to the question, how are guys going to start hitting more? Which gets back, Brock, to the point you're making about legislating in new rules. And once you start doing that, man, you run into unintended consequence territory. And that is a scary place for a sporting institution to be, because if you implement the wrong rule, if you try to over legislate, the game has the capacity to roar back at you in ways that you did not expect, ways that could be detrimental to other elements of the game. And I think Major League Baseball's instinct is to be like, okay, let's wait a little bit and see if the game fixes itself, right? If there's a natural rebalancing that happens. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. I mean, maybe the information that we have now on bat speed and bat path and all of that data helps breed a revolution similar to the one that we've seen among pitching. But absent hitters catching up in the offseason to pitchers, which frankly I don't see, because pitchers themselves keep getting better, because those tools that I referenced are there and are going to continue to be there. Absent some sort of major change this winter, I don't know how the on-field product is going to look any different.
Jeff Passan with us, as he is every week at this time. What's going on with the Rangers?
Good question. They are, number one, still very banged up on the pitching side, and we can't discount that, right? When you're missing Max Scherzer, when you're missing Jacob deGrom, when you're missing Tyler Mahle, when you're missing all these teams, it's like, or missing all these pitchers, rather. It's like, how good are you going to be? Can you be that World Series type winning version of yourself? But I think beyond that, the offense just hasn't been very good. And that's what got them to the World Series last year, right? It was just this offense that was a wrecking crew. And 1 through 9, it was like, wow, this is an impressive group of guys. Right now, it doesn't really look like an impressive group of guys. Corey Seager's gotten hot lately, and they have been waiting for that. But Adolis Garcia has not been the same. Josh Young has been out since the beginning of the season. Wyatt Langford hasn't been very good. Evan Carter's been dreadful. Jonah Heim, not the same as last year. Marcus Semien, not really getting on base.
Mitch Garver, not there anymore.
Mitch Garver, not there anymore.
Right.
Leody Taveras,
and not
meh. Not hitting either. So I think it's, as much as we look at the pitching and we're like, yeah, they're missing a lot of guys. They've gotten good performances from John Gray and Nate Eovaldi, and Kirby Yates has been awesome as their closer, and they've gotten good work from Michael Lorenzen and Dane Dunning. They just their bullpen kind of stinks right now, and their starting pitching just doesn't have the depth that it should, and will, by the way. They I think they were hoping to hang in there at around 500 or a little better. And for the most part, they've done that. But at some point, the engine may be going, but you need some gas.
Last thing quickly for me here, Jeff. When did the American League West morph into the American League Central and the American League Central the American League West?
We knew the A's were going to be We knew the Angels were going to be I think this goes back to the Texas teams. And we talked about the Rangers. The Astros, I know they've made a little run here. I still don't think they're a very good baseball team. I still think that they have flaws. And the reality to me is this. If the Mariners do not win this division, we're going to look back to April and May and say that's the reason why. Because they had the opportunity to go and get a monstrous lead on the Astros in the Rangers while they had the chance. The Yankees right now are at 37-18. The Orioles are at 34-18. The Guardians are at 36-18. The Royals are at 34-21. Let's say the Mariners have gotten off to a start like the Royals. That would put them 8.5 games up on the Rangers and 9.5 games up on the Astros.
Yeah.
Right now, they are 3.5 up on the Rangers and 4.5 up on the Astros.
Which is still somehow the largest difference between first and second place in the American League.
Kind of wild, right?
It is.
I mean, but the other divisions both have two very good record-wise teams, and then a bunch of teams that are just sort of hanging around. Minnesota's there, Detroit's hanging there in the Central, and Boston and Tampa in the East have just been playing sort of average baseball.
Yeah. Jeff, good stuff. There's a lot of fun conversations in this game right now, and we didn't even really get to much Julio today. It was nice to see him kind of start to turn things around over the weekend and look more like himself. So we will talk again next week.
I look forward to it, boys.
All right,
Appreciate it, Jeffrey.
There's Jeff Passan with a lot to say about the state of the game today. Brock, you want to come back and react to some of that?
Got my mind just working.
I know it does. I can see it. Brock's mind is racing. We got to give Brock an opportunity to talk. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
Going, gone!
Every strikeout.
Swing and a miss, and a fastball, strike 3, and the ball game is over.
Every home run.
Blasted out to right field, an absolute take by Luke Raley to the second deck.
Every Mariners win.
And the ball game is over. The Mariners with a colossal comeback here in the Bronx.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes, please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Seahawks Game Day host G. Scott. The 2024 season is here. This team has it all. Young talent, proven vets, and swagger. Secure your seats now at Seahawks.com/tickets. Let's bring it, 12s.
Asset Roofing, leaders in local metal roofing. Asset Roofing makes each metal roof at their headquarters custom to each job. This allows for up to a 30% discount for the customer.
Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Welcome to T-Mobile Park, home of your Seattle Mariners.
Timeout. The ballpark is home to more than the Mariners. From Moto Pizza to Marination Musubi, it's got delicious grub to Spariners. Sun-drenched seats and stunning skylines for views that don't compare-iners.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
And sparks ready to fly for Friday nights with Flariners. Oh, and we also have Julio. It's almost not Fariners.
Off the scoreboard, a 3-run jack. What a world to live in with Julio Rodriguez.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Don't miss this week's divisional showdown between the Mariners and Astros at T-Mobile Park. The series continues with 3 straight Mariners value games tonight and tomorrow at 6:40 and Thursday afternoon at 1:10. You can snag tickets to all 3 games for as little as $10. Go to Mariners.com/value games to get your seats and check out the complete value game schedule.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450E has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ450E. Visit LexusofBellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
Let's see. If something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month. And that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 844-43-BIBLE. That's 844-43-BIBLE. 844-43-BIBLE.
Ground ball up the middle into center field, and the Mariners Mariners keep the line moving. Mitch Haniger with a base hit with 2 outs. Garver scores.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD to Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Give me a freaking auto!
This is Brock and Salk.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
On Seattle Sports.
We're going to accuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! We're somehow on to the final hour of the Brock and Salk show today. Broadcasting from the palatial Salk mansion, the Salk estate. This morning. Thank you for everybody who's wondered about it. If you're watching on the video stream, yes, I am in my home dealing with a little COVID, Brock. Got the COVID. Yes.
I didn't know people, and I don't mean to be mean. There's still testing. We're not going to do this. I have a whole lot of other thoughts, but I just did not know that there was still those test kits from a couple years ago still good. Or do you have to get new ones? They send new ones your way, or how do those things work?
Yeah.
Anywho, okay, we'll get off of that conversation.
I do have COVID. I'm not freaking out about COVID.
No, I got you.
I do have it, and in an effort not to let Justin Moore get sick,
yes,
I am broadcasting from the basement this morning.
You know, I love the words. There's a lot of words, buzzwords I enjoy. Slippery slope is one of my favorites.
For sure.
But unintended consequences.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of COVID, unintended consequences, right, of decisions that are made and things that are done. And when Jeff said the unintended consequences, and I was racing through all these different sports. You know what, in golf, move those tees back. Okay? The technology's gotten so good. These guys have gotten so big and strong, right? The data is all out there. So you know what? The Masters, there's still enough land. And we can keep moving it back and keep moving it back. And all of these, and we can grow the rough, and we can do all these things, right? You have within your play, the PGA, the opportunity to still somewhat level the playing field. Football, we're going to call roughing the passer, and you're going to get your hands off guys, and we're going to legislate away. And, pass interference is still going to be a spot foul. We can do these things without grossly affecting the product. People get frustrated, but you're not grossly ruining or totally affecting the product. Basketball, get your hands off them. We're going to call, you can't hand check anymore. Can't do that, right? You can move the three-point line in and out. You can do all these things. But as Jeff said with baseball, right? Because the simple answer, these numbers would tell you, and it's not just the Mariners. He sees it globally, which is what I love about every Tuesday with him. These numbers right now with offense are a struggle around the whole league.
For sure.
A BABIP of 287 is not sustainable. A batting average, Salk, where a hitter's getting a hit less than 1 out of 4, not 1 out of 3, like when we grew up, but less than 1 out of 4
on average.
What did he say
that OPS average is
less than 700?
700?
Yes, less than 700.
It used to be around 800.
The batting
lost
average
100 points of OPS in the last decade.
Batting average 247, less than 250. So, less
So
than
is all of this just the unintended consequence of banning steroids?
Is it the data revolution for these pitchers? We didn't even get to Jeff's great article where he talked now about Logan's 5th pitch in a cutter that is so nasty that if he had just a fastball cutter, he could probably be the elite closer.
Which is so crazy. I mean, these guys are developing pitches that are instantly among the best in the game with that pitch.
Yes.
It is incredible.
So
and all
they
the
have
knowledge they
have
have with the spin rate and there's a lot. A lot of the technology has probably helped the pitching more than it has helped the hitting.
Yes. And now, the average fastball. So you say, okay, and I'm sure people listen, move the mound back. Lower the mound. Or lower the mound or move it back. And, as he said, hold on a second, man, the difference about this game and the pastime of a couple hundred years of data, the difference with this one is you better be real careful because the unintended consequence, if there already are arm injuries at this pitching mound height and this pitching mound distance, at the severity that we've seen these injuries.
I think what you would say, though, if you were going to make an argument in favor of that, what you would say is, okay, fine. So there'll be more pitching injuries. We will eventually get to worse pitchers, and they won't be as successful, and offense will go up. And if the better pitchers keep getting injured, eventually they will realize they have to do it differently. They can't max effort all the time at 100+, and they'll have to tone it down and make the game more playable.
Yep.
So maybe those unintended consequences, while rough at the beginning, end up helping and accomplishing what you're trying to do.
Yeah, that's what John Smoltz has yelled at the clouds for decades, right? Like this is how the game is going, because this is not sustainable.
The other possibility, rather than lowering a mound like that, although that's come up and I've thought about it and I've brought it up many times, I think lowering the mound an inch or so might not be a bad idea. The other would be thinking about the high strike, which for years they never called, right? The high strike went away, offense went way up, the high strike came back, and offense is way down again.
Yeah, you want to get in balls and strikes with these umpires with the amount of movement as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's another challenge, but we talked about this last week when you were out. Manfred says they're not going to go to robo-umps, and one of the reasons I think why is they can't quite agree on where the strike zone is. Seriously.
Yes.
Because is
it when it crosses the plate? Is it when it goes into the mid? Is it where is it?
Do you know what the strike zone's supposed to be?
No.
The strike zone is supposed to be an area from, quote, about the knees to the shoulders. Okay? About. Okay. So the idea of a top and bottom of zone that can be picked up by a specific number of inches above the plate isn't quite right, because it should be different for each hitter. And it's a cube. It's a three-dimensional thing. It's not one plane. So whereas all of the pitch tracking software tracks it halfway between the front of the plate and the back of the plate, in theory, the strike zone is supposed to include any of the area. So these pitches that are moving 17 inches, diagonally, they may not clip the strike zone in the spot where the mechanism is focused on, but that doesn't mean they're not clipping the strike zone at a different point.
So what you're saying is you need Byron Murphy, the cube, to go out there.
What I'm saying is there is still some validity to the human element, specifically of the strike zone. And if you did want to turn this game into a little bit more of an offensive battle, you could eliminate the high strike just by talking to umpires and saying we're taking that away.
And can fans eventually just truly appreciate elite pitching? I mean, can you get to a point where you actually just truly, unlike all these other sports that have just said offense, got to score.
It's hard to appreciate elite pitching when all of it seems to be elite. I think that's the problem you're running into. Is we've always appreciated elite pitching, right? The Roger Clemens, Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, Felix Hernandez, and a million others. Greg Maddux. Let's go on and on and on. We've always appreciated those guys. But when everybody has turned into that, when those guys don't even seem unique anymore because each team has 4 relievers capable of looking like that from the 6th, 7th, and 8th, 9th innings every single game, that's not elite pitching anymore. It's just pitching. And I don't know whether that is something we should appreciate to that level, to be honest with you. It's too much.
Yep. So then is it just speed, right? Is it some of the turn you've seen some of these teams make, right? With drafting some speed and getting more athleticism. And we have to find some way, because the margin, it's so hard to put that barrel to the ball. And even if you do hit it 108 miles an hour, right, you better have the speed to get on these base paths and beat out these infield hits.
Yeah, and some of that has helped. I mean, look, the Royals have scored 268 runs this year. Cleveland 269, whereas the Mariners have scored 205. So there is something to some of that. But at the same time, you got to get on base in order to make those things happen. The game still likes the long ball, Brock. And without those things, it's I think you start thinking about eliminating the high strike.
Yeah. Well, it's fascinating. I mean, that's the one thing you can say, man. When you dig into these kind of deeper conversations, there is not a simple remedy. And it's fascinating all the different ways and how all the different teams can chase it and exactly how they're going to go about doing it. And then you watch a year like this year where really 2 divisions have morphed, where you have become the American League Central in many ways, and that American League Central is playing some great baseball. So go do what Jeff said. Go get hot here. Go bury these Astros. Make 4.5, 7.5. And last night was a good start in that process.
All right, let's come back, give you guys everything you need to know, including some big news coming up later this morning. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss. miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
The Mariners have arguably the best pitching staff in baseball. I think I'm probably taking the Mariners at the end of the day over every team in the American League right now.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
This is the team to beat in the division. And it's not just a hot take. That's what the numbers say, that they're the team to beat in the division.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and if you hear my voice this morning and you are just living in chronic, debilitating pain, will you consider reaching out to my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over in Kirkland. He is Washington's leading specialist in interventional pain medicine. It's been his business for over 30 years, helping thousands dramatically reduce or eliminate their chronic pain using interventional pain and regenerative medicine techniques. He's one of the few in the state with the experience and the training to diagnose and treat whatever walks through the door, using a wide range of minimally invasive therapies, yes, including stem cell therapy. Do you realize now an outpatient procedure that uses your body's natural healing process to rebuild your damaged tissue, heal those injuries, and eliminate that chronic pain? So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life and what you enjoy doing. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, this morning at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
Access to quality healthcare is an important topic. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today. For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. PacificLamp.com.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
Summer's here and it's time for you to put yourself in the game. But you don't have to do it alone. Come visit the incredible showroom and the all-star team at Toyota of Kirkland. With a large selection of over 70 brand new Tundras and Tacomas on the lot, you'll be able to test drive one and take it home the same day. And don't forget about that lifetime powertrain warranty. Now that's how you become the MVP. Come in today or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com. toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level?
Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, June 1st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles. Many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com. That's LuckyOldCar.com. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Certainly you got to know that the Mariners won their second straight game yesterday, starting off a home series and a homestand here against Houston. They got all the scoring done early, Brock, all in the first inning. They scored their 3 runs. Cal and Ty and Mitch Haniger all driving in runs early. And after that, it was just sort of hang on for dear life. Bryce Miller went 6, allowed just 2 runs. He was very good. Thornton and Spire with the leverage rolls in the 7th and 8th. Both came through clean. And then Andres Munoz cut 2. He knew how to finish this thing out in style.
The roar of the crowd louder and louder. The stretch. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the ball game is over. The Mariners win it 3-2 over the Astros tonight on this Memorial Day 2024.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing Jeff's thoughts on Andres Munoz as a potential All-Star. I'm going to go through some All-Star stuff today during Ranked, but maybe he doesn't have some of that name recognition that a few of the other relievers have. It's hard for me to imagine, just because of the way they use him in so many leverage spots, that there's too many people more deserving of an All-Star appearance than him.
Well, that's where he's got a little more global picture than we do. And, you know, you see these guys, Salk, that the Mariners have actually faced, haven't given up a run all season long. And you're just like, wow, what? These numbers are ridiculous.
They're eye-popping. 20
strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 earned, like, oh my, again and again and again, and the 100-mile-an-hour flamethrower down there. No, like, there's a lot of them. I think this will be one of those conversations over the next 5 or 6 weeks that will tend to work itself out. He continues to be this dominant. He continues to close out all of these close games, Salk. I think it'll work itself out. The next 5 or 6 starts for George and for Luis tonight and for Logan, and like, it will tend to work itself out.
It always
does.
That's
just what baseball tends to do.
It always does. Like the log jams, etc. There always seems to be a solution that shows up.
I will say this before you get to all the Mariner moves as well. Can you give me cut number 5? Because this was a big. They need Spire.
Well, they need somebody at least in the 8th inning.
Yes.
They need a third leverage arm, and yeah, Scott was pretty impressed with Spire yesterday.
He really did. He really did, and he's gone through a little bit of a tough stretch here after an awesome. I think he got off to a really good start this season after a great year last year. You know, it has been a little bit of a rough stretch for him. You know, you sit down, you talk to players, you kind of explain things, not just the numbers or what the analytics say, but kind of what you're seeing. And I thought his demeanor on the mound tonight was more like what we're used to seeing out of Gabe Spire. Get in there and let it eat. No worry, no fear, just let it eat, and then trust your stuff, and that's what he did tonight.
And that was, by the way, versus Tucker and Alvarez, the leading home run hitter in the American League. And Tucker and Alvarez, we know the damage he's done to the Mariners, and he had an edge to him, and they needed that last night.
Yeah, very, very true. Yes, they also made a couple of roster moves, the biggest being Ryan Bliss, young second baseman who they acquired in the Paul Sewald trade last year. He comes up from AAA for Jorge Polanco, goes to the IL with a hamstring strain. Why Bliss? Cut 7, Justin Hollander explains.
He's played great, especially over the last month. He's played really, really well on both sides of all three sides of the ball, in the batter's box, defensively, and on the bases. He's been an impact player. I think we saw him really control the strike zone over the last month, too. The walks have gone up, the strikeouts have gone down. He's hit for power. He's done a lot of things well, particularly over the last month. It just made a lot of sense, I think, for this to be his time.
I don't want to bring up the name Wally Pipp, and I don't know what happens if he plays well here in his 10 days, but I know that Jorge Polanco's done very little that has been helpful for the Mariners this year. He hasn't hit to save his life. His defense has been at times atrocious. The base running is nothing, in particularly special. If Ryan Bliss comes in and hits and doesn't mess it up at second base and runs the way he's capable of running, why wouldn't you continue to give him opportunities at that position?
Yeah, no, by the way, Ty Locklear got the call up from AA Arkansas. He's now just 40 miles down the road in Tacoma as well. So there's some in-house opportunities before we even talk about the trade market 5 or 6 weeks from now.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Let's see. About a month after they fired Dave Haxtell, the Kraken have finally decided to hire his replacement. It'll be Dan Bilesma, according to multiple reports. He had been with the organization for the last few years, coaching for their AHL affiliate, Coachella Valley. He's been a head coach in the NHL before, won a cup when he took over midseason in Pittsburgh in 2009, won a Coach of the Year award there a couple years later, struggled in Buffalo like everybody does, and then had been an assistant coach in Detroit for a while. So why him? We talked to Elliotte Friedman of Sportsnet in Canada earlier this morning.
After he left Buffalo, I think some people thought that he was never going to get another chance. But to his credit, he got into the Seattle. This is why it's so important, I think, to get into an organization as a head coach somewhere. Because if you do a good job with a team's prospects, as he has, people will notice. And like I said, he had big support in the organization. There were people who really backed him, and they believe what he did in Coachella Valley made him deserve another chance. And I'm with you. I like to see people get new chances.
Well, not just that. Did you see the Jeff Baker report that after one of the losses to the Kings near the end of the year, a whole bunch of the players went and met with Bilesma instead of talking to Haxtell? So, yeah, who knows exactly what's been going on? But one of the things Friedman brought up that I think was a very good point is, hey, look, the Kraken management know that the Sonics are coming back soon. They know better than anybody. And they got to get this team on solid footing before there's even more competition.
Yeah, and this is kind of best of both worlds, right? Nobody washes a car like the owner to have that just developmental, homegrown talent, and this guy's been the one developing them down in Coachella and seems to have relationships that are super, super strong. They took their time. They talked to a lot of other people, but ultimately settled on the guy that knows this organization and these young players in particular inside out.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We've been talking about Bill Walton throughout the morning. Why don't we take some time and just let Dave Pasch talk about him here in cut number 9. It's a little bit of a longer cut, but nobody was more associated with Bill as a broadcaster, and here's what Dave had to say when asked to describe him.
Special. I guess that's the word that I would use, so a first word that comes to mind. He was one-of-one. He's just so unique. Dealt with a lot over his life and went through a lot, but he was somebody that always had a smile on his face. He'd make you laugh. He was just fun. He was just a fun guy to be around. And, he was genuine. He cared for people. I remember a game in our first year, there was a player on Washington who had gone through significant back issues, and Bill teared up on the air talking about it. I mean, it was legit. I think Bill just had a love for people. There were always people coming up to him before games, sometimes in game, after games, asking for autographs and pictures. And he would sit there after every game if there were people that wanted to, and he would sign autographs and take pictures. He never wore a hat. So when he was in the airport, everybody saw him. I mean, he's tall and didn't walk so well. So he was easy to spot anyway, but he didn't hide from people. And he was just friendly, just special guy.
There's energy givers in life, and there's energy vampires. And that guy gave energy to any and everyone. And you felt that outpouring yesterday. I think most of the sports community totally rocked and surprised, had no idea that he was sick, didn't make it ever about himself, and talk about the battle that he'd had with cancer over the last few months, as Jason Benetti shared with us earlier this morning. But that guy gave life to a lot of people.
Very nice. Very true. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know, a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I'm remiss, Brock. We've not really heard yet about Justin's incredible vacation that he took over the long weekend.
Yes.
A lot of people, Maura chooses to go to Iowa.
Right.
When given an opportunity to get away, to really get into, see some of the nice places of the world, Maura chooses to travel to Iowa. And, Justin has his own unique choices as well. Last time it was Morocco. This time, not quite as far-flung. So stick around. You'll hear a little bit about that and some other baseball conversation next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Right now, we are joined by Seahawks receiver Tyler Lockett.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
What has been the biggest change that you've had to adjust to in going from one head coaching staff to another?
I think the biggest thing, man, is just the relationships and understanding the different type of coaching. Obviously it's different, but when you have spring football like this during OTAs, that's when you kind of work through those kinks.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Yes, summer in Western Washington. What does that mean? Trips to the beach, barbecues, golfing, the vacation maybe you've been looking forward to. Well, when you take your pictures this summer, do you want to look and feel your best? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. Trust me, you'll do it fast. I lost 15 pounds in the first 2 weeks, 35 pounds total after my 8 weeks. There is time. What are you waiting for? Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what to expect. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. No exercise pills, injections, or surgery. You eat real food. You lose weight. You look and feel your very best. That feeling is just on the other end of that 15-minute consultation. What's the secret? Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and they'll tell you all about it. 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Transform your outdoor space with Synthetic Turf Northwest, the Northwest's leader in synthetic turf solutions for 28 years, serving Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue. Specializing in residential backyard golf greens, custom play areas, and pet-friendly systems, we create stunning, low-maintenance landscapes for every need. Our artificial grass systems offer unmatched durability and beauty tailored to your lifestyle. Plus, ask about our 18-month no-interest financing. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com, 425-788-0718. Synthetic Turf Northwest, where expertise meets excellence.
Hey 12s, this is Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald. Our team can't wait to experience the best home field advantage in all of football. This year, we're going to need everybody. Let's break a new world decibel record in 2024. Get your tickets now at Seahawks.com/tickets.
Gene Johnson, how can I help you?
I just flipped the AC on and it went clunk.
We're on it.
Gene Johnson, plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical. We're on it.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe. It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Calling all drivers. Here's why Polestar 2 is called the driver's EV. With all-electric performance and a range of up to 320 miles per charge, Polestar 2 has the power and handling to change your perceptions of EV driving. But the best way to find out for yourself is a test drive. Visit Polestar Bellevue to test drive Polestar 2 today. 320 mpg range based on model year 24 Polestar 2 long-range single-motor variant and EPA standard. Visit Polestar.com for full details.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Driving safely is all about the little things. Like stopping for folks who are crossing the street, even at unmarked crosswalks. Making plenty of space for people on bikes, and choosing to wait for the next green light by slowing down and stopping on yellow. Because when you're driving, you're the biggest and fastest on the road. And that means you gotta be the safest too. Together, we get there. A message from the Washington Traffic Safety Commission.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ 450e has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ 450e. Visit lexusofbellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our show, one of the great things about the four of us is that we all have very different interests. What we want to do, say, with a long weekend. Brock, you were on vacation. You went to go see the sunshine, of course.
1-2 Cancun, and it'll be a 1 for the Hewards.
Yeah, that's a one and done.
Yeah, we're a sauna, not a steam room. Sauna family, not a steam room.
Too moist, a little too much humidity for you guys. Yeah, after
because you said as opposed to Cabo. I went to Cabo last September and it was extremely humid.
Yeah.
Yes, Cabo in September, October, kind of wet season, but then the rest of the year just sauna, just.
Okay.
Yeah, you're more of a Phoenix heat type of guy.
And I was trying to figure it out. I was walking, sweating, and trying to figure out why. And I think it's because growing up in the Northwest for 40 some years,
no humidity.
What was the escape? The escape was Arizona.
Right.
It was like, oh my gosh, spring training, Arizona. Right. Oh my gosh, like the Rose Bowl. Oh my gosh, sunshine, Southern California, Arizona. Like that. That was the escape. It wasn't Florida, and it wasn't the humidity of 90 that we had in Cancun, and just I kind of
like it. It makes it nice and warm at night, which I definitely enjoy. In any event, Brock went to Cancun. Makes perfect sense. What better place for a hard-drinking family and partying family like his to spend their time than at Senor Frogs in Cancun?
True.
I'm sure you and Haley and Macy, Molly, the whole group, all got together every night at Fat Tuesdays. And
that's why it's one and done. They're not allowed back.
Right.
Yeah,
Justin and I were actually very curious. We were talking last week about whether you guys woke up for group workouts in the morning on vacation.
What's that?
Well, let's see.
Macy did.
Macy did, yes. So
6
there was a couple days of rebounding for Macy on the 95-degree court, the humidity, and Titus did as well. Titus would sleep in a little bit more, so Macy first, and then Titus, and Haley at the pool with a book. So
right, yeah, she's like
all very different. Yeah,
we're
I'm
done here.
Yep, that's
so while Brock was partying it up on the cool spring break scene in Cancun, Justin decided to go not quite so far. He'd always wanted to get a chance to see Brock, the one of the great wonders of the world, the Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah, had to do it.
And so Justin, in his own way, had his own strange experience going to Oakland for the long weekend.
Oakland was, first of all, Oakland is fantastic. I had a great time. It is truly, and I bought a T-shirt to commemorate the occasion, the last dive bar in all of baseball. It is actually pretty reminiscent of Kingdome days. I did go during a day game, so that wasn't helpful because obviously the Kingdome was never, that bright. But the troughs or something I'd kind of forgot all about.
Oh, yeah.
In the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
Did they have troughs?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of urinal humidity.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know. That was something
It's rare to find a trough anymore.
Yeah, that's still a thing.
seriously.
Still a
Where
thing.
was I? Oh, I was at Highline Stadium in Burien a couple weeks ago for a track meet.
Yeah.
They had troughs there.
Yeah.
So basically there and the Coliseum.
But they didn't have what the Kingdome had was like the trough hand washing stations. Remember those? It's just a big round thing you walked up to and stepped on the thing for the water.
Yes.
Didn't have that, unfortunately. There were individual sinks. But the feeling was similar. The concrete that looks like it's leaking everywhere.
Because it is.
Yeah.
Because it is.
It is. Only a few of the vendors were open, and I get it. It's a day game. It's probably not a big crowd on it.
Yeah, that must have been it. It must have been a day game thing.
That's the only reason.
Right.
But we actually have a listener. His name is Brian, who works for the Coliseum and for the arena, who was able to get me some tickets. So me and a couple of my buddies were able to go and had a great time.
Gosh,
Wow.
yeah, it's tough to find.
Yeah, he told me, he's like, hey, save your $11, put that towards whatever you want at the stadium. And then we watched a few innings in one spot behind home plate, and then we walked out to their version of the pen, the treehouse out in right field or in left field. And had a blast. I actually saw a couple kids wearing Julio Rodriguez jerseys, which I thought was a surprise. But I will say, those fans, the ones that we spent time with in that area, they are real baseball fans, man. They are into every pitch. They're cheering at the right moments. And
That's what's sad about your story,
I know,
Justin.
100%.
Is having been to the Coliseum in 2003 when the A's were good. I was there for a playoff game. That fan base was rabid.
They're
I mean,
serious.
that was one of the better fan bases in baseball. And it's really sad what's happened to them between the building and the ownership and everything else that's happened in Oakland, just with the city in general really falling upon hard times. It's a sad story of a fan base that really got just destroyed.
Totally, man, and they care, and it was cool to talk to some of them, have a regular conversation about.
You can probably talk to all of them, right? The 312 that were left.
There wasn't a lot on that day.
No.
But we had a blast, and because it was a day game, like I said, we got to have the rest of the night out in Oakland, so we didn't have to pick. Okay, we got 2 hours over here. No, it was like the game was over, and we just got to go spend the rest of the night.
The rest of the night in Oakland?
Yeah, we didn't. We only did San Francisco for a little bit on Friday. We got to. We had a great time.
Wow.
We bounced around to some really fun places, and I had a blast in Oakland. So I don't want to talk too bad about it because it was really really fun.
Good.
Yeah.
So yeah, Cancun, Oakland,
pretty much the same thing.
more worked, and I pulled quite the move, Rock. This is not easy to do. Friday, I wasn't feeling well. Went home, took a nap, head hurt, but I still went out to a little concert Friday night with my buddy Chris. Went to go see the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, who were great, along with a tremendous opening act. It's really good.
Kind of name.
Yeah, that's quite the name. Sugar Candy Mountain was the opening act. They were good. And Chris and I were talking. He's like, yeah, you're sick. And I was like, yeah. He said, you probably shouldn't have come tonight. I was like, I know. We're supposed to go to the Peninsula tomorrow. And there was a question about whether or not I could go to the concert Friday night, but then still find a way not to go to the Peninsula the next day. And Heather really opened it up for me by asking me to test for COVID. So once I did, I was like, I can't go now. I got COVID.
Right,
she was like, oh, you're totally right.
Yeah.
You stay here with the dog. I'll take the girls to the Peninsula.
Right.
So how about that move? She left, and I said, well, I don't feel that bad. Maybe I'll go play golf. And so I did play golf on Saturday afternoon. So you could say I played it perfectly, and you'd be right.
Wow. Squim Animal Farm? Is that where the family?
No, they were just went out to go to the Olympic National Park and all that.
Nice.
By the way, every time Heather drives by a dive bar in a place like Squim, she just thinks about Justin. She's like, oh, there's a place here called Granny's. This looks like a place Justin would absolutely love.
Yeah, 100%.
Probably on his Google Map thing right now.
I can tell you if it is.
Yeah. So that was our weekend, all while watching a ton of baseball. And, talked about this earlier, but I don't think we can say it enough. For all of the hand-wringing we've had over the offense and specifically over Julio Rodriguez, when he comes out and does what he did over the last 2-3 games, it's different. It looks different. It affects the team differently from anybody else, and nothing provides more hope than Julio doing Julio things.
Yeah, because of all of these numbers that Jeff Passan referenced last hour about the struggles collectively around baseball offensively, with a BABIP sitting at 287, average sitting at 247, an OPS now league-wide of less than 700. These are the averages. In Julio, you have the one guy that you just know whose talent can cut through. You know, a Ty France, a Mitch Garver, a Polanco, a Mitch Haniger at this stage, a Dylan Moore. Like, you know, most of those guys may be right there around those league averages. You know, someone could get hot for stretches. Rojas got hot for a stretch. Certainly Rayleigh's been hot for a stretch and far exceeded those numbers. Dylan's been awesome, so much more than the role player that he's built to be and paid to be. He's been way more than that, and it's why you're over 500. But the guy that can cut through and be so far above those averages, whose talent, when it is on and on time, is different than everybody else, is Julio. And Jeff called it Julio-itis, you know, a week ago, that it wasn't just Julio, that Bo Bichette and Vlad Guerrero and Ron Acuna before the ACL this week. Like, a lot of guys, a lot of the stars around the league, right, have fallen to the dominance of this pitching. But Julio is the one in this lineup that when he gets going is different than everybody else.
Yeah, and you get to see it. And what's so fun about Julio when he gets going like that is it's not just the power, it's the entire package. It's, oh, he's hit a home run. Oh, he's walked and stolen second and third. Oh, he goes to right field and drives in runs. Oh, he still makes a play in center field. I mean, like, he's such a complete player in a way that very few great hitters are. And unfortunately, you know, the game lost another one of them over the weekend as Acuna is going to have another ACL surgery, which is such a bummer. I mean, he's such a fun, complete type of player as well. But Julio's one of those guys, and there aren't many of them who can affect the game in as many ways as he can.
Can I hear Julio and Scott talk about it over the weekend? They both, as Julio hit back-to-back home runs, as Julio over the last 4 or 5 games, it started to look like the guy that we see carry a team. Julio talked about it on Sunday. I think he was asked, you know, are you feeling more comfortable? How is your timing? How's some of the success that's coming here? Was Julio in cut number 16 on Sunday, referencing where he's at.
Definitely a lot. You're always going to get more relaxed when things start to happen, and especially after you start working, like things don't really go your way, and then once they start going your way, it's like really refreshing.
So always here in baseball, right? Momentum is the next day's starting pitcher, and that's true, I think, as a team. But I think you hear Julio in particular individually saying, yeah, once I see that launch angle, once I see that ball, and not just, you know, the 109 miles an hour off the bat, but the damage that it's doing, yeah, it absolutely gives you some confidence. Scott Service asked Sunday, is now this the best Julio? Are we seeing him and your superstar turn the corner?
Huge game by Julio. Really happy for him. You know, everybody's happy to see it. That's the Julio Rodriguez that we've grown to know over the last couple of years, and hopefully he can keep that going. That's the best he's looked all year.
Yeah, just the timing, man. And he's won, like, honestly. Like, you saw it with Griffey for those of us in the 80s and the 90s. Like, when Griffey got into these modes, man, it just seemed like he's hitting a beach ball. Nelly Cruz.
He just do whatever he wants.
Nelly Cruz for stretches, right? Seager even for stretches. Mitch for some stretches. Those guys, right? Maybe not quite like Nelly and Griffey and Julio, but you just kind of, as even a viewer on TV or at the state, like, ooh.
You can feel it.
He's starting to feel it.
You can feel it when they're feeling it. I think you're absolutely right. And it came after a little conversation, I guess, that Scott had with the team after the second loss on Saturday in Washington.
Yep.
And Shannon detailed it a little bit. You can read her piece at seattlesports.com. It's worth your time. We should probably chat with Shannon tomorrow about this a little bit if we have a few minutes, because this is a different kind of a Scott message. It wasn't about energy. It wasn't about process. It wasn't about approach. It was like, hey, guys, it's now May 20, at that point, 26th?
Mm-hmm.
We need results. Just need more. Like, I don't know what to tell you. We can focus on process. We can focus on the right things. We can focus on patience. We just played 4 games where we didn't do jack squat offensively. And quite frankly, it was more than that because of 1 bailout inning in New York and 2 good innings in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, take away those 3 innings, and you had 1 other good game on the entirety of the road trip offensively.
Yeah, you were outplayed in those innings, like in the Baltimore, New York, like demonstrably.
Yes.
By innings wise. And then it started and carried over in Washington with the first couple games as well, you know. And I think some of that point too, Salk, was it not? Like, let's hit the fastball. You know, when you get the fastball, you got to hit the fastball. Jeff said it. Like, that's still the easiest pitch to hit, right? Crazy. It's not a sweeper. It's not a slider. It's not a splitter. It's not crazy spin. It's not diving 19 inches, right? The fastball is still, by the numbers, the easiest pitch to hit. And when you get it, as Blow loves to say on these broadcasts, and you'll listen to Mike Blowers, and if you really listen, he'll tell you, like, ooh, that was 93, fastball over the middle of the plate. Like, that's the one you've got to do damage on.
Before we rank here, I did want to just follow up quickly on the Angel Hernandez conversation we had with Jeff. And, you know, he was a terrible umpire. He was one of the worst officials in any sport. There was no doubt about it. Did hearing the stories of his family and sort of why he retired to sort of get away from the amount of hatred he received on a daily basis, does that affect you at all?
Well, I think to Jeff's point about, you know, some of this kind of cancel culture that we will find, you know, through the social media realms, you know, and did Angel bring upon some of this with his behavior, you know?
A lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a hubris and an ego and all of these things that maybe 20 years ago was part of being an umpire, right? That was part of how you carried yourself. But, you know, you've got to evolve. Players got to evolve. The game changes and all those things. But, yeah, I like when I read that, I thought about my buddy Kitna when he was in Detroit, and he played on an awful, awful Detroit Lions team that I think went winless or 1-15, whatever it was for Marinelli. Yeah. And he was talking about his kids at school, right, and on the playground, and like because he's a quarterback. I mean, it's hard. Those things aren't always easy to take that kind of criticism.
And for the players, I think we all kind of understand that you know they get paid a lot and it goes part of the game, and the people that are yelling those things at the players are kind of idiots. I feel like when it comes to the umpires, and especially when you have the attitude that Angel had, it makes it a whole lot easier to really despise what they're doing because they seem so incompetent. And unlike a player where if he's incompetent, the team moves on.
Yeah,
this guy was incompetent since 1993.
Is there tenure? Is it
just they're unionized, and it's really hard for baseball to make any moves on these guys. So he's literally been a bad umpire since the early 90s.
Yep.
Like Nirvana was just coming out like a year or two earlier, and he was already bad.
Who?
Exactly. That's the kind of challenge you have with baseball. So I did just kind of like this. USA Today had the top 5 candidates to replace him. So maybe we'll do 2 quick rankings. Give me the ranked music.
All right.
Got a list? Time to put it in order.
Fred Dwarmfor's house. Top five meals that I have ever had.
This is Ranked.
To be honest, that list was really biased.
Every morning at 9:45 on Brock and Salk.
Top 10 list. I'm not buying that.
Ranked.
All right, so this was not my ranking, but I'll read it to you. These are the 5 best candidates to replace Angel Hernandez as the worst umpire in baseball. Number 5, Manny Gonzalez, who I don't know a lot about, but he's on the list.
Okay.
Number 4, Rob Drake. Remember Rob Drake?
Not really.
He's really bad. He's in the 14th percentile in accuracy, 16th percentile in consistency, and he's terrible.
Yeah, you know what happens? Like in the NFL, you get run out.
That's right.
Like
you go away.
They grade everything, like, and you can be like out of the league.
They grade it in baseball too, but then they keep them there. It's very frustrating. Number 3, Las Diaz, who Jeff mentioned. He's awful.
Yeah.
And really angry too. Like he's another one of those guys who not only is he bad, but then he gets upset at other people for knowing that he's bad. Number 2, and there's a beautiful picture of Scott Service here arguing with him, is C.B. Buckner, who somehow was not number 1 on this list. The C, I've heard many times, stands for clueless, and CB is definitely that. He is a terrible umpire and another one who likes to fight with players and managers when they say that he's bad.
Yep.
So C.B. Buckner, to me, would be number 1. Somehow Hunter Wendelstedt, though, ended up replacing him. I think that's just because of the recent thing, right, where he threw Aaron Boone out of the game and then refused to admit that he was wrong. So I feel like right now everyone's sort of up in arms about Hunter Wendelstedt, who's terrible in his own right, but come on, it's still C.B. Buckner.
Yeah.
I think I could have argued Buckner was worse than Hernandez.
Yeah, because his strike zone is just fluid all game. There's never consistency.
He's bad at everything.
Yeah.
He's bad at the first base. He's bad at the third base. He's bad at the plate. He's just a bad umpire. All right, so that was one ranking, Brock. And then I thought I would do another for you. How about that? We talked earlier with Jeff about potential all-stars for the Mariners this year.
Okay.
So I've created for you a all-star ranking for Mariners. The Mariners the top 5 Mariners who could be considered all-stars this year.
Okay.
Number 5 for me, and these are in order, is George Kirby. He was the last guy I could make an argument for, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could make an argument for Bryce Miller, as good as he's been. Brian Wu's obviously been hurt. On the hitting side of things, other than Cal, who we'll get to, can you think of anybody that you could make any sort of an all-star case for?
No.
Me neither. I mean, maybe you could say Julio has star power, and the average has been high, and the stolen bases are high. But after that, I mean, he hasn't really looked like Julio, and outfield is going to be a pretty crowded spot. Rojas had a good
Rojas is
couple of
April,
weeks,
Rayleigh's May.
but not consistent enough to get it done, certainly at the positions they play.
Mm-hmm.
So Kirby, he's been very good, but not quite consistent enough to be in the top 4 here. So he'd be number 5. Number 4 for me would be just ahead of him, Logan Gilbert, who, again, I think Logan may end up getting there if he puts together a couple more consistent starts. If he can have one of those dominant games, his ERA has been tremendous. He has not given up a lot of runs, and his new pitches
Gosh, it's just that one clunker, right? You gave up like 8 runs in 2 innings. Take away that clunker, and those numbers are even more dominant.
He's been pretty spectacular this year. So he's number 4 on my list. He could probably be higher, but hey, you got to put him in order. So I think 2, 3, and 4 are all sort of similar for me.
Okay.
Number 3, Cal Raleigh. And Jeff made good points. There are a bunch of other catchers, and it's going to be hard to actually get him to the All-Star game, just based on what
He's going to have to get
done.
on a heater. He's going to have to hit, 4 or 5, 6 home runs here in the month of June, and be sitting there at like 17, 18, 20 home runs by the All-Star game.
And this isn't necessarily about the 5 guys who will make it. It's the 5 who deserve to be considered for it, and he does. He really does.
And defensively, and throwing people out, and all the other things that don't get measured.
Leadership and the clutchness. I mean, he very much has played a huge role in a first-place team's effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
I think he deserves a lot of consideration.
And he's, by the way, first place accountable. He's the one over the weekend that just kind of mimics Scott's comments. Like, got to be better. Like, enough with these excuses. We're leading the league in strikeouts again. The average is bottom 5 in the league. We're not scoring runs. Like, got to do our job better.
I think he's number 1 in strikeouts.
Is he?
I think so.
Okay.
He was in the top 3. I think.
Okay, number 2.
Number 2 for me is Luis. It's just the consistency of everybody in this rotation. They've all been really good. He's been the most consistent. Every time out, he's giving his team a chance to win. And the idea that this Mariner team would not have a single starting pitcher in the All-Star game is so absurd, given how good that they are. I feel like if you have to choose one, you choose the guy who started opening day and the guy who gives them a chance to win every time out.
Yep. And after a slow start, right, 2, 3 starts that were a little slow out the gate, affected those numbers. Yeah, the last 7 or 8 have been just awesome, and he'll get the ball tonight.
He has been really, really fun to watch, I think. Number 1 for me, and I know, again, Jeff makes pretty good points about the challenges at this position, but their most deserving All-Star to me has been Andres Munoz, an ERA of 1.61. That went down after last night. I looked at these yesterday before he came into the game. His strikeout per 9 is over 12. He has, well, now this will add 1 to it, pitched in 15 save situations this year. He has 12 saves and 3 holds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and Jeff said, it's going to be his peers that will be really important. He keeps doing this for the next 5, 6, 7 weeks. Those peers will go, I can't stand that guy. I can't stand seeing 101, know, and that slider, and it's no fun. And
he's pitching with confidence.
Yep.
He's pretty fun, and he has definitely shortened the game to 8 innings. It's not always the 9th that he pitches, but when he comes in, does his job. So, great stuff. That's ranked today, Brock. That's all I got.
It's a double ranking.
Top 5.
That's a double ranking.
Yeah.
And it's official with the Kraken, huh?
It's official.
It's official.
It's official.
The guy in charge of the organization.
Hey, Salk, quit your job and become an umpire, says the 206. I don't think I'm going to do that.
No.
No, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm all right here. Kind of like my job.
It doesn't feel like a Monday.
Kind of like doing it. Well, it's not a Monday.
I know.
It's a Tuesday.
I understand. It's our first day of the week.
Practice on a Monday.
Appreciate that.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy. They're coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper! Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
One of the best to do it, man. The homie, Lofa Tatupu.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Let's talk some OTAs. We got Mike McDonald as the new head coach. What do you think they're going through?
An adjustment, right? Just like for the players, this is a new setting for them. You know, obviously they got hired because they're on board with or their philosophy. Everybody has their own. I learned that from Pete Carroll, but it aligns very similar with the head guy's philosophy. So probably just as big of an adjustment for the coaches as it is for the players.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
Access to quality healthcare is an important topic. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Ursula Reutin. CertaPro Painters did such a beautiful job on our home. In fact, we were so happy with their excellent workmanship and great communication, we hired them for another project. And once again, we were thrilled with the outcome. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Western Washington. Schedule your free estimate today at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years, servicing and repairing cars and trucks. It's that combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. We're local and family-owned with 16 locations around the Sound. The neighborhood place for tune-ups, factory maintenance, brakes, and just about anything else to keep you safe and running smoothly. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair. No appointment necessary, and financing is available to help when needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Swing and a miss, strike three, and the ball game is over. The Mariners win it 3-2 over the Astros tonight.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners open their series against the Houston Astros with a 3-2 win. Take that, Houston. Julio heating up. We'll talk about that in about a minute. Also, though, Hall of Famer sad news, and former UCLA and NBA legend Bill Walton has died at 71 after a prolonged battle with cancer. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said in a statement, quote, "What I will remember most about Bill was his zest for life. He was a regular presence at the league events, always upbeat, smiling ear to ear, and looking to share his wisdom and warmth. I treasured our close friendship, envied his boundless energy, and admired the time he took with every person he encountered. He will be missed."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone was able to enjoy a long weekend for Memorial Day. The Mariners certainly did yesterday, opening a series against the Houston Astros with a 3-2 win. Take that, Houston. You got a 4-game series in this one. You got a matinee coming up on Thursday. Happy Tuesday to everyone. Bump, did you miss me?
Welcome back, Stacy.
Thank you.
Yeah, we missed you, man.
I missed the dad show. Curtis, come on, really?
Hey, we refilled the vodka with water, so the levels are back up to where they used to be. Did the dishes.
I know. I feel like mom leaving and coming back and kind of looking around the house going, okay, what? It's a little too clean
We got the
in
pizza
here.
boxes out.
Yeah, what's going on? Was there a party? I'm going to find like a shoe left behind somewhere. Is that a little suspicious how clean this studio is right now?
All the clothes are
Got my
under the
brow
bed. They're
raised.
not folded.
Well, did you guys have a good, you know what, let me tell you what. I paid not a ton of attention to what was happening with the Mariners other than kind of tracking it on my phone. Exactly. I am glad that I missed a 4-game losing streak. I'm glad that I missed that and didn't have to talk much about it. And then I don't think it's a coincidence that the 2 days since I got back to Seattle, the 2 days that I've been back in Seattle, Julio, in 2 games, has multiple hits and multiple stolen bases.
That's
me.
It is you.
That's me. That's not even Julio. That's me.
Take full credit for that. It's not the fact that they moved him down to the 6th spot and maybe he
Absolutely
got refocused. Or it's not the fact that in May, typically, he plays some better baseball. It's because Stacy is back on the West Coast.
Thank you. Now, I did, Curtis, I know you hate the East Coast. However, I very much enjoyed my trip, you guys. I got to be totally honest. And I have a list of 5 things that I learned that I wrote down for you guys so that you guys could have the full summary of my trip.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Number 1, there are Dunkin' Donuts everywhere. We joke about how, like, there's a Starbucks on every corner in Seattle. When I tell you there's a Dunkin' on every corner in Boston, I mean it.
Yeah.
There is a Dunkin' Donuts. Literally, from the second you leave the gate at the airport, there's a Dunkin' Donuts in the gate to the second we pulled up to like the next state over. Dunkin' is everywhere.
No Starbucks?
There was a Starbucks at our Airbnb and there's still Starbucks everywhere, but They love Dunkin', man.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. So Derek had never had Dunkin'. So when we went into Dunkin', and there used to be one in near SeaTac and Federal Way, between SeaTac and Federal Way. So I'd had it when I was a kid. But when we pulled up, we were like, yeah, he's never had Dunkin'. And this woman's eyes got as big as saucers. Like, she was honored to be giving us our first Dunkin' Donuts. Okay. Number 2. We went to Fenway. Very, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Not as big as you think. If you've been to Fenway, you know this. And Salk warned me about this. He was like, it's a lot smaller than you think it is. It was. Like, Fenway Park, weird, very, very cool park. It's very historic. It's very awesome. T-Mobile feels like an NFL stadium compared to Fenway. I'm not kidding. It's so weird. I need to look up the Curtis, do you know offhand like seating capacity within 10,000 of Fenway?
Maybe 40,000.
It didn't feel like that at all. It felt
But
like it could seat 20,000 people.
Yeah, it's like 40,000 people back in like 1910 when people were taller
smaller
than like 5'1" and weighed less than 140 pounds.
It's very, very cool. It was really cool seeing an older stadium, but yeah, that park feels teeny tiny.
Were there any, because they make fun of the older stadiums sometimes where they put a seat right behind the pole. You didn't see any of that action,
No, we
did
had
you?
really good seats.
Okay.
Like we were like 2 rows back from the front of we were on the third baseline.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't pay for those tickets.
Out of towners taking the good seats.
Shout out, Derek. Number 3, Red Sox fans know how to party. Now, here's the deal, you guys. I love being from Seattle. I love rooting for our teams. I love like the culture we have here, et cetera, et cetera. However, Curtis, I know that you're about to shout out about East Coast bias. They do it different over there.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
for
do.
sure.
No,
I
can't argue with that.
No, for a Friday game against the Brewers, in which they were completely blown out by the Brewers, bars packed, like standing room only. It was a beautiful day. I mean, Red Sox fans, and I'm assuming fans, like Yankees fans or whatever, they just consume baseball in a different way.
It is.
It's wild.
It's like football in the South. It's like what baseball is at the East Coast.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that football isn't great in California or in Washington or in New York, but football in Alabama is different. Baseball in Boston was different. It really was. And it was a great time. I did not wear Mariners gear or anything.
Good for you.
Yeah, but I did not wear Boston gear. So I stood strong.
So you didn't sell out.
I didn't sell out.
All right.
Number 4, I wrote the city has an identity, just because that's kind of how it felt. I like tied it all together.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one, and this is the most important one that I want to really make sure that I make clear. Lobster rolls are overrated. Lobster rolls are lame. I can't believe that they make such a big deal about lobster rolls, because as cool as your ballpark is and as fun as your fan base is, even though I root against you guys, your lobster rolls are overrated, overpriced, and by the way, should be hot.
Didn't
it is
you post
weird that
about
they're
it,
cold.
though? Didn't you post about the lobster rolls?
Yeah, because the picture was cool, and I needed the clout. Number 1 rule of the show, Curtis.
Do it for the clout.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I needed to post lobster. And we had the freshest lobster roll you could possibly have. Like, we went to a lighthouse where they were pulling lobsters from the ocean, cutting them up, and putting them in lobster rolls. It still wasn't very good, because another thing I learned about Boston and about Maine, they don't put a lot of sauces on stuff.
Very bland.
It literally was just lobster mixed up with like mayonnaise or something and served cold on a roll. The bread was the best part of the lobster roll, and I won't apologize for that.
Well, it sounds like you had a successful East Coast trip, though.
I did. I had a successful East Coast trip. I have slightly more love for the East Coast than I did before I left. You'll never find me rooting for a Boston team, but everyone there was surprisingly like not nice. Not nice, but they were cool. They were cool. They were friendly. There was no yelling, like an I'm walking here kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a really fun trip, and
How long
I'm
was that
so
flight?
happy to be back.
6 hours?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a very, very long
You had to
flight.
connect, or was straight flight?
Straight flight into Boston, and then we drove to Portland, which is like about 2 hours, hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Boston, very cool. The best part about traveling is when you travel to a place and it looks different. So it's one thing when you're leaving the country and you go to like, I don't know, Thailand. And like, obviously it's going to look different. But going to, like, there have been places I've gone before, maybe like in California, where you go, I feel like I could be in Federal Way right now.
Yeah.
But this was a place that you travel to and it looks different.
It's old over there.
It's old. Everything is a brick building. Everything has a stoop. Like everything is cobblestone. It's very awesome.
That's cool. I do appreciate that about the East Coast.
All right, let's get back to this game. Outside of shout out to the Mac and Jack's text line agreeing with me, the lobster rolls are garbage. They're not garbage. It's just Derek said that no seafood he would want over a steak. And I was like, I think most people would agree with that.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like there's you don't really like seafood anyway.
I don't touch it.
Yeah.
So steak all day.
I mean, you lie to your kids and say you're allergic.
I am allergic, Stacey. What are you talking
Right,
about?
you're exactly
Michael,
right. You're exactly
go to
right.
School. Why are you listening
Why are you
to the
listening
show?
right now? Let's talk about Julio heating up here. I mentioned those back-to-back games of multiple hits, multiple stolen bases. He got his third and fourth home run of the year, a 2-run single in the 9th on Sunday. Man, what have you seen from this guy? Because you've watched the lows of this team while I was gone, and you've seen them turn it around. What's been standing out?
Here's the thing. He's still chasing some bad pitches. That's just what he does. But, we talk to some people, and they always point out the great hitters can chase bad pitches, make contact, and put it in play. He's one of those guys, but I'm seeing this young man just have more balance with his approach. He's been hitting the ball hard. He just has been getting unlucky. So now he's finally hitting the ball hard. Obviously, the launch angle is changing. And I went back and I look at his numbers in May, right? So this May, so far, he's batting .265, .314, .378 slugging, .692 OPS. Last year in May, when it was all said and done, he's got 5 home runs up to this point. Last year in May, he finished the month with 10 total. He had 5 in April when it comes to home runs. .252, .314, .441 slugging, .755 OPS. This is just when Julio starts to catch fire or heat up a little bit. So I think we're starting to see this. You combine that with Julio being who he is, Stacey making it back from the East Coast.
You're welcome.
You combine that, and you're starting to see Julio do his thing. So, he's still chasing, though. My man is still chasing them pitches, but he's making contact, and he's doing his thing.
And I think the better you do as a player, Bump, you know this, and I don't, but I would imagine the better you do, that mental hurdle becomes easier to overcome. Scott Service talking about Julio being at his best when he's not thinking.
That's when he's at his best. He's not really thinking too much. He just wants to hit the ball hard. And he's got such a good swing, and he does the right things there. So understanding what the game calls for in that moment, put a good swing on it, get the ball in play, and he hits it so darn hard, and good things usually happens.
Here's the deal, and you know this as a former player, and you have many friends who have been former players, collegiate and professionally, is that sometimes it really is a mental thing. Sometimes it really is overthinking, and we always try to think that there's some trick that you can find and you can unlock, and sometimes it's all between the ears.
Yeah, it's getting back to fundamentals. It's remembering who you are. It's feel, right? I would imagine. I've never been a good hitter. I've always said that if the ball was breaking left, right, up, and down, your boy was not touching it.
If the ball is breaking, he's a quaking.
Exactly. You throw up a meatball, I'm going to hit that thing. But I would imagine it comes down to feel, right? And on the golf course, it's the same thing. My swing could be everywhere, but then I feel this one sensation. I'm like, oh, there it is. Oh, I remember. I would imagine that has something to do with Julio as well. But obviously, on a golf course, you're hitting the ball that's stationary. Baseball, that thing's getting thrown at you. So there's more to it than just feel. It's understanding who that pitcher is, where they're going to attack you, what the game situation, what you need to do with certain pitches. A lot more to it. But a guy like Julio, man, it's just getting the right feel and being consistent with your approach while tweaking a couple things or two. So, yeah, mental's big. And I think when it comes to baseball, they're probably the more mentally tough players, athletes in the world because you fail so often in baseball. So, it's between the ears, man. And I think that he can use the data to his favor because if you look at Julio and just how hard he hits the baseball, even on the ground balls or the line outs, that's a positive. So I would think that he leaned on that, too, and say, look, when I do hit the ball, I'm getting it. I'm just getting unlucky.
Well, and I'll tell you what, obviously the series against Washington wasn't exactly what you'd want it to be. You would prefer it be a sweep for the Mariners. Instead, it was hanging on to scraping into that final win. And, that was a little sensitive about that because you and I have talked about looking back at last season, knowing the difference between you being in or out of the playoffs was a series or two, came down to 1 or 2 games. And it was easy to look at that national series that they had and go, oh, my God, this was it. So I'm I don't know why I'm touchy about the Nationals sometimes. So that, to me, I was kind of thinking of those memories. I loved bouncing back with a series opener win against Houston. But no matter what bad news, what less than stellar feelings you might have about a series loss in May, the best possible thing you can see is Julio playing well.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
best possible
That's
news.
it. And that's what we've been waiting for, right? We've seen, and he hasn't been playing bad, just not up to our standards,
He's
up
not been a
to
superstar.
Julio standards. You know what? You just brought back some horrible memories.
Oh, I'm so
because I
sorry.
remember thinking last year that dang national series
I think back
got
to it all
away
the
from
time.
us. Yeah. And so yes, thank you for that, because I'm looking at the record
You're
right now and I
welcome.
go, goodness gracious, just win one more of those. But no, this is something that we needed to see. We've seen Luke do his thing. Mitch had himself a decent day yesterday.
Yeah.
JP has been better than expected, in my opinion, coming back from injury. I love seeing Bliss out there yesterday. Man, I didn't realize my man was only like 5'7", $165. And look, with this team, I believe they've had 3 players make their debut this year. Last year, we saw 11 players make their debut for the Mariners, most of those guys being arms. But this is who this team is, man. And the main component of this team is pitching and Julio. The pitching has been solid so far when he comes to the rotation. The bullpen has had his up and downs. We've been waiting on Julio. So, yeah, I think there are 2 boxes checked so far. Rotation, Julio turning the corner, and then the third box is just the random contributor that you're going to get on any given night.
Now, there's a box that I would love to be able to check off, which is like really solid bullpen, really healthy bullpen. Obviously, I can't fully check it off, even though they've been stellar. We have plenty of questions. Thankfully, coming up during the dugout from 1 to 2, Pete Woodworth, Mariners pitching coach, is going to join us. That's going to be at 1:45. We have all kinds of questions, including who's standing out among these new faces in the bullpen and who deserves a special shout out. So again, it's all baseball, all Mariners from 1 to 2 for the dugout. We got a lot to talk about before we get to that, though, so let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Matt, were these two insufferable while I was gone?
I mean, they're insufferable while you're here too, Stacey. It's not really much of a change.
That's true. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Curtis, but I had forgotten to say anything to Matt since I was back.
Bump really tried to become Matt's friend while you were gone.
My favorite running joke, and it's not a joke to Bump, but my favorite running joke is Bump trying to be Matt's best friend and Matt shooting him down every time.
We got closer. Don't front,
Did you?
Matt. You know
Matt.
that.
It feels like a trap. It really feels like I'm being lured into a trap of some
It's not. He
kind.
genuinely just wants to be your best friend.
I'm
He's
gonna
trying so hard.
After work, I'm going to pull up in an unmarked van and just have a bunch of Star Wars memorabilia and be like, come on, Matt, let's go for a ride.
The worst part is that would probably work.
Headline number 1. The Kraken are announcing Dan Bilesma as their next head coach today. What's the real headline?
Well, you better start winning before the Sonics get here.
Yeah, you better, because Sonic's going to take over. But the Kraken got to make a move. It's been, a month since our guy's been fired. And so I had to look my man up and see what his style was like. And from The Athletic, man, he's has an attacking style that allows skilled skaters to make plays. He still prefers wingers who can create space with speed and physicality. Sounds like every team in hockey wants that for their squad. But he also said that he's changed over the past few years and will adjust to his personnel. This is like when I was dating my wife, where I just showed her all my great traits. I'm funny. I work hard. I work out every day.
I have this car full of Star Wars memorabilia.
And then as you get deeper into the relationship, she goes, oh, you might be kind of messy.
Oh, no.
You're not the greatest cook.
She's too far in.
Right now, this is back in 2007 where you're just kind of dating and showing, your best parts of yourself, which is fine. I like what I'm reading, but you never really know until you get into it. If they're comfortable with it, I am. This guy's won a Stanley Cup. He's been a head coach in this league before. He's not fresh off the block, which could be good. He's been in the organization already. Good for them. We're
going to talk about this quite a bit today. Again, this news isn't officially confirmed because, as Curtis mentioned, this press conference is scheduled for 10:30. We'll not be airing it live. Instead, we'll be playing some really interesting sound from Elliotte Friedman from this morning, and then obviously we'll be confirming the news once that expected news is officially announced. And then later, coming up at noon, John Buchagras of ESPN is joining us. So there's a lot of Kraken talk coming your way. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, legendary basketball player and announcer Bill Walton passed away from cancer on Monday at the age of 71. What's the real headline?
In a world without the Pac-12, we now live without one of its greatest heroes.
Yeah, when you think Pac-12, he's one of the first guys you think about. The first person I thought about when he passed was Roxy Bernstein. I worked with him with the Pac-12 Network, and Roxy was very close to Bill Walton. And, man, this one This one is hit kind of different. You know, it's always sad when people pass away, but somebody who's been such a big part of my sports life passing like this and had just the biggest personality. I don't think I met one person who didn't like Bill Walton. You might not agree with some things that he's saying, but you know it's coming from a good place. His son played for my Lakers. It was just, this one made you pause. There's a lot of times where I see guys that pass away, I go, oh man, that's messed up. But I'm literally on the golf course and this happened, and I sat down and had to contemplate for a little bit. It was with my son. He goes, what happened? I told him the deal. And yeah, man, this one hit a bit different, man. Bill Walton, a legend in the game. He is the Pac-12 to the fullest.
And there's something so sad. It's already incredibly sad, his passing in itself, but there's something just sad in a deeply poetic way, but in the worst way, about the demise of the Pac-12, the end of this thing that we all loved so much. For as much as we criticized its former commissioner, for as much as we criticized kickoff times, for as much as we criticized anything, the Pac-12 was all of us, right? If you're an alum of any of these schools. And there's something just so deeply sad about Bill passing following the demise of this conference.
I wish he could have been around to see it get built back up, because I really think there's an opportunity to do that. But big ups to Bill Walton.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the Boston Celtics are headed to the NBA Finals after sweeping the Pacers in 4 games last night. What's the real headline?
Say hello to the finals for me. That's my best Boston. I tried my very, very best Boston accent, and that's the best that I could do. So
that's good, not bad.
I only ran into like 2 or 3 people that had really, really thick Boston accents.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was disappointed. I wanted someone with just like an almost egregiously thick Boston accent.
Well, you know how I feel about Boston. I don't support them at all, but I do appreciate Tatum. I do appreciate Brown and Drew Holiday and the gang. I think they have a real opportunity. We all assume that they're going to play the Dallas Mavericks in the finals. They're up 3-0 over there. Yeah, good for Boston. Got her done. Curtis pointed it out last week that they've had like a cupcake little ride to the NBA finals. So we shall see, but Jason Tatum, for them to really get over the hump, Jason Tatum needs to drop about 30 a game. Jaylen Brown's been doing his thing. But it's Porzingis. I think that's going to be the deciding factor. He was with the Dallas Mavericks over there with Luka. They dumped him over there in Boston. But I think the superstar is going to be okay. Tatum's going to ball. Brown's going to ball. I'm just going to put the Dallas Mavericks in already. Luka and Kyrie are going to ball. Who's going to be that third player? It could be White for the Boston Celtics. He's had himself a good series, but I think it's a guy like Porzingis that could put them over the top. Who's going to be the guy on the other side?
Now, Minnesota trying to get into this thing with their first win of the series, taking on Dallas. Game 4 today at 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Now, they could pull, a Heat over, or Cavs, excuse me, over Warriors moment, the difference being that they don't have LeBron. So you're right. I think it's going to be Dallas in this one. Who do you like between Dallas and Boston?
I think when Boston is playing their best, they're the more complete team, especially defensively. But there's something going on with Luka and Kyrie and Washington over there. I mean, sometimes it's just about the team who's just hot at the moment. Boston probably overall the better team, but the Dallas Mavericks are doing something special right now. And I don't have no love for Boston. I think they're the favorites, but I think Dallas gets it done.
What would have been your dream pairing? We know who it's going to be, most likely. Certainly out of the East. What would have been your dream pairing from the
playoffs?
From the playoffs.
Well, Lakers weren't in it, so
yeah.
It would have to be. I wanted the Wolves, T-Wolves, and Indiana Pacers, because I know the NBA would have been like, "What are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with 2 Midwest teams going after it?" I would have loved that because it has emphasized the new blood that's in the NBA. I mean, KD is at home, LeBron is at home. I mean, the guys that I grew up watching, I grew up with in the NBA are all gone. So I would have loved to just been like, forget it, get Boston out of there, get some 2 Midwest teams to go after it. But I didn't work out that way.
I love it when that happens in the playoffs. I mean, I know that Texas obviously is not a small market by any means, but when it was the Rangers and the Diamondbacks and people were joking about how it was going to be the lowest watched World Series, and I think it did draw in horrible ratings, but when people were like, oh, this is the last meeting they wanted, good, because you know what? Any Seattle team would also be one of those teams. They would also be on that list of teams where the commissioner of that league probably would not want that team to be in the playoffs, probably would not want that market to be dominating in a championship game. And so you can absolutely identify with it as a Seattle fan. But I love when it's two markets that the league probably would not have chosen, because good for those fans, good for those teams, good for their stars. It's not really what we're seeing in this one, though.
Nah.
Not what you're going to see in this one. Instead,
markets.
you got some big markets going on. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. The Kraken are switching head coaches for a reason you may not have thought of. That's coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
I was so blown away.
I know.
With
I could
Byron
tell.
Murphy.
I could tell.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
Brock.
I was in Cancun and I
Brock.
could feel your vibes.
Brock.
It was scary.
I've never seen a human being built like that. He's a cube.
Yes.
What? He's built like a, you said a muscle ball, you're close. He's a cube. Tell me more about Byron Murphy.
And it's his legs, right?
Oh my gosh, they're insane.
Yes.
His legs are insane.
Yes.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450e has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ450e. Visit LexusofBellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, June 1st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles. Many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com. That's LuckyOldCar.com. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1881 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1881S silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. Only a limited quantity of these Morgan silver dollar coins are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-386-7195 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1881S Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic S mint mark of the San Francisco Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1881S silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 140 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-386-7195. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-386-7195 now to secure your 1881S Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-386-7195.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Gene Johnson, how can I help you?
I just flipped the AC on and it went clunk.
We're on it.
Gene Johnson, plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical. We're on it.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At Shane Company, we believe everyone deserves a personal jeweler, a friend to guide you, to help you find jewelry that feels like it was made just for you, or a gift that will spark joy for that special someone. Shane Company's jewelry is crafted with the greatest care and held to the highest quality standards so it will last a lifetime. We're passionate about bringing you the most beautiful gemstones, exquisite diamonds, rubies, and sapphires in every color of the rainbow, so you will always shine your brightest. Our jewelry is designed for you. With so many styles and endless ways to customize your piece, you can create a necklace that's meaningful to you, an engagement ring to tell your love story, or a stack of bracelets to let your personality shine. Discover a more personal jewelry experience and modern heirlooms as unique as you are. We're all made to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
You're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Kraken are switching head coaches for a reason you may not have thought of. That was from Elliotte Friedman this morning on with Brock and Salk, so let's get to it. He's a Sportsnet NHL insider who joined Seattle Sports to talk about Seattle's transition from Dave Haxtell to Dan Bilesma. Take a listen.
I don't think it was something Ron Francis really wanted to do. I think he's a very patient guy. I think this is a little quick for him. To me, one of the biggest things that's happened in Seattle for hockey is that they want this team to get going a bit further than it has so far. And, you guys had the great run last year. I thought it would buy Haxtell more time. He got an extension, but the way things went a little bit backward this year, well, I don't think that's entirely on him. I think he kind of took the brunt of it.
Don't think the regression is entirely on him, but I do think he took the brunt of the blame for it. Is that how you saw the season?
Maybe.
I know.
I think
I'm with you.
I think you can he obviously plays a role in this. He's the head coach. He's the guy who has the most influence or should have the most influence, but he's also not the dude who put the roster together either. I look at him the same way I look at Service. I go, Service is doing the best he can with what he has. Haxtell might have been the same thing. The only thing that sticks out to me with Haxtell is just his demeanor on the bench.
I agree.
That's all. It's like sometimes these guys need you to be a little crazy and get rah-rah and get going. Doesn't have to be you every single night. That's hard. You can't keep that up. 82 games, that's rough. But that's the one thing that stuck out to me. And when you aren't inspiring players off the ice, in the locker room, how do you expect them to come out and play with that fire that you need to play? If you ever been to an NHL game, there is no hiding. There's no taking possessions off. You got to be on point and play with that passion and skate as hard as you can for 1.5 to 2 minutes before your shift is up. I just didn't see that. I also look at his roster and I compare it to other rosters when it comes to just point leaders, and you got to scroll down real far before you get to some point leaders when it comes to the Kraken. So the personnel had something to do with that. So how are you going to support this next guy? Understand that Haxtell has to take some of the blame. He's the head coach, and they're usually the first ones to go. Mm-hmm. It's natural. Head coaches and superstars, unless we're talking about the NBA.
All right, well, let's talk about Dan Bilesma, whom the Seattle Kraken have just officially announced as the second head coach in franchise history. He broke onto the scene when at age 38, he took over as interim head coach of the Pittsburgh Penguins. This was back in 2009. Many of you know this story. He went on to lead them to a Stanley Cup. By 2014, he had become the winningest head coach in Penguins history. He was also fired that same season. This was shortly after GM Ray Shero was fired. Why? Well, because when you're the Penguins and you win a cup in 2009, it doesn't matter if you make the playoffs over and over. The expectation is that you win a Stanley Cup. The expectation is you go to the finals. The expectation is you keep improving. So when the bar is high for one franchise and you don't meet it, I don't care if you're good. I don't care if you're liked by people. You're not good enough for me. So he's fired. He goes on to coach with the Buffalo Sabres, and he's fired there. Kind of two different situations that happened in Pittsburgh and in Buffalo. Elliotte Friedman talking about the situation between Pittsburgh and Buffalo.
In Pittsburgh, Bylsma had great players, and he came in at the right time. They were struggling under their previous coach, and to his credit, he basically got in and said, okay, what do we need to do in the short term to make it work? He listened to what they had to say. He put in some of his stuff, and they won a championship. And I think that's incredibly hard to do in the NHL. Buffalo, to me, that was an organization at the time that was not set up for success. And I think they're working to try to fix it, but I don't think at that time any coach was going to be able to be successful.
I don't blame him for not succeeding with Buffalo. I'm going to focus on the first part of it. Here's what concerns me and kind of where I'm checking myself bump. In Pittsburgh, one of the critiques for Dan Bylsma is he didn't do enough with the talent he had. This is obviously excluding actually winning the Stanley Cup in 2009. Didn't do enough with the talent he had, and also didn't adjust or adapt within a season and within important playoff series. We've heard criticism about Hackstall maybe not adjusting or adapting, and about Hackstall not taking advantage of some of the talent. However, Seattle doesn't have a lot of talent, so you can't really compare the two in quite the same way. And secondly, I mean, Pete Carroll failed with the Jets and failed with the Patriots before he came to Seattle and became a successful head coach. And even then, he was eventually fired because that's just the life of a head coach. You always fail.
Yeah, it'd be like that. You fail eventually. Bill Belichick
like
failed.
that.
Nick Saban.
Everyone fails.
Kind of failed. He just dipped. He got up out of there.
He was like, I'm done.
But you're right.
These NIL deals, I can't compete.
I can't compete. I'm done with that. This isn't my environment. But you talk about him in 2009 and not getting the most out of his talent. You know who's over there? The kid is over there, Sidney Crosby, right? So, yeah, you win a Stanley Cup. You go to 6 consecutive playoffs. But they let you go because, as you mentioned, the standard is the standard. You have to win cups over there. He doesn't get it done. They talked about some of his downfalls was that he didn't adapt, right? And everything that I'm hearing of him in Coachella over there with the squad down there is that he varied his attack based on personnel. You mentioned Pete Carroll saying it didn't work out here, it didn't work out there. He goes to SC, then he's with the Seahawks. He's in Football Hall of Fame. This guy's going to be a legend. Sometimes it takes you 2 or 3 stops to really figure it out. He was the recipient or the beneficiary of a good situation there with Pittsburgh with Sidney Crosby and the rest of the squad. Couldn't get over the hump. His first go around at being a head coach, you understand that. Obviously he wasn't set up for success with the Sabres. So I'm interested. You reach the top. Yeah. You got a ring, and then you slowly decline. And what have you learned during that decline? It sounds like he's not just going to implement a philosophy. Also, you got to have a foundation, but you have to adjust to your personnel. The front office, obviously, they believe in him in that situation or in that sense. Now, what are they going to do to support him? That's the next move, because you look at the roster and there just isn't enough here in Seattle. So, yes, he's adapted. He's failed. He's had successes. He's learned. Now you must support him. It's not just, okay, let's get a new head coach. These guys are good enough to go. This roster's on point. No, it's get a head coach, switch things up, but now support him.
Yeah, it's like you can't really make a perfect cross-sport comparison because the Seahawks and Kraken are in 2 very different places. But in terms of where the pressure lies behind the scenes, it is with the GM. When it comes to John Schneider in Seattle, in the Seahawks, you're like, hey, yeah, they moved on from Pete Carroll because the critique was that he, wasn't keeping these guys into it, that maybe he'd lost some of the locker room, that maybe that message wasn't resonating anymore. But ultimately, it's about improving your personnel because that's where the 49ers have created that gap between you. And now the pressure's on you, John. A little more quietly, because people are far more familiar with John Schneider, but a little more quietly, there's pressure on Ron Francis to make this team a much more talented group than it is. Because in hockey especially, now this is the case with any sport, but in hockey especially, it's like, you need to have really good talent. You're just going to be in purgatory unless you can get a star or unless you can get some really good guys. And you got to be a little more aggressive, Ron. You got to get a little more aggressive in terms of acquiring that talent.
I think Ron understands that, this is his might be his last shot to try to get this thing right when it comes to a head coach. I don't know what his relationship is like with ownership or whatnot, but he's connected to the head coach and the success of this team. So you would think, here's the tough part is that GMs are going to make moves that they think will take their team to the next level for the most part, unless you accuse them of just being cheap and running their organization like a business. They're going to make the moves that feel gets them to the next point. So this hire is exactly that for Ron. He thinks this is the guy for the job. And, if he likes it, I love it, as we say. We shall see. It's not the big splash, but it's someone who has experience, and I'm all for that. I love the experience, the highs and lows, the smiles and frowns. I'm good.
253, if I would have told you in 3 years the Kraken would be firing their first head coach, who would you have put the blame on? If it's the roster, then why fire the coach? Also, if this new coach is so good, why is he unemployed?
Because you can't fire the roster. You can't get rid of everybody. And sometimes maybe they felt he wasn't getting the most out of that team. And what's the most to them? Maybe just making the playoffs, maybe finishing stronger. I'm sure they have some data points that they're looking at. You go with the head coach because I don't know how many are on the roster, like 25, 30 guys on an NHL roster? You can't fire everybody. You can't bring in a whole new team. So what do? You start taking some pieces away. They started with a head coach. Now what are you going to do with the personnel so this new guy can run his offense?
Also, as you know, having been a player on a professional roster, the most important thing you can have from your players is buy-in. If you have guys that are like, I would run through a wall for that coach and his message is resonating, you don't need to win a Super Bowl to keep your job. But if you have a guy that loses that locker room, that loses those players, well, then that record stands out even more. I mean, you were there when the Seahawks were 4 wins. It wasn't just that they were horrible. It was that no one was buying in.
Nah, no buy-in. And we were horrible.
Yeah.
Perfect combination.
Both things true. All right, switching gears, talking Seahawks. Coming up at 11, by the way, the latest on the Seahawks quarterback situation from over the weekend. Some sound you're going to want to hear. Don't go anywhere.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
I don't think that it is unrealistic to believe that they have the talent and the ability to win a championship with this team.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
Their DNA remains intact. This is a rotation-dependent team.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 675 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. 0% for 36 months. Available on all new Mazda CX-5s, Mazda CX-30s, Mazda CX-50s, Mazda CX-90s on approved credit.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Chill or grill on a new deck this season. Get a free Makita Bluetooth radio or portable pellet grill with a qualifying PAR deck package purchase. But hurry, offer ends soon. Visit par.com for details. PAR, your total home building source. Go where the builders go.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years, servicing and repairing cars and trucks. It's that combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. We're local and family-owned with 16 locations around the Sound. The neighborhood place for tune-ups, factory maintenance, brakes, and just about anything else to keep you safe and running smoothly. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair, no appointment necessary, and financing is available to help when needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. I want to bring in Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, with the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest. They do amazing work with prostate cancer patients utilizing CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, is CyberKnife a new treatment?
You know, the CyberKnife technology is not new. The system has been around for more than a decade and has helped thousands of men with prostate cancer.
What can patients expect from CyberKnife treatment?
Well, the CyberKnife system is designed to help you gain control over your prostate cancer in the shortest number of treatments and with the least impact on your romantic life and on your urinary and bowel function. The result? Well, you get back to a normal, healthy life faster.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Bring your whole crew to the game with the Mariners Suite at T-Mobile Park. Whether you're planning a special birthday party for friends and family or a company outing for up to 400 coworkers, there's no better spot for an unforgettable experience. Enjoy the suite life with premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. Plus, season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
And the pitch up the middle, JP! We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike three, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
So you're in the middle of a kitchen update, and you can't tell if that's a faucet stem or a flange. With the Home Depot app, doing doesn't miss a beat. It'll find what you need in a snap, and it'll show you how to find it in store with a tap. Or get it delivered free. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
You're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I love when conversations happen organically. It's my favorite kind of sports radio bump. You have stuff as a show that you plan, like coming up in 15 minutes, for instance, we have all this sound about the Seahawks quarterback situation, specifically from this weekend. Mina Kimes, Mike McDonald talking about what's going on between Sam Howell and Geno Smith. Interesting stuff. Can't wait to get to it. That's something we had planned. We were going to talk about the Seahawks a little bit here, but then what happened was during our conversation about Dan Bylsma taking over as head coach of the Kraken, we had some listeners that texted in saying, well, why do I want a head coach that doesn't have a job? Or why do I want a head coach who's been fired? And it got, why was Hackstall blamed for not having a good enough roster or whatever? And it got you and I talking about the kind of cold reality of being a head coach, regardless of league. Regardless of if you're in the NHL, if you're in the NFL, there's just some cold realities. So one of them, Bump, was when I said, hey, this listener says, why do I want someone who's been fired? And your immediate response was,
everybody's been fired. Everybody has been fired. The one coach who hasn't been fired yet, and you know what? And he plays for an organization that is the most loyal when it comes to head coaches, Pittsburgh Steelers and Mike Tomlin. But eventually, if Mike Tomlin puts together 3 or 4 years where they're beneath 500, not making playoffs, then it's going to happen. Shanahan will get fired one day. All right. What if Brock Purdy doesn't work out? What if this is just 2 years of greatness that we saw and doesn't work out? Sean McVay is going to get fired. And I'm looking at North Carolina. I go, Canales got like 2 years to figure this thing out. The safest coaches in the NFL to me are Jim Harbaugh, Andy Reid, and Matt LaFleur. And why? Because great coaches are always connected to great quarterbacks. Jim Harbaugh has an MVP over there. Got Andy Reid with one of the greatest to ever do it. And you have LaFleur with ascending Jordan Love over there. Even Shanahan has a good quarterback. He might get fired. McVay and Zach Taylor, and talk about Canales. We'll see what happens there. But it's because coaches are fired because they're connected to their personnel. And Father Time wins. The NFL will go on forever and ever and ever and ever, and there will be more football players to go through this league. If you do not have good personnel, you can't execute your philosophy, your offense or defense. They're going to bring in somebody else. That's just a circle of life in the NFL. Andy Reid, one of the best head coaches of all time, got fired from Philly.
Yep.
He gone. Bill Belichick just got canned. He gone. That's just what happens. So, one man's trash is another man's treasure. You might see something in that head coach that someone else didn't see. You might have a personnel that fits what he wants to do. The environment switches things up. As a player, the environment switches things up. When I was with the Seahawks in VMAC, man, it was good. We had that new facility. We're good to go. I get to the BC Lions, who have better facilities now. I get out there, and we are in the hood with lady workers walking down the street with the weight room looking as big as this room we're in right now. I'm calling my wife like, I just signed up to go back and play high school football. What's going on? The mind wasn't right. You go into a dark place. So I think people have to look at it in that sense. The personnel determines how long you're going to be there. You got to do something with that personnel. The environment can mess with your production and your mental. And then relationships when it comes to the players all the way up to the owners.
Yep. Here's another part I like about this conversation is talking about the job of a head coach. 31 teams in the NFL did not win a Super Bowl. Every other team in MLB, 29 teams, every other team in NHL, they didn't win the Stanley Cup. They didn't win a World Series. That doesn't mean all those coaches were fired. Plenty of coaches kept their jobs after that. So what's the job of a head coach?
The job of a head coach is to maximize what you have and do it in a way to where your fans and the organization sees a light at the end of the tunnel, sees a future. That's why when you look at a DeMeco Ryans, man, he's got that light shining bright at the end of that tunnel right now. All you're doing is buying yourself some time as a head coach. You buy yourself some time. Obviously, you focus on this year. They were talking about getting rid of Doug Peterson before he had that one playoff run with Trevor Lawrence. You're buying yourself some time. The role of a head coach is to make people believe and to do the most with what you have, because a lot of these guys don't have the influence of personnel that a Pete Carroll had or Bill Belichick had, because they're not in management. They're just the head coaches. They are going to have influence when it comes to talking to the GMs and saying, this is what I'd like. But no, your job is to buy yourself time, make the most with what you have. No one is safe in the NFL. And I think as we get older, Stacey, turning 28 this month. As you get older, you realize that things just don't last forever. So for people who are concerned, you can be concerned. Maybe you don't like the hire. That's fine. Some people didn't like the Mike McDonald hire. That's fine. But they're doing what they think is best for the organization. So maximize your talent, buy yourself some time, and build. You can never be complacent. That's what you can't do in any sport.
Well, and get buy-in too, right? I mean, Dan Campbell, when he was hired on as head coach of the Lions, they did not have a successful first season. I mean, they had a really nice stretch to end the season in their second year together, but he had buy-in. Like, he had people, yes, there was linear improvement for that club. So it's not like they had big regression where people were looking at them going, what's happening? Just because they didn't they were starting from scratch.
Yeah.
Not making the playoffs was the expectation for the first year or two he was hired, but can they show growth? And they did. So I do want to acknowledge that. Winning was important. But you had buy-in, and you were developing talent in the pieces that you were drafting. Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell were all improving, looking really, really solid. So you were having linear growth, linear improvement, and buy-in. What's going to be so important for Bylsma, as he's taken on by the Kraken, and McDonald taken on by the Seahawks, is going to be that buy-in. Both of them are going to have a task at hand. Very different organizations with different struggles and different phases, but it'll be to create a culture and get people to believe, get people to buy in.
And the thing that Dan Campbell had on his side too is his coaching staff was really experienced. And if you look at the Seahawks in their situation, you have some experience over there, but you also have some newness. So is that going to be the right mix? I don't know how many coaches there are on an NHL hockey team, but you have to lean on your guys as well. You're only as good as your weakest link, whether that be the personnel on the ice, on the field, or your coaches. So we'll get to know this coach a little bit more. I want to see who he hires and how Francis supports him. Just because you get a new head coach does not mean all is well. There's still work to do, but that is a step in hopefully the right direction for the organization.
Brandon Ayuk wants more money than Amon-Ra St. Brown, who just got paid by the Lions, but is he worth it? That's coming up at 11:15 in 4-Down territory. Before we get to it, the latest on the Seahawks quarterback situation from the weekend. Sound from Mike McDonald, Mina Kimes, and Tyler Lockett. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Jeff Passan joining us as he does every Tuesday.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
I love watching Brian Wu pitch so much. Every Mariners starter has his thing that makes him enjoyable to watch. But Brian Wu is the coolest customer out there. It seems like there could be a raging fire in center field, and he would just be like, okay, gotta execute.
Julio will take care of that. No big deal.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation. Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card? Uh-huh. Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase. Really? Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's ultimate speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
The one constant in business is change. In order to keep up in your career, you need to change with it. WGU's School of Business offers career-aligned bachelor's and master's programs designed to give working adults the future-focused skills needed to stand out in the market. WGU's ongoing collaboration with industry partners ensures that the skills you gain are the ones valued most by top employers in Seattle. To learn more about how you can earn a degree that is designed to keep up with the speed of business, check out wgu.edu/Seattle.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Access to quality healthcare is an important topic. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
Ground ball up the middle into center field, and the Mariners keep the line moving. Mitch Haniger with a base hit with 2 outs. Garver scores.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seattle Mariners took Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Houston Astros yesterday, 3-2. Game 2 today at 6:40 p.m. at T-Mobile. The heavily favored Boston Celtics punched their ticket to the NBA Finals, but who will they face once they arrive? The Timberwolves looking to stay alive in a series against the Dallas Mavericks tonight. The Mavs lead this series 3-0, so it's win and in for them. Tip-off at 5:30 p.m. Don't count the T-Wolves out yet, though. All 3 games have been closed, with a combined 4 points being the difference across games 1 and 2.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. I will not talk about a quarterback controversy. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it. Now, I think that, and you do, that Geno Smith is the starter until he's not. But why does it feel like we're seeing more and more signs pointing to Sam Howell being kind of this dark horse in the competition?
What signs? What are signs at?
I'm looking at Dave Wyman joining us before I left for vacation, saying like, hey, I think that this is a quarterback competition that not enough people are talking about. It was all about, is it Geno or Drew last year when it was obviously Geno. Now this year it's like we all think it's obviously Geno when maybe it's not. I still think it's Geno's job to lose. Yeah. Okay? Geno's been there. He's done that. I don't care what people say about like, oh, he's not Patrick Mahomes. Guess what? It makes a difference when you've already been the starter for a team, regardless of whether or not you have a new offensive coordinator. That matters. That experience matters. But I don't know, man. Bump, we got a lot of sound from the weekend talking about Sam Howell and talking about this quarterback battle, so let's get to it. Here's Mike McDonald on with Adam Schefter talking about his expectations for both quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, I mean, we want to win a championship, so I expect championship performance, really every day. So that's the standard that we're looking for. I mean, but you want a leader of your football team. And the message to Sam, too, is like you can lead from not being the starter. You can lead in your own way. And he's coming along just fine. He's pushing Geno, but look, Geno looked like we operated really well today. I thought he was decisive with the ball, but just really, really happy with the steps that he's made to lead in his own way. And I think the guys sense it. He's a genuine guy. He works his absolute tail off. So easy to guy to follow, but I'm really excited about both those guys.
What do you hear?
I hear a head coach that doesn't have any connection with a quarterback. I didn't sign Geno. I didn't bring him in. Sam Howell, I do have sort of a connection to him because we brought him over here, but it's still my first year in this organization, so I still have to see. I got to keep all possibilities open, but Geno deserves the right to be QB1. Every quarterback is in a competition. Not every quarterback. Most quarterbacks are in competitions. You know who's not? Guys who just got signed. Guys like Tua, I don't know if he got signed yet or not, but he's going to. Guys like Jared Goff, Dak Prescott is in a competition because Jerry's unsure. He doesn't endorse him completely over there. Josh Allen ain't. Brock Purdy ain't. Pat Mahomes ain't. Jordan Love ain't. C.J. Stroud ain't. Baker, I think, is. If Baker were to go over there and blow up and look bad, he's in the competition. Most quarterbacks are in a competition, especially when you have a new head coach over here, a new offensive coordinator over there. So, no, he's keeping possibilities open, but at the same time endorsing Geno and saying, well, clearly he's our guy, 2-time Pro Bowler, broke some franchise records. Okay, they played one more extra game before you texted in. I understand that. But, yeah, he's showing support while still leaving all the possibilities out there.
Let's talk about the possibilities of Geno improving this year. So we'll just focus on Geno for a little bit without the inclusion of Sam Howell. Since we have a longer segment here, we can take some time just one-on-one with these guys. Mina Kimes of ESPN, along with a couple other folks we've had on this station, have been, Greg Rosenthal, have been really supportive of Geno. And it's always interesting that the national perspective that we've had on the show is always like, hey, Geno's pretty solid. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, he's pretty good from where I'm standing here. And most people from those groups, ESPN, The Ringer, have seen the big problem with this team as being the run defense and health up front along the offensive line as being the key factors in why this team didn't make it to the playoffs. Here's Mina taking a closer look at Geno.
Here's a stat about Geno Smith that's going to blow your mind. On first down in the NFL, you know where he ranked in QBR? First. It wasn't Mahomes, It wasn't Lamar Jackson, it wasn't Brock Purdy, it was Geno Smith. But then on second down, that dropped to 14th, and third down, it dropped to 21st. Because of the lack of protection. And that is job number one for Ryan Grubb. You have to figure out how to get this offensive line to play better. You have new players. You can improve the quick passing game. He has to do whatever it takes to protect Geno Smith because Geno Smith was not the problem in this offense last year.
Geno Smith had the best quarterback rating, number one, better than Patrick Mahomes, better than Josh Allen, better than Joe Burrow on first down in the NFL, and that changed and lowered with each consecutive down, or subsequent down, Bump, when you looked at Geno's game, what fell apart on some of these drives?
I think that Geno's numbers when it comes to first, second, third down reflect exactly what Shane Waldron was when the game progressed. You come out hot, you got things all figured out, but as the game goes on, you have to make adjustments. You're unable to do that. I think that's a place where Shane Waldron struggled. Hopefully he does better over there in Chicago. So I look at Geno on first, second, and third down. What happens is on first down, first and 10, the playbook is wide open. Run, pass, what are they going to do? Second down, are you either gain yards, you lose yards, or it's stalemate, and that playbook starts to shrink, and the defense is able to adjust according off of your tendencies on those situations. Third down, it's clear. We know when it is a running situation or a passing situation, every now and then teams are going to mix it up and run when you're supposed to pass and pass when you're supposed to run. That's what good coordinators do. I look at Geno in those situations and I go, yeah, can he perform better in those situations? Yes. You cannot deny that. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for Geno, but I'm also not going to ignore that he's not calling the plays in those situations neither. He's not setting this team up for success or failure. He's just running the plays that the offensive coordinator is calling. Can he execute those plays better? For sure, there are situations where that happens. But like we talked about, great head coaches being connected to great quarterbacks are connected to good coordinators. And I think that the same way Pete Carroll failed in some places, then went to Seattle and found success, maybe that's going to happen with Shane Waldron, because I think that's an aspect of the game where he struggled making adjustments, whether that be from first to fourth quarter or first down to third down.
From the 253, Geno's a career 500 quarterback after 12-plus years. So all those years, he's a victim of poor personnel and coaching and teams. I don't really know that you can fairly combine Geno as a backup to Eli Manning with New York, Geno as a backup to Phillip Rivers in what was then San Diego, obviously later LA, and then Geno as a backup to Russell Wilson, Geno as a starter. No one is making the case that Geno Smith is this kind of transcendent quarterback talent the way that Patrick Mahomes is. Patrick Mahomes would not have stayed as a backup anywhere. He's just too good. There are lots of quarterbacks that struggle and then kind of tap into having good personnel, a good coach, maybe a good offensive coordinator around them, and find success. I don't think it's fair to look at an offensive line that couldn't stay healthy, that had like maybe a handful of games with all 5 starters, to look at a run game that couldn't get going as a result of that, and to look at a defense that couldn't get off the field and then say that's on Geno.
No, it's
like two things can be true.
Yeah, they can be true, and it's important that you make the connections with this whole football team, right? There are things that need to happen. If you have a field goal kicker who's making less than 50% of his field goals, there are going to be times where you're going to lose ball games because you're getting down the field and you're not executing. If you have a team that is not able to stop the run in the fourth quarter when you're in a 4-minute drill, teams are just going to bleed out the clock by running the football. If you have a quarterback who isn't good on third downs, teams are going to send the house. So all those things are connected, different phases of the game, but they're all connected. And when you have a quarterback like Geno, you have a quarterback who is above average but not the super elite, those other phases of the game need to be emphasized more when it comes to just executing late in the game. So it's all connected, man. But the fact that Geno is still around in this league after 10 years in the game, says he's competent. Coordinators believed in him, at least to be the backup. You mentioned all the other stops that he had, and that he's progressing in his career. He's gotten better, and that's the thing. His better, it will never be the better of Josh Allen, the better of Jalen Hurts, the better of Dak Prescott. It's just his better. He's getting better. He's made a Pro Bowl, and he's serviceable, and that's all you can ask for right now. I think the unknown is what gets people excited. I just looked up. All right, here are the quarterbacks that were drafted in the draft that Geno was drafted. All right, got E.J. Manuel, gone. Geno, obviously. Mike Glennon, gone. Matt Barkley still on the roster. Ryan Nassib, Tyler Wilson, Landry Jones, Brad Sorensen, Zach Dizer, never heard of him. B.J. Daniels, Sean Renfrey.
Give Geno his roses.
Gone. I mean, come on now. Yes, he had a tough go in New York, and a lot of that was his doing. And then he was pigeonholed and was a backup for all these years. These guys couldn't even just be backups for all these years. So just put that in perspective. It's hard to do even what Geno is doing, even though you think it's too little, even though some of you guys might not be satisfied with who he is or his potential, and I still think there is room for growth with Geno because he hasn't had the snaps that a lot of these quarterbacks have had. He's still doing something or have done something that a lot of quarterbacks just haven't been able to do. So, yeah, give him some love.
Also, look, part of this is looking at the reality of Seattle's situation, which I find personally interesting. Someone said, I guess it's your job to create a quarterback controversy. I'm not creating anything. I think this job should be Geno's until Geno loses it.
Yep.
I have also heard from many people who know a lot about this team that this front office really likes Sam Howell. And by the way, just so you guys know, I was hearing the same about Drew Lock.
Yeah.
That John Schneider, that this front office, and this is what I was hearing, not what I think was the case, but that this front office and John Schneider really liked Drew, and that Geno just came out, was Pete's guy, and also played really well and earned that role and understood the playbook better than Drew did. Like, those are all things that I heard. This is not unique to Seattle. There's a handful of teams where there will not be people that are glancing at QB2 going, well, what if it's him? Like, there are a handful of teams that won't be in that category. You sound ridiculous, absolutely absurd if you're in Buffalo or if you're in Kansas City or if you're in, L.A. or whatever, talking about, like, well, who should be the starter? You're making stuff up. It's a fair conversation to have when you're in Seattle with a new head coach, a new offensive coordinator, a quarterback who is entering his mid-30s, and a young quarterback who people might be intrigued by. Now, I do think you need to look at it rationally. You need to look at what Geno's done and say, I'll give him props. He's better than people give him credit for. I'm not going to pin a team not making the playoffs on Geno Smith.
Yeah, and because Geno is who he is, he's not the quarterback that shows up to camp every year and says, I got it on lock. He has to look over his shoulder.
Yeah,
that's his profile, especially when you're dealing with a young man in Sam Howell who threw for more yards than you, maybe 1 or 2 more touchdowns, did have more interceptions. It's not like the gap is just huge in between. It's not like they brought in a 6th-round pick from Chattanooga that no one really knows and saying, we'll see what happens. No, they brought in a young man who is 23 years old, who has been a starter in this league, who was treated horribly over there with the Commanders, forced to throw the ball over 600 times, and still put some performances together. So when you compare them, you compare the resume, then you compare the ability, it's a lot closer. That's why you have those conversations. That's why you leave the window open. I do think, and I think you do too, that Geno deserves to be the guy. He is the guy, but Geno's not an all-pro type of dude who shows up overweight like Pat Mahomes did in training camp and be like, or OTAs be like, no, I'm good to go. I'm going to be straight. I'm going to trim these pounds off. Everyone relax. Come August, we'll be good to go. It's just different football lives. And I think it's hard for people to look at a quarterback and say and accept who they are completely when you have all these other great quarterbacks in the league. It's natural, it's human nature to compare and contrast and say, but what if, and is this guy good enough? You can ask that question every year about Geno, but I think you also have to ask, is the defense good enough? Is the offensive line going to protect him? How's the offensive coordinator going to call plays? What about special teams? Because he's just not a top 5 quarterback.
Yep. Another thing, though, that you have to consider is the mess that a quarterback controversy can create. It's one thing to look at Sam Howell and go, well, that could be an intriguing option for next year. It's another thing to start Sam Howell. Sam Howell doesn't work out, and you think you can go back to Geno and everything will be fine. That's just not something that happens. That's not Geno. That's not Sam. That's not Seattle. That's how quarterback carousels work. Look at what happened in New York last year with the team turning elsewhere when Zach Wilson was struggling and then turning back to Zach Wilson, who already knew that he was going to be a backup to Aaron Rodgers, but probably wasn't expecting to be a last option for them after Aaron Rodgers went down. They put him back in, and there were rumors that he was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Geno's going to do that, but I'm saying that it is easy to mess with the confidence of a starter. And worse, easy to mess with the confidence the rest of the team has in a starter. So you only put Sam in if Geno's your guy. If Geno gets hurt and you trust that Geno is not going to be the guy, you have to have full faith that under no circumstance can he be the guy for you before you put Sam in.
Yeah, it has to be Sam has to, be smarter than Geno. He has to understand the playbook better than Geno. And even if he shows that, because Geno is a veteran and has been here, he's going to have the leg. How many quarterbacks in the history of the NFL have been more talented than Tom Brady? Plenty. Physically, plenty quarterbacks being more physically more talented than Tom Brady, but it's the other things that made Tom Brady great, right? The way he prepared to take care of his body, understanding defense, his relationship with his players, all of that factors in. You can make the argument that Sam Howell is physically more talented than Geno, but what Sam Howell hasn't done is led a team to the playoffs. He hasn't I wouldn't say mastered, but understood 3 or 4 playbooks while being in the NFL. He hasn't played behind Hall of Famers. There are things that Geno brings to the table that Sam Howell just doesn't have because he hadn't been in the league that long. Right. He hasn't had the trials and failures and success and all that stuff. So that means something. Whenever I have a quarterback, and I'll just go to the high school level. Whenever I have a quarterback who is a senior who's been there for a while, then I have this young freshman or sophomore who's clearly more talented than this guy, I always start with the senior as QB1 because he's been through some battles. You know how many freshmen I've had on the sideline crying and stuff after they throw an interception, and instead of preparing for the next drive, I'm consoling this young man and calming him down. Obviously, that's not going to happen in the NFL, but it shows up in different ways. So, yes, experience is a lot. Geno's shown that he can handle an NFL season. Sam Howell has as well. I think this is good for the organization. It's good that Geno has a young man pushing him, and it's good that the Hawks have now got a young man to push Geno.
I agree. It's a really good backup quarterback situation, and I think that's where Sam should stay for right now. He's young. Let him learn. I also think that I go back to Mina's cut about Geno having the best QBR on first down across all quarterbacks. She's not saying Geno's the best quarterback. What she's saying is there is untapped potential with Geno.
Right.
That don't just look at Geno and go, he's turning 34. Maybe he's washed. Maybe I've
really
seen exactly
like 29.
who he is. Well, and not only that, but you were not a perfect team. You think Brock Purdy looks like Brock Purdy on this Seahawks team last year with an offensive line that can't stay healthy for the life of it and with a run game that's like 28th? No. This is a team that needs to be better overall. And I think that it is fair, and what her argument is that there is room to see an improved version of Geno and therefore an improved version of this offense with a little bit of adapting on the part of an offensive coordinator and, fingers crossed, health.
Yeah. It's gotta come together.
Exactly.
Come on now.
Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. With former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver
First
Michael
down,
Bumpus.
Deshaun Watson made a comment that inspired you to make a list. What did he say, and what's the list?
He said that the Browns and the Steelers had the best rivalry in the NFL. And I go, I guess it's cool. You know, it's all right. Same division, and Steelers been doing their thing. So maybe just think of the best rivalry in sports. So I came up with a few. Obviously, I'm going to start with the Lakers and the Celtics, right? 12 meetings in the finals. The first meeting was in 1959. 17 championships apiece. I hope it stays that way. Celtics go ahead and take an L in the finals. They accounted for 45% of the NBA's championships, which is crazy. Another one, baseball. You were just out there. I went Yankees in Boston, even though obviously the Yankees have won a lot of World Series.
I'll just say there was a blank the Yankees chant at the Brewers game I was at. So.
For sure. Babe Ruth was obviously sold to the Yankees in 1919. Boston has had handed the Yankees their most lopsided playoff loss, 16-1. 15, 20 years, 50 years, early 2000s anyway. Another one, Duke in North Carolina. I went there 10 miles apart. The first game played was in 1920. 49 ACC titles between the two of them, 11 national championships, and then I'll just rattle off some more. I asked my son about this one. Liverpool and Man City when it comes to soccer. Steelers and Bengals was hot for a while back in the day. Pistons, Lakers, Dodgers, Giants, Bears, Packers. We got the Seahawks, the Niners, and then I threw in the Chiefs, Raiders. I feel like at one point that was a rivalry. Now it's a bit different, but at no point did I think Steelers and Browns. So when I thought of rivalries.
Well, you know why, too. The Browns obviously had been good before and then bad for a long time. They're a very old organization. A rivalry isn't as fun when it's one-sided. Mm-hmm. You know why Seahawks fans started looking at the Rams and hating the Rams so much? Because the 49ers were fourth in the NFC West. Because they were whooping their butt. And the 49ers weren't doing much of anything. And now we all hate the 49ers again, but I think the 49ers are looking at the Rams going, God, we can never beat them sometimes. They're so hard. Like, it has to be both ways. Second down. New Ravens DC Zach Orr described Kyle Hamilton as the ultimate chess piece for his team. Who can be the Seahawks' ultimate chess piece?
All right, I went through this whole thing. I go, all right, man, let's figure out who's who on this team. Offensively, who's the king, right? The guy who is most important but doesn't really do much on the chessboard, right? But it means a lot to the team. I'm looking at Geno. I go, he's the king. You got to protect him, but you need everyone else around him to be that guy. Who are the pawns? I got special team players and role players, right? The guys running down on kickoff, making tackles. Those are the pawns. They're important. You need them. Who is the knight? The knight on this team, right? Only moving L shape. You got a specialty that you do. I look at JSN. I go, he's the knight on this team. Who's the bishop, right? You working diagonally. You're going all the way across the field. I'm looking at Tyler Lockett. He is the bishop in this thing. Who's the rook, right? Only vertical and horizontal. I'm looking at DK and saying he is the rook. The most important piece, the most versatile piece on the chessboard is the queen. Who is the queen? And I thought about this for a long time, and I said, it is Ken Walker. Ken Walker is the only guy who can rush for 1,300 yards and still receive for 400, 500 yards if they use them the right way, if they execute, and be versatile. I'm not saying other guys aren't versatile. I think Jason is versatile. I think the tight end position is versatile. But Ken Walker might be the key to this whole thing. He rushes for 1,300, 300-400 yards through the air, a few touchdowns. It opens up everything. I thought, and the queen on defense, I would say, are just the safeties, because Mike McDonald, they're going to use him that position in many different ways. So, a long answer to a short question. I think offensively it's Ken Walker. Defensively, it's got to be one of the safeties.
Third down. The one we teased, Brandon Ayuk. He wants more money than Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was just paid in Detroit. Is he worth it?
Yeah, he's worth it, man. He's got one All-Pro. He's played in 62 games. He's got 3,900 yards, 25 touchdowns. All those numbers are better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. But we know how this goes. It's all about the timing. He's even done some punt returns. He got 31 punt returns, 234 punt return yards. He's the best receiver on the 49ers. I know Debo's nice. He's just a better football player overall. Mm-hmm. Christian McCaffrey, better overall football player. But when we're just talking about the position of wide receiver, it is Brandon Ayuk. He deserves to get his money. And go ahead and get your money, because what that's going to do is deplete the 49ers. They're going to have to pay Brock Purdy in a minute. You got to pay Debo Samuel. The more you win, the better your personnel is, the more likely they are to get paid and move on, and you have to make tough decisions. So he's asking for more than Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I think he's well within his rights because his resume matches up. This dude is a baller. Go ahead and pay the man.
Fourth down. The NFLPA has a proposal that could go into effect as early as next season. What's the proposal, and what are the pros and cons?
So the proposal is, look, they're saying let's get rid of OTAs and minicamps and just have a longer runway when it comes to training camp. So guys show up about 4 weeks before training camp. You do your OTAs and minicamps then, and then you glide right into training camp. The main con I can see is just the lifestyle for these coaches and veterans. July is when they go out, is when they visit with families, they go on their vacations. A lot of schools don't get out, especially the West Coast and California specifically, until like June. It's just the timing of it. That's the only real con that I see about this is that guys have more time to spend more time with their families in the middle of summer. But the pros, I think it makes complete sense. Also, you don't get eyes on the rookies as soon as you draft them. I think that's important, having that rookie minicamp. But the pros, I think that's it. I would have loved to have 4 weeks to prove myself in minicamp, OTAs, be around this team. There is no break. You're not going to forget about me. You're going to see me every single day. You get into training camp, you start making your cuts then. I actually like this as far as for the players who are trying to make the team or the players who aren't these superstars. But for the stars and the coaches, man, that jacks up their whole schedule. I think July is a good month to go out there and kick it with family. That's the only con that I found is that the timing of everything kind of jacks things up.
Draymond Green with a controversial statement about player wealth. Umpire Angel Hernandez announces his retirement. Some reaction to that and a theory as to why he might have stepped away. Also, finally, one MLB debut got even cooler with an uncovered tweet. That's next.
The Dugout. Go in depth with the Mariners.
Goodbye, baseball.
With voices like Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith, and Dave Sims.
This is a club that has the ability to go on another run.
You never know when a team is going to get hot.
This team's window is wide open.
Hear from the players and coaches and go behind the scenes with insider Shannon Dreyer.
We are seeing him comfortable with where he is at the plate. We're seeing a guy that has his timing.
The Dugout. Tuesdays at 1 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
I couldn't believe all the colors of stones you could choose from to create an engagement ring at Shane Company. I didn't even know there were like 16 colors of sapphires. And they had so many diamond shapes. I just didn't know what to get. They asked me where we met, and I told them we fell in love in the Caribbean. They showed me their light blue aquamarine, and I was like, that's it, the color of the sea. It was perfect for her ring.
Exquisite diamonds and vibrant gemstones in a rainbow of colors. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
When it comes to painting, it can be messy and time-consuming if you do it yourself. Do what I did and call the pros at your neighborhood CertaPro Painters. Ursula Roytine here. The team at CertaPro Painters is a team you can trust. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Western Washington. Schedule your free estimate online today at CertaPro.com. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's Dave Wyman for R&R Foundation Specialist. Your home's foundation supports everything that sits on top of it. You know, the most common cause of a settling foundation is a condition in the soil called differential settlement. It goes back to inconsistent soil compaction when your home was first built, which in turn causes your entire home to bend and twist. And what you'll notice in your home when that occurs, sloped floors, bowed or cracked walls, or windows and doors that don't open and close properly. R&R Foundation Specialist raises and restores settling foundations by repositioning the load of your home onto steel piers that they drive deep into the ground. Then they gently lift it back into place with a hydraulic lift. It's a permanent solution to restore your home's foundation and its structural integrity. If you suspect your foundation is settling, do what I did. Have R&R Foundation Specialist come out for free. They'll identify the issue, and they will resolve it. Schedule your free estimate at rrfoundationspecialist.com.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years. It's the combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair, local and family-owned, with financing available and no appointment needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for locations.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 675 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. 0% for 36 months. Available on all new Mazda CX-5s, Mazda CX-30s, Mazda CX-50s, Mazda CX-90s on approved credit.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timeline. Before we get to one big retirement and a very cool call-up, we're going to start in the NBA with Draymond Green making a controversial statement. Go figure, that's so unlike him. Draymond was on the big podcast with Shaq, being interviewed by Shaquille O'Neal, and he talked about players accumulating wealth. He said the NBA isn't set up for players to be wealthy after they're done playing. Why? Because there are too many dang fines.
The fines, to me, don't make sense. You know, when you talk about as hard as we work to accumulate wealth, coming from situations that most people never make it out, and then you get fined the way we get fined, it's actually not set up for us to be wealthy after we're done playing. This job is not set up the way we're taxed. The way we're taxed, the way we're fined, and you know, you hear about all these programs like this program this program is to teach this guy this. But if I do something wrong, I lose $100,000. Man, it took my mom 4 years when I was growing up to make $100,000. And I lose that in the night because, what? The referee got mad at me and he didn't like what I said to him. So I lose $5,000 like that, like on a tech.
Now, the 34-year-old Draymond has acquired a roughly $900,000, I should say accumulated, roughly $900,000 in fines. That does not include wages lost from suspensions. However, his career earnings are over $177 million.
What are you talking about, Draymond? Listen. Oh, the referee got mad at me because he doesn't like what I said. Well, stop saying that stuff.
Right.
Stop kicking people in their groins. Draymond's a great player, man. He'll be in the Hall of Fame one day. But to sit here and ask, it seemed like he's asking for pity. Like, oh, woe is me. I've made $177 million. I've been fined $900,000. It's your fault you are fined. There's a lot of people who go their whole careers and don't get fined like that. You don't see Steph Curry getting fined like that. It's not a good argument. And look, I think Draymond's going to do great things after basketball. Obviously, I think he's going to be this generation's Charles Barkley. He is going to fall into that role and do great things. But you're sitting here talking to the masses. A lot of people make under $100,000 a year.
Easy.
And you're complaining about being fined for dumb things that you have done. I had this conversation with my son the other day. I said, look, man, It ain't always someone else's fault. Like, you got to take blame. What role did you play in this situation? Draymond sounds like my 10-year-old right now, not taking any responsibility for his role in this. Don't get fined. And also, if you're stressing over $900,000 and you've made $177 million in your career, get a new account and change your lifestyle. I don't feel bad for Draymond at all. I'm sure if he heard the soundbite, he would come after me, and I would gladly accept it because no one feels bad for you, Draymond. I think most people see Draymond in a negative light when it comes to who he is on the court at times. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's a family man, a father, all that good stuff. There's a lot of good to Draymond, but no one watches the way he plays and the way he acts on a basketball court and says, man, I want my kid to be just like that.
I also wish that there was just one area that he focused on instead of making an excuse for why he's getting fined when, by the way, you deserve those fines. You earn those fines. That's on you. Like, financial literacy is hugely important, and there is a financial literacy gap between people who grow up with money and people who grow up without money. And there's all kind of racial and socioeconomic factors behind that are really important. You could have just pointed to that, or you could have been like, even when people, if they come from nothing, make a ton of money, they need to figure out how the tax system works, and it feels like they're losing all of their earnings. Like, there are real conversations to be had about that. Instead, what you're doing is ignoring the hundreds of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars that you're earning and complaining about the league fining you for stuff you're doing. You just sound ridiculous. I'm sorry, Draymond, you do.
And that's just money he's made on the court. You seen his Kia commercial?
Right.
You seen his Invisalign
Draymond,
commercial?
you are fine. Stop accumulating those fines.
Set up. You know, $177 million ain't enough.
No, I'm calling BS on that one. Now,
man.
Draymond also, as part of this interview, I thought you would like this, and I didn't include it on the show sheet.
Okay.
As part of this interview, again, the interview is on Shaq's podcast.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking
I already
about,
know what he said. Go
talking
ahead and play
about
that.
whether or not Kobe Bryant is the GOAT, and he says that the argument for Kobe being the GOAT is hurt when you consider that he struggled in the years after Shaq left the Lakers. So we can revisit.
I thought you had sound. First off,
no, not
sir,
for that one.
Sir, look at the roster he had, sir, and also he was still leading the league when it comes to points, sir. And he got 5 of them things. You got 4. Get one more.
Next up, umpire Angel Hernandez announced his retirement from Major League Baseball yesterday. Jeff Passan on why he believes Angel retired.
I think it was a confluence of two things that are actually the same thing, and that is what it looks like publicly for Major League Baseball when the person who is most often trending on social media in your game is an impartial arbiter. And I think it, for Angel Hernandez, was the uncomfortable feeling of knowing that you're a pariah among fans, and that translates to how life is affected off the field.
His theory is that social media outrage had something to do with Angel's retirement after 30 years.
I'm not sitting here trying to make Angel Hernandez a charity case by any means, because, look, a lot of what comes out on social media is a consequence for errors that he would make in his professional life. And they were egregious errors sometimes. He was objectively not a good official. Like that, the numbers did back that up. But man, if this isn't a lesson on how our lives have changed directly because of social media, and what the ability to take someone and turn him into a cause wreaks on a person's life, and in this case, not a good cause, it's a bad cause. I don't know what is.
Bump. 2 reporters from The Athletic, Ken Rosenthal and Sam Bloom, said that MLB approached Hernandez about retirement earlier this season. However, Hernandez's lawyer told The Athletic that Hernandez was not forced out.
Yeah, not legally. Doesn't mean he didn't get a call from the homie and say, you know what, guys from the union, and be like, look, man, something needs to change, and it might be you. Let's look at, here's the thing about Hernandez. Here's some stats on him, right? Accuracy, 93.2%. Consistency, 93%. Expected correct call differential, minus 5.5. Doesn't sound bad at all, right? Accuracy, he ranked 67th out of 85. Consistency, 70th out of 85. And expected correct call differential, 76th out of 85. So there are some umps who are a lot worse than him. I just feel like some of his misses are huge misses, though. If you the numbers don't lie, but you look at some of the calls. I mean, go on X right now. I think you or Curtis sent the highlight of Angel Hernandez, and some of the calls are like, dog, that was 6 inches off the plate, off the strike zone. It's just the timing and just the error itself, I think, is what is disturbing for most people.
Another thing kind of playing into people's assumption that the league might have pressured him into retirement or maybe that he fell out of favor with the league is that in 2017 he filed a lawsuit against MLB alleging racial discrimination because he hadn't been placed in playoff or World Series games as an ump. That was thrown out in a district court, but just another factor playing into people wondering whether the league had something to do with this. I wouldn't be surprised if the league had maybe not iced him out, but I think Jeff is right. You don't want a recognizable name to be someone who's supposed to be unbiased.
That's the only ump I know by name.
Yes.
That's it. Now every now and then I'll look at the box score and read a name and say, oh, he called it cool. Yeah. I'll look at what's that site that I follow where they rank the umps or whatnot. Yeah, that's the only name I remember, and it's all for the bad reasons.
Yeah, I think that he also emulated a lot of the union for umps in baseball is so strong that it sometimes bothers me how little accountability they're willing to take because they don't have to.
Reminds me of something.
Yeah.
I'm not going there, though.
Let's go to our last story. Ryan Bliss made his MLB debut yesterday for the Mariners, and someone uncovered a tweet from 10 years ago on December 10th, 2014. Seattle Mariners posted a picture of what was then Safeco Field saying, "Diamond lit up for the holidays." Ryan Bliss, then 14 years old, responded and said, "My dream one day."
That's wild. That's beautiful. This is what sports is all about right here. Ryan Bliss, 10 years ago, just speaking it, man. And I think that's huge. You have to believe it. You got to speak it. You got to put it out there. And every now and then, dreams do come true. So I was happy for Ryan Bliss. I don't think he got a base hit last night, but he did hit the ball pretty hard. Did walk, got on base last night, made the first play of the game with a little pop-up. So welcome to the bigs, man.
All right, NHL on ESPN's John Buccigross joining us in about 20 minutes to talk about what we can expect from the Kraken's new head coach. Before we get to that, though, the latest from Jeff Passan, who says, in a lot of ways, the Mariners are emblematic of where baseball is right now. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
I was so blown away.
I know.
With Byron Murphy.
I could tell.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
Brock.
I was in Cancun and I could feel your vibes.
Brock.
It was scary.
I've never seen a human being built like that. He's a cube.
Yes.
What? He's built like you said a muscle ball, you're close. He's a cube. Tell me more about Byron Murphy.
And it's his legs, right?
Oh my gosh, they're insane.
Yes.
His legs are insane.
Yes.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2. Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan Sea Salt Body Wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Player Spotlight.
Ever since I got here, I want to win a World Series in Seattle, and this city's starving for another winning team.
Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, June 1st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles. Many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit luckyoldcar.com. That's luckyoldcar.com. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
WSECU is proud to be the credit union for Washington. As a cooperative, we understand the value of teamwork by working together with members and communities all across our state, north to south, east to west. We span mountain ranges, not for profit, but for people, because relationships matter, and banking is better when it's better for everyone. We're WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Join us.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
NHL on ESPN's John Bujagas joining us in 15 minutes to talk about the Seattle Kraken's newest head coach. Before we get to that, though, the latest from Jeff Passan, who talked about the Mariners this morning with Brock and Salk. He said, Jeff did, that in a lot of ways, the Mariners are emblematic of where baseball is as a whole right now.
I feel like the Mariners, in a lot of ways, are representative of what this baseball season is to me. They are a very good but flawed team. And I think right now the game is very good but flawed. And it's very good in the pitching and it's very flawed in the offense. And I just wonder if baseball is missing a little bit of balance right now. Maybe maybe not. Like, maybe this is where the game is in its evolution at this point.
Offensive numbers down across the board. It's not just Seattle, although Seattle certainly has an offensive problem. Jeff Passan on why it feels like there's no answer.
You know, the average on balls in play had settled. It was historically around 300. It had gone down to the low 290s and settled there. Last year, with the new shift rules in place, it bumped up to 297. And it's like, okay, you know, these are having a demonstrable effect. Well, the batting average on balls in play this year is 287. Wow. It's not good. The batting average across the league is 240. Not good. The OPS around the league, it is below 700. No bueno. And so we're in an offensive era right now, guys, that just seems like there's no definitive answer to the question, how are guys going to start hitting more?
Bump, does that make you feel better in any way about the Mariners' offensive struggles?
Kinda. That's something I would use in an argument with Tommy at the bar or something like that. Like, This is why I'm defending these Mariners. But it's also like, but we've seen this for years now.
Right.
That's why I'm like, yeah, it kind of does. Every league has done something to kind of change their game. I saw a guy on TikTok. I forget your name. I'm sorry, but I'm going to reference you. He mentioned how the NFL changed the way you're allowed to play defense to allow the Europeans to come over and play their game. Less physical game. If you put like the dominant Europeans now into the league back in the 1990s, they said, look, it's a different game. They just can't compete. Now you look, they can compete, but not at a high level. Now you look at the NBA, it's spread out. You can't touch anybody. It's a different game. The scoring is up. The popularity is at its peak. You look at the NFL. The NFL was like, look, we can't keep having our quarterbacks getting jacked up and having these receivers going across the middle and not being able to catch a football because it's just unfair. The defense has a competitive advantage. Let's soften the rules up a little bit or make it stricter, make the game softer, and you can't hit the quarterback here. Defensive receivers, they changed the game somehow. So if this is a real issue, and it sounds like Passan thinks this is a real issue, how do you change the game? You've already messed with the shift, right? You can't do the shift. You made the bases bigger. Okay, and we'll see what that does. I guess I would like to see the stolen bases number. Has that helped a little bit? You got the pitch clock on there. I thought that it would have more of an effect on the pitcher's endurance. It seems like it hasn't been. I don't know. I would like to see the numbers on that. But what can you do in baseball to make it easier for guys to hit? Texter texted in and goes, look, you make the plates smaller, home plate smaller, so then it decreases the strike zone. It's harder for pitchers. They got to serve up hittable balls more often. But they're still going to be whiff. They're still going to chase. Baseball is such a hard sport to control when it comes to producing more offense. Like, what can you do? Make the baseball slicker so they don't have the grip and get the spin on it?
I mean, you tried taking out sticky stuff, and guys are still throwing a bajillion.
And the spin rate is still crazy.
Well, because guys are evolving maybe isn't the exact word, but guys are training differently. They're starting younger. They're specializing. Like, pitching is just, even without sticky stuff, even without performance-enhancing drugs, even without help, looks better.
It's the evolution of the athlete.
Yeah.
And for a game that hasn't changed much, you talk about all the four major sports in this country, baseball is the game that has changed the least. Because I look at a baseball game and there's not so much you can change about baseball. The part that you can change is how you manipulate the ball and where you're throwing it, and the spin and just the athleticism. And that's what we're seeing. I think that's $100 million question. How do you make it so there are more balls in play, the averages are up? Someone pointed out on the text lines, play with 8 men. Now that'd be crazy. I mean, goodness, the greats would be rolling in their graves right now if you were to put 8 guys out there instead of 9. It's a tough question that doesn't have a real definite answer at this point.
From the 206, regardless of MLB offense being down across the board, the Mariners are still some of the worst. So it kind of seems like a moot point. As the old saying goes, I don't need to be faster than the bear. I just need to be faster than you. Let's talk about the Mariners. Jeff Passan said, look, when you look at, where the Mariners are right now, they're ahead in the division, but it is a very tight division. If they do not win it, we're going to look back at this start offensively.
The reality to me is this. If the Mariners do not win this division, we're going to look back to April and May and say that's the reason why. Because they had the opportunity to go and get a monstrous lead on the Astros in the Rangers while they had the chance. The Yankees right now are at 37-18. The Orioles are at 34-18. The Guardians are at 36-18. The Royals are at 34-21. But let's say the Mariners have gotten off to a start like the Royals. That would put them 8.5 games up on the Rangers and 9.5 games up on the Astros.
So he's making a couple different points here. First of all, that first place in the AL West feels great, and it's a great place to be, but that first place in the AL West would not be first place in many other divisions right now, that those teams are really, really dominating. Secondly, that you need to take advantage of what is a weak division right now, because even though I don't have faith that the Rangers are going to right themselves and everything's going to be perfect for the Astros, these are still two giants that you can't count out. And you do not want to look at the rest of the league in September, October, and go, offense was down. What are you going to do? No excuses.
Nah, and when it comes to offense, this is the worst division in baseball. I mean, everyone, Rangers, Houston, the Athletics, Angels, everyone has a negative run differential. We got -6, -6, -5, -63, -36. So when it comes to offensive production, luckily they are in this division, because you go to any other division and like Passan said, look, they're not hanging with them. So what do? You have to take care of one. You got to take care of those head-to-heads. You got to take care of the Houston Astros this week. Whenever you play the Texans, you have to do that. And then you have to take care of the series that you're supposed to win. I believe they have the Oakland A's coming up. Someone else who we think that they should be able to get. The Oakland A's, and then they have the Angels. Yeah. Angels, then the A's. So, yes, you can look back, but that's Passan. That's something we do every single year over here, dog. Mm-hmm. We look back every single year saying, if they would have done this, then what could have happened? That's the beauty of sports, is that when it's all said and done, you can kind of pinpoint where you felt like things have gone wrong. But the same way we can go back and look at the end of the year what has happened throughout the season, we can do that with the pitching and say, thank God you have that pitching, or you wouldn't even be in this situation. Thank God you are exactly what the MLB is. The MLB finally caught up to the Mariners is what it is, right? The pitching is on point and the bats aren't as hot as you would like them to be. So take advantage of it. Again, Passan is a national voice. He views it differently. This ain't nothing new to us. This is who the Mariners are and what they've been, and that's why people are more frustrated. And it's encouraging. I wouldn't say encouraging. It's validating when you hear guys like Passan kind of be like, look, man, I'm starting to feel the stress that these Mariner fans are feeling, because there was a real opportunity and it's still there. But you need more help now than you would have needed if you just took care of business earlier in the season.
Well, let's find out more about the Kraken's new head coach with NHL on ESPN's John Buccigross. We're also going to ask John about how the Kraken can make themselves a contender. Don't go anywhere.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike three.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
The Mariners have arguably the best pitching staff in baseball. I think I'm probably seeing the Mariners at the end of the day over every team in the American League right now.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
This is the team to beat in the division. And it's not just a hot take. That's what the numbers say, that they're the team to beat in the division.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450e has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ450e. Visit lexusofbellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regeneration regenerative medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
It's Dave Wyman for R&R Foundation Specialist. Your home's foundation supports everything that sits on top of it. You know, the most common cause of a settling foundation is a condition in the soil called differential settlement. It goes back to inconsistent soil compaction when your home was first built, which in turn causes your entire home to bend and twist. And what you'll notice in your home when that occurs, sloped floors, bowed or cracked walls, or windows and doors that don't open and close properly. R&R Foundation Specialist raises and restores settling foundations by repositioning the load of your home onto steel piers that they drive deep into the ground. Then they gently lift it back into place with a hydraulic lift. It's a permanent solution to restore your home's foundation and its structural integrity. If you suspect your foundation is settling, do what I did. Have R&R Foundation Specialist come out for free. They'll identify the issue, and they will resolve it. Schedule your free estimate at rrfoundationspecialist.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, you know, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Swing and a miss, strike three, and the ball game is over. The Mariners win it 3-2 over the Astros tonight.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Houston Astros yesterday 3-2. Game 2 today at 6:40 p.m. The heavily favored Boston Celtics punched their ticket to the NBA Finals, but who will they face once they arrive? The Timberwolves looking to stay alive in a series against the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Mavs lead this one 3-0, so it's winning in for them. Tip-off at 5:30 p.m. Don't count the T-Wolves out. All 3 games have been close, with a combined 4 points being the difference across games 1 and 2.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacey Ross.
Here we go now. Let's learn a bit more, not just about how the Kraken can make themselves contenders, but the newest Kraken head coach. NHL on ESPN's John Buccigross joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline to talk about it. What's up, John?
Hello, Stacey.
We are happy to have you. I tried doing a little bit of research about Dan. As you know, the first time we had you on, and we always love having you on, that both Michael Bumpus, my co-host, and myself, somewhat newer to hockey over the past couple years. So I hadn't been following, the Pens winning in 2009. But very interesting backstory for our new head coach here in Seattle. What did you make of the hire, your initial reaction?
Obviously an organizational guy, a guy they're comfortable with and they know about, who won a Stanley Cup and had some success in the league. A good run with the Penguins after the first Cup in his first year. He took over, mid-season after they fired Michel Therrien, their coach, and they went on to win the Cup. And Penguins still had good 100-point seasons. I think he had 109 his last year with the team, but just didn't win another Cup. So, coaches have a lifespan, and so they moved on, and they went on to win back-to-back Cups after Dan left. So, probably some still situation here, and just looking to refresh with a guy in the organization, and just a little different voice, and we'll see how it goes.
John, one of the concerns from our listeners was, why are you hiring a guy in-house, a guy that's failed in other places? So Stacey and I pointed out, just that's how it is in sports, man. Pete Carroll failed before he got here, and that just happens in sports. What do you think Dan has learned with his failures and his successes?
Well, again, the guy's a Stanley Cup champion, so his name's on the cup. He's got that, and he had a good run with the Penguins. Went to Buffalo. That was a weird situation for a couple of years. They've been a mess for a long time. And then you just got to then you have to kind of wait your chance again. And, after a pretty big spell, he gets another chance. He played college hockey, played the NHL, close to 500 games, has a lot of experience coaching. He coached Sidney Crosby, won a Game 7 on the road, Stanley Cup to beat the Red Wings. And then has coached hundreds of games. And now here he is coaching the young players who the Kraken need to make the next step. So obviously when you evaluate a guy, you see how he develops people at the American League level and how they respond to him, because that's the future of your team. And they need that. If they're going to make a move here, you have to build through the draft and have an organizational heart and soul. And so if that guy's been in the middle of it there for the last couple of years and you like what you see, well, then you're gonna bet on that. And that's what they're doing.
Hey, are there examples of teams that are really successful, maybe in this stretch or last year's playoff run, who have built their most important pieces in free agency? Because I keep seeing people say Ron Francis has to be more aggressive. And then I keep thinking, well, what's the ceiling you can find in free agency versus drafting? What do you think?
Oh, for sure. Free agency is a big piece. I mean, you look at the New York Rangers with Artemi Panarin, signing him. Obviously a great trade to get Zibanejad. Yeah. So you need a couple big home runs with free agency. But I think, obviously Seattle needs to build an organization. They've had 3 drafts. You're not going to hit on all those guys. Who are you going to hit on? You prefer to do it that way first, and then you augment with free agency. If you're going to build through free agency, that can be difficult because, first of all, you're bringing in older players who probably are past their peak a little bit, but still have something left. That's what you bet on with free agency. How much left does this guy have in the tank? But you got to build through. You got to see how good Beniers is. You got to see if Shane Wright is going to pop a little bit. You got to see these other second, third, fourth, fifth rounders that you've taken these last couple of years. You're swing and miss on all of them. It's going to be difficult. You're going to keep picking high in the draft, or you can go the free agency route and try to bring in a couple of guys and maybe, to kind of speed up that process. So it's a fine line. It's a little bit of a dance. And so, but I think at first they got to build an organization here with some pieces from the outside, from the inside, to build your core, and then you go from there.
John, in situations like here in Seattle and across any league, head coaches get a lot of the blame. When things are going wrong, people look at the head coach and saying he's not doing enough. But I think if you dig deeper, you realize that there's more to it. Personnel maybe wasn't what they needed to have success. But if you could point at something that was Hackstall's fault, that you felt like he could have done better, what would you point to?
Yes, I mean, it's hard to say because they just didn't score enough goals this year. They didn't have a 30-goal score. They don't have a lot of natural scores. McCann's their best one. He had 29 this year. He was close. Matty Beniers regresses to 37 points. Now, whether they think that was a coaching and how you put them in position to win, and offensively, what's your philosophy and how you try to create more offense. But in the end, they just don't have good enough players right now, and they need more, dynamic offensive players to score more goals. Their goal, they prevented goals better this year. The goaltending wasn't terrible. It was it was 909, which is decent in this higher scoring era. So, yeah, it's just slowly accumulating more pieces. It went so well in year 2, and, of course, to beat Colorado, the defending Stanley Cup champions, and then really pushed Dallas. You're really a lot of expectations, probably almost too high coming into year 3, perhaps. But, again, having, Beniers go to 37 points, that really hurt. And overall, just not quite enough offense. So, maybe they evaluated, maybe they feel Bilesville can do something differently offensively. Again, start to plug in some young players. And try to get more dynamic as they go forward here. And, again, trying to slowly build this organization so these 19, 20, 21-year-olds see how good they're really going to be. I assume Shane Wright's going to get a big chance this year to see if he was worthy of his high draft stock and his high draft pick. And that's where they are right now, I think, is trying to figure out these last 3 drafts, who's good to go.
Is there, in your mind, a path forward that's a relatively quick turnaround? I know it's so hard for expansion teams because we've seen expansion teams look god-awful and take forever to build up, and then you've seen Vegas do what it has. And so It's hard to kind of gauge what Seattle's going to be able to do. But I got to tell you, John, I agree with Damian Woody. I saw you retweet him. Nothing is more fun than the NHL playoffs. I got a taste of it last year for the very first time, and I want more. I need more.
No, I know. You want your team in it because it's the best time of the year. It's nothing like it. I wake up, and I don't even have, a dog in the fight here, but I wake up and I can't wait for the game to start. I ain't waiting until 8 o'clock Eastern time. You guys, at least you don't have to wait till 8.
We get spoiled a little bit.
You get a 5. You get to eat dinner and watch games. I got to wait till 8:15. I'm already on my second bourbon by then.
I don't even remember half the games.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, you're right. It's you have so much high expectations, and you want your team to do so well. And yeah, Vegas they have a voracious owner who wants to win so badly and keeps the entire organization on edge. They got so aggressive. But, Seattle did a similar move, and they were good right away, and they won a playoff round in year 2. But then, again, last year it just fell back. So do you stay with the same core and give another shot? And, again, you hope Beniers pops back. Right. You hope Shane Wright pops a little bit. And then eventually you'll go free agent hunting, and you'll make that first big move. Who do we give $10 million a year to come to our tax-free state and kind of really be a big anchor? And that's what you hope eventually is available. You wait for that right guy that you identify, and then you go for him. Because eventually you do have to do that. You do have to go free agent hunting a little bit.
John, I'm fascinated with just how the game changes, right, across all sports. And I sit down with my hockey buddies at Moonshine Barbecue. They all play for the Thunderbirds, right? They're got me by 10, 15 years. And they always tell me, they're like, the game is changing. There's no goons out there anymore. The smaller guys can succeed in this game. They don't get touched up the way that they used to. And it leads me to my question. Do you look at the way the roster was constructed for the Kraken this year and say, okay, these type of players reflect what the game is today? Or is it simply just there wasn't enough talent, not the right type of player?
Yeah, I think it comes down to right enough talent. Brandon Tanev plays a great aggressive game. It's fun to watch, and he's a lot of fun to watch him go out there. But overall, yeah, it's a fine line. The salary cap hasn't moved for 3 years. The talent is so even throughout the league, especially in a tier situation. Like right now, we're down to pretty much the 4 best teams, and they are the 4 best teams. But they are so even right now, and then the middle teams are so even. It just comes down to injuries and timing and schedule and who has a good year and who doesn't. So the salaries, because they've been frozen for 3-4 years because of COVID, they finally go up next year. So teams can keep players. They don't lose players, and the talent isn't spread out as much. So now it's about for the Kraken, to develop the young players, like I said, bring in a free agent eventually, or a big trade as well. You make that right trade. Jack Eichel became available, and Vegas was aggressive, and they got him, and they have him to a long-term contract. When guys like that are available, you got to go get them because there's not a lot of them, and they can just change everything about your team. Vegas went on to win the Stanley Cup last year, primarily because they got Jack Eichel, and that's what Seattle has to do eventually is go find that big fish.
Do you look at McDavid with the remaining 4 and just say, I can't turn away? Who do you have?
Yeah, no, I think actually they're probably the least likely to win the Cup. They have the least overall good team. Again, Florida, New York, and Dallas, they're so even. I could see any one of them win the Cup. I just don't think Edmonton's good enough. They have the 2 best players, but it's a 20-man roster. It takes 18 guys, 19 guys to win a game, and Edmonton, I just don't think they have enough. But right now, Rangers and Dallas, if I had to bet a paycheck, I would pick Dallas right now because they're the deepest team, I think. But certainly the Rangers or the Panthers could win tonight. They could win the next 2 games and be up 3-2. So, yeah, the 3 of those 4, I'm not sure, but one of those 3 will win the Cup.
Obviously, McDavid has some more hockey left in him. He's 27 years old. Everyone I talk to, they're just amazed with the player that he is. And I worry for guys like him because I never want them to be the Charles Barkley of his generation. Right?
Yeah.
Great player,
Right.
just didn't get it done. What do you see a path where Connor gets it done? Is it an organizational thing? What's management like over there? Do you feel like they're going to do enough or have been doing enough to ensure that he's going to get his cup?
Well, it's hard to get guys to go to Edmonton. It would be ranked near the bottom of the league on players who want to live there. And so it's hard to get free agents. When a guy does come up for free agency, one of your own guys, you have to drastically overpay him, like Darnell Nurse, $9.5 million. He's probably a $4 million player, maybe a $5 million player. They have to pay him $9 million to stay there. So then that affects your roster depth. So not be able to get guys to go there and overpay guys to stay, it's a tough model. Draisaitl's contract is up after next year. I assume they go to him this summer, offer him an 8-year extension. If he says no, you have to trade him. Well, if that becomes a situation, that's when Seattle and Ron Francis have to say, let's go get Leon Draisaitl, make sure we get him to agree to an 8-year extension, and then there's our guy. And then McDavid is up 2 years after this year. So, he might wake up one day and say, sorry, it's not going to work here. I'm in my prime. I'm not going to re-sign here. So, the quicker you trade me, the more you'll get. 2 years out, they'll get a load this summer for Connor McDavid, obviously. And they get a load for Leon Draisaitl with only 1 year left. So that's what Edmonton's kind of up against. You never know when a guy's going to wake up and say, I'm done here. I want to be traded. And they'll make it work somehow. But Edmonton they have great ownership. They have one of the best rinks in the league, amazing facilities, amazing things, better than it used to be. But it's so hard to get guys to go there and stay there.
He is NHL on ESPN's John Buccigross, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline during a very busy time of the year for you, John. So we appreciate it. You're one of our absolute favorites. Thank you so much.
Thanks, John.
Anytime. Appreciate you.
See ya. Before we get to Hype Train, when you were, 2 things. Number 1, when you were talking about hanging out with your friends at the bar, I thought you said they're T-Birds, like T-Birds players. You were like, they got me by a couple years. I was thinking the other way.
They're like 16 years old.
I'm buying them seltzers.
Yeah. That's not something I would admit to on the radio.
No, but I don't engage in illegal activity.
Right, you're not hanging out with teenagers, and they're like, the game's changing, man. It's unreal.
No, they're older heads, older than me at least. I wouldn't call them old, but they're older than me, and they talk about the game, and they're amazed at the 5'9", 5'10" guys who are just impact players on the ice, and they just talk about how no one gets roughed up anymore, and it's more exciting because more plays are being made. But it's kind of like the NFL,
like a finesse.
The NFL it reflects the NHL. It's just softening up a little bit.
The second thing that stood out to me, it sounded like John Buccigross was saying, look, he's not coming in saying, Bilisma is like the. No, Bilisma. God, I'm going to mess up his name. I had it earlier.
I just call him Dan because I'm not confident yet.
He's not saying Dan B. I'm like going Bachelor style. Dan B. is going to be the absolute best. But for anyone with criticism, his name's on a cup.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you want to talk.
Exactly.
But I really I thought his insight about how you build a team, always very valuable, but especially valuable for a Seattle team that could, if they make some of the right moves, be closer to contending than we think. It's such an unknown path when you're an expansion
Yeah, he
team.
mentioned some names. He goes, well, if my God, I'm blanking on his name right now. We just drafted a couple years ago. Goodness gracious.
Matty Beniers.
Thank you. If Matty B kind of pans out, if Shane Wright, improves, there are some pieces there, but you need a whole squad, man. So we'll see. You change your coach. You got some young talent. Let's see what else you do.
Likewise, you need a whole squad and not just a star. His comments about Connor McDavid and thinking Edmonton was maybe the weakest of the 4 remaining teams, though they are 4 great teams. And he has Connor McDavid as the best player remaining, obviously. No surprise there. You still need the other pieces around you. It's this delicate balancing act. In my mind, I always think, you have to find a star. That's what it is. You have to find your superstar. And it's like, well, sometimes that's not enough.
My man, Connor McDavid, is 27 years old. He's been in the league 9 years already.
I thought Connor McDavid was simultaneously older and younger than that. Like in my mind, he's so young, but he's also been around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that blew my mind. All right, let's get to Hype Train. First one in here, it is a 4-game series against the Houston Astros, and the Mariners could use a couple wins here to start pulling ahead even more in the AL West. Astros down, Rangers down. You never know when they're going to bounce back. I'm calling a 4-game sweep. You boarding this Hype Train?
Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns should play in the locker room. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world. It's a wrap. You guys have let me down, but it's fine. They're young. And Karl Anthony Towns has not been helping out at all, man. He has been struggling. Anthony Edwards has been trying his best. Here's the thing about Anthony Edwards is that he has to go so hard on defense that he's gassed on offense. And I'm so tired of seeing Karl Anthony Towns shoot up 3-pointers like he isn't dang near 7 feet tall. But Luka and Kyrie are something special right now. Luka is so disrespectful. Sometimes it makes me angry at him when he's talking to the players and the crowd, but then I appreciate it at the same time. This dude has put up numbers. I heard someone talk this morning. He's put up numbers to where if he keeps up this pace, he will outscore LeBron James if he plays 18, 19 years. What we're seeing out of Luka is crazy. I love Kyrie's shift and how he's handling things. The mature team is getting it done, and the youth. You can see the youth in that Timberwolves team.
Oh, wait, we're going T-Wolves?
What am I talking about right now?
I messed it up though. I'm gonna swap them. Okay, Dallas gets the sweep tonight.
Oh, did I mess it up?
I messed it up because I wrote it the wrong way on the show sheet, but that's okay. It just reverses the two.
Okay.
Dallas gets the sweep tonight. Curtis, are you boarding?
Yeah, I think Dallas gets the sweep tonight.
Snaps. My bad, Stacey.
No, you're good. It still works. Do you see how it still works?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, Curtis.
Wow. I think 206 explained it. Bum, she asked about the Mariners sweeping the Astros, not Dallas sweeping.
No, but that's okay. That's our next. That's our next one. No spoilers.
I think the Mariners sweep the Timberwolves.
Stop it! You guys are messing up my. I'm gonna switch it. You know what? I'm switching my next one because neither of you can joke about it.
That's me.
No, but that was our next one, so you still answered that one. Are you did take the Mavs to sweep, right, Curtis?
Yes.
Okay. Matt, are you taking the Mavs to sweep?
I'm so confused. I'm just going to hit the hype train horn, and then I'm going to hit this one.
To the station. Ryan Bliss still with the squad, correct? We might see.
Oh, yeah. He's still there. Started last night.
Is he going to start tonight?
I think so. Polanco's on the injured list.
Okay.
So is that the hype train? Will Ryan Bliss start
for the purposes
tonight?
of this hype train, let's assume Ryan Bliss is in the lineup tonight. Okay.
All right.
If you need to, you can use it for another. Ryan Bliss' first hit as an MLB player will come during this series. And it will be a triple.
So Ryan Roland Smith is what we're talking about, right?
No, Ryan Bliss.
I'm just playing. Bliss. Yeah, he gonna get it tonight. He gonna get it, man. He got his family in the stands, wife, or not his wife, his girlfriend, his mom, his dad, grandma. Beautiful situation. Yeah, he gets it done.
Someone said Bumpy collecting Infinity Stones. Curtis, Ryan Bliss' first hit comes during this series. I guess triple, but you just have to board the train if you think it's during this series.
That'd be the second Mariner this year to have their first career hit.
Bump is boarding for his first hit being in this series, are you?
Yeah, I'll board first hit being in this series. As a triple, though, I don't think that happens.
That one was optional.
Just so hard to do.
That's an add-on VIP card.
Yeah, I think he gets a pair of singles. The question is, will Ryan Bliss kind of be here to stay? I'd love it if that happens.
Well,
that'd be great.
What's the infield? JP back makes shortstop less of a question, but second has remained a question. It sounds like Jorge Polanco, because he couldn't get that MRI on Memorial Day because of the holiday, obviously, but it doesn't sound like they're especially concerned. I am concerned with him once again missing time. I mean, you've got Dylan who can play there. You've got Ryan who can play there. You've got Josh who can play there if need to. I just don't love it. I thought we finally had an answer.
I do think it's interesting that pro athletes have to deal with like closures for MRIs on holidays the way that we do, the way that us lay people have to do. I mean, I hope that Polanco's fine and he gets that MRI eventually, but it's kind of funny to see athletes have to deal with regular people problems.
Regular folk problems.
Next up! Earlier, we talked about a quarterback controversy, not a true and pure one with the Seahawks. This isn't outright and out there. What it is just some rumors swirling that Sam Howell has garnered some favor from the front office, that they really like his potential. Now, Mike McDonald to Adam Schefter said that Sam can still lead from a backup role. What's that mean when you're reading between the lines? Sam is a backup. Gino is your starter. But I'm still making this the hype train. Gino will be your starter for 17 games.
As long as Gino does not get injured, he is the guy. That's easy for me. I think there might be times where the Hawks are up, maybe a few scores late in the game. You bring Sam Howell in and let him get his feet wet and see what he can do. But no, I'm on this hype train, man. Gino is the guy, will be the guy, should be the guy.
Gino will be your starter for 17 games. Curtis, are you boarding?
I don't see it. I think Sam Howell will be under center to start at least one game this season. Schefter, in that same podcast with Mike McDonald, basically was like, yeah, I heard John Schneider had a lot of interest in Howell dating back to last season. It wasn't just this offseason. So Schneider's had his eye on him for a while. I think Schneider's going to want to see him out there at some point. So I don't think Gino goes all 17 games as starter.
Our next hype train in here. I'm going with not a Seattle team at all, but in fact a team in the NFC West, the San Francisco 49ers. The San Francisco 49ers have to choose between two wide receivers. Do you trade Debo? Do you add him? Do you trade Brandon Ayuk? Do you re-sign him? What do you do? The 49ers should pick Brandon Ayuk over Debo Samuel.
Here's the messed up part about this is that because Debo can do more, he puts himself in harm's way more than Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
He's a running back. I've seen him line up at tight end, the sniffer spot. And yeah, they should pick Brandon Ayuk because you need yourself a solid number one receiver. And Debo is a good receiver, but he doesn't have the versatility and route running that Brandon Ayuk has or the ball skills. If you look at Debo, when he catches the football, most of the time it's with his body. And he's wide open, he's in space, and he's rolling. I think he's a better overall football player than Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk is a better receiver. The Niners should pick Brandon Ayuk over Debo. I'm on that hype train.
The 49ers should pick Brandon Ayuk over Debo. Bump is boarding. Curtis, are you?
I mean, for age reasons, sure, but I think Debo Samuel does more for the 49ers as in totality than Brandon Ayuk. So I'm not boarding this train. I think Debo is where the future is. Brandon Ayuk doesn't seem like he wants to. He doesn't seem like he wants to be there any longer.
Yeah.
So why would you keep him around?
Coming up in NFL headlines, a controversy involving two other star receivers. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
Going, gone!
Every strikeout.
Swing and a miss, and a fastball, strike three, and the ball game is over.
Every home run.
Blasted out to right field, an absolute take by Luke Raley to the second deck.
Every Mariners win.
And the ball game is over. The Mariners with a colossal comeback here in the Bronx.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. in 62324. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes, please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
At State Roofing, we don't just install roofs, we build peace of mind. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing, and we stand firmly behind our work, protecting your investment for years to come. Backed by warranties that offer you protection, reliability, and trust long after the project. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. CertaPro Painters did such a beautiful job on our home. In fact, we were so happy with their excellent workmanship and great communication, we hired them for another project. And once again, we were thrilled with the outcome. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Western Washington. Schedule your free estimate estimate today at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start in Cincinnati with some not so good news for the Bengals. No injuries here, but you do have some contract disputes. Wide receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins were both absent from Cincinnati's voluntary OTAs. Both players are seeking new deals. Jamar Chase expected to get an extension. He's eligible for an extension, hasn't been signing a new deal yet. Meanwhile, Higgins was franchise tagged because they got to give Chase that extension, right? But he has yet to sign that tag. The team has until July to give Higgins a long-term deal. Head coach Zach Taylor not concerned. He said that both Jamar and T are still working hard elsewhere. They'll be back at the right times. The beauty is we know those guys. We know what they're about and that they'll be ready and focused when it's time to be back. When will that time be? I don't know. But mandatory minicamp starts June 11th.
I just want to say thank you, Coach, for putting that thing in perspective. He knows they're working now. It's not like these guys are sitting at home eating donuts, getting all big and out of shape. Popular opinion, they should be there. It's leadership. What are you doing? No, man. And listen, they're talking money. They're trying to figure their situations out. This is business. It's all good. Mandatory is when it starts getting a little tricky. How much money are you willing to risk? Now, some of these guys can handle a $100,000 fine and not flinch. Me personally, I'd be devastated. I'd be crying in the shower and just talking about what am I doing with my life. But nah, man, this is business as usual. This happens every single year. Guys want extensions. They want to be paid. It takes time to sort these things out. How much are you willing to risk once it becomes mandatory? I think once it is mandatory, those guys will show up. And thank you, Coach Taylor, for kind of softening exactly what the story's all about.
I think that this is something that I think older fans, and I don't mean age, I just mean like old school fans, have a harder time with, because the idea is like you should always be there for your team. You should be there showing your value. But when you are a player and when the stakes have never been as high, I mean, contracts have never been as much as they are now.
Especially for receivers, man.
Especially for receivers, exactly. You know that if you tear your Achilles, you lose a couple $1 million off top. Like, that is a real thing that could happen. It doesn't mean that the team isn't going to sign you. It doesn't mean they don't want you here. But you do cost yourself if you show up and maybe in a group workout you hurt yourself.
Yeah.
And the only leverage you have is to say, I'll show up when you're ready to pay me.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only leverage you have is your presence.
You just want some security. And I know they've already got a bunch of money, but they're trying to maximize what they can get. So, yeah, man, sit out until it's mandatory, then show up and do your job.
During an appearance on the Dumb Jock podcast, former Bronco and Seahawk Shelby Harris talked about his trade to Seattle, that being especially disappointed by it at the time. He said he cried like a baby when he found out about it.
Man, like when I say I cried like a baby, like because I was like, man, this is gonna like mess up everything with my family. Like we have it so good here. Like, but then also I'm thinking like, I'm getting traded to the purgatory. Like we're about to be trash in Seattle. Like Russ is like, you thinking like, you not thinking like if you're not in, like Russ is the reason. Like you know, Russ was the reason.
So then he was asked if he felt better about the trade once he actually started playing with the Seahawks.
No, I'm not even gonna lie. Like no, like it like Seattle just wasn't.
Was it too much rah-rah, like sis boom bosh?
Well, I'm not a rah-rah type of guy. I don't need that type of shit.
Good guys like bouncing around.
No, but Pete was fine. It was just more of like Seattle's a very depressing city.
It's raining all.
Yeah, like and I'm not even like it's just like from where my head was when I first got there. That like and like the team is fine. There's nothing wrong. Like the team was, you know, all the guys, the coaches, everybody was fine. Like it was just raining, and I think it was nothing that any city I would have went to, other than like obviously like a LA, Miami type joint, like would have been miserable because just where my head was, like at that time.
Oh, Shelby, you're from Wisconsin. No, but real
I was
talk.
about to say the same
I know,
thing.
Shelby, you're from Wisconsin. Stop tripping. But I will say this. I'm going to tip of the hat to Shelby for being honest, for knowing that people are going to come out and be like, how dare you? For just being like, look, I didn't like it in Seattle. The team was fine, but I was on this team where I had put in 5 years of work, working my butt off. The year that they trade for a franchise quarterback, I get shipped out. Of course I'm going to be upset. I thought I was going to the worst quarterback situation in football and we were getting a franchise star. Now, obviously, that's not what happened. We don't have the full interview, but you can understand where his head was.
No, I'm not. I'm mad at him for dissing the city, but I got boys who come up from Cali all the time like, how do you do this?
I'm going to be really honest. I am from Seattle and I hate the weather.
And I'm like, look, just show up around May, June, July, August, and you'll be okay. But not. Everyone has their preference, and this guy was in Oakland with the Raiders. Oakland, man, I spent some time in Oakland a few weeks ago. That ain't it. He was with the Jets, Dallas with the Cowboys. Dallas is a great area. Denver is awesome. I don't dislike Denver at all. It's all preference. And he has a family. He's got a wife. He's got kids. And it's deeper than just football. So I appreciate his honesty, but naturally, I'm like, don't be talking about my city like that.
I know. Even though I talk trash about my city, let me do it.
Let
me do it. Now, I am curious to listen to. I didn't listen to the entirety of it, but I want to know what his thoughts are on where Denver is now, because you can't blame someone for thinking, why am I getting traded when it's getting good? You know, like, wait, what? Like, we finally got the quarterback we've been waiting for, and all my friends are saying how happy they are. He talked about getting a text or a call from George Patton, like, while he was with the guys, and he's thinking, like, oh, my God, we haven't heard who's going, and my phone is ringing.
Yeah.
Like, that sinking feeling would be the worst.
Yeah,
obviously, Denver ended up having a god-awful season, but you didn't know that at the time.
He dodged a bullet. Honestly, you're welcome,
did. Yeah,
Shelby.
Seriously, Shelby, you're welcome. Go back to Milwaukee. Enjoy the weather there. Next up, the NFL strongly considering overhauling their offseason schedule, which would eliminate voluntary on-field work in the spring in favor of a longer training camp ramp up in mid-June to early July. So instead of having OTAs going on right now, you would have a little bit of mandatory minicamp, and then instead of training camp starting like July 28th, you would have it start, maybe early July.
It would that would calm down some of the anger we get from Texas when guys aren't showing up to these voluntary deals. The only thing I don't like about it is that it cuts into family time. I feel like July in the NFL is the perfect time for coaches and players to go on vacation with their families. Kids are out of school. But as a player, especially a guy of my caliber who was just trying to make the squad, that 4 weeks leading up to training camp to where you're constantly in the building and it's not a 6 week gap where you disappear and you're out of sight, out of mind. No, I like that. But that would be a major shift, but there are pros and cons for both.
Yeah, I am okay with it in that you don't have like that downtime as a fan, but I agree. It's the same reason that I think of, like, I would love to have 18 games and fewer preseason games. If I was a coach, I want another preseason game. I don't want to have fewer opportunities to look at my roster. If I'm a player, I want an extra bye week. I want an extra rest. I want one less game, unless it's a game check. But I'm not trying to have a road to the Super Bowl be that grueling. But as a fan, more football.
Yeah,
I'm always torn.
We always want more football.
I know. All right, you guys, get your questions in for What I Need to Know. We are doing this an hour early because coming up at 1 p.m., Mariners insider Shannon Drayer is going to join us to kick off the Dugout. We're going to take a look around MLB after we talk to Shannon, talk to Mariners broadcaster Dave Sims, and then Mariners pitching coach Pete Woodworth is going to join us at 1:45. We got questions about the bullpen, about some of the new faces, and about how guys are handling the workload with those injuries. Before we get to any of that, though, it's What I Need to Know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. Any question coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
I was so blown away.
I know.
With Byron Murphy.
I could tell.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
Brock.
I was in Cancun and I could feel your vibes.
Brock.
It was scary.
I've never seen a human being built like that. He's a cube.
Yes.
What? He's built like you said a muscle ball, you're close. He's a cube. Tell me more about Byron Murphy.
And it's his legs, right?
Oh my gosh, they're insane.
Yes.
His legs are insane.
Yes.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of this Billy Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
You're ready for a perfect summer on the lawn. But wait, there are weeds, brown spots, and mosquitoes everywhere. It's time to call True Green. Get the best deal of the year and save over $200 when you bundle annual lawn care and mosquito plans. So all you have to do is water and mow. Hurry, offer ends May 28th. Visit truegreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about the importance of when you hire a lawyer. Some people delay, and that's a mistake. Here's why. When you go before the judge at your first appearance, bail is usually set.
Order in the court.
It may be the only chance you have to address that bail. You're going to want aggressive counsel, arguing for the lowest amount possible, or release with no bail at all. You want someone who knows you, a private lawyer who's going to fight. 1-800-DUI-AWAY. If your bail is set too high, you may be stuck in jail, or you may have to pay an expensive bail bondsman. When you're out, you need a trustworthy lawyer that can help put this whole ordeal behind you. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to schedule your free consultation for any criminal offense. You wouldn't go into surgery without a doctor. Scalpel. So don't go without 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY!
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can. In the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We are Seattle Sports.
Swing and a miss, strike three, and Bryce Miller strikes out the side. What a start for Big Tex tonight.
The home of the Mariners.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and if you're looking for a fun night out, well, you know Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go. Have some fun and unwind. Fall's Buffet is back open. They're serving up all your favorites. You can enjoy prime rib daily, plus fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry and noodles and pizzas and salad bar and dessert bar. They got the pies made every day. And then Vista Prime has amazing happy hour menus, which start at 4 o'clock, and those breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. You know it's Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown. It is Snoqualmie Casino.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 675 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. 0% for 36 months. Available on all new Mazda CX-5s, Mazda CX-30s, Mazda CX-50s, Mazda CX-90s on approved credit.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, plus a $500 classroom grant for their school, courtesy of WSECU. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
When it comes to painting, it can be messy and time-consuming if you do it yourself. Do what I did and call the pros at your neighborhood CertaPro Painters. Ursula Roytine here. The team at CertaPro Painters is a team you can trust. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Western Washington. Schedule your free estimate online today at CertaPro.com. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's What I Need to Know, brought to you by Cookies Country Chicken. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. Let's head to the Mac and Jack's text line. Road trip with you and your boys. We listen into tunes, a pod, or chatting the whole time.
All the above. I mean, how far are we going? We going to Pullman? It's about a 5-hour drive. Tunes, some comedy as well. We're talking. We do it all, man. You can't just limit yourself to one thing on the road trip.
Yeah. Podcasts I listen to if I'm driving by myself. I know this was a dude trip, but I listen to if I'm driving by myself, but I don't like a group podcast listen.
Unless you know it's gonna get some giggles, like, oh, listen to this part of this podcast.
The worst is when you introduce a podcast to a group of people and none of them see it the way you do. None of them like it the way you do, and it's just kind of like, oh, okay, I'll just be over here by myself.
What I need to know: what's worse, the left lane driver or the guy who speeds up anytime you try to pass? So maybe someone in the left lane that's going a little too slow, or the guy that speeds up anytime you try to pass him.
Left lane, too slow. I can't stand that. Get over it.
Slow drivers are bad.
Why are you here?
Well, and if you're speeding up anytime I try to pass, then great. Keep it that speed. Keep it up. Then just stay there. What I need to know, speaking of podcasts, my buddy started a podcast a while ago. It's gaining some popularity. It's on a topic I have some expertise in, and I'm a little butthurt he hasn't had me on as a guest yet. Am I being too sensitive, or should I ask him what's up?
Maybe he doesn't think you're the guy for the job,
Wow.
This
hard news to hear on the Rock and Stacey show.
Doesn't mean he doesn't love you. Doesn't mean that's not your boy.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, this is tough because it could, first of all, can this listener send in more details? I don't know if the topic will give it away, if maybe your buddy listens to it too, but it could be a couple things. For instance, I have friends that I know who might really love baseball, but I think they're going to be awful on air. You can really like a topic or be an expert in it and be horrible as a podcast guest. Likewise, maybe he doesn't know the extent of your expertise.
Nah, if he's your boy, he's got to know you are passionate about this.
I want to know more about this. I need this listener to text in more information.
What's the topic?
Well, he didn't tell us.
I know.
Yeah. Can you tell us more information? Let's see. I don't know. We'll wait for them to text in. What I need to know is Angel Hernandez the worst umpire ref you've seen?
No, there's this guy who used to ref in Westco. You know who you are. Garbage. So bad. He told me one time, I was talking to him about a call. He goes, you can't talk to me. You got to call a timeout. I go, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You can talk to me. You're just being a little you-know-what and won't answer my question. He was so bad. Oh, I pray that he is still not reffing high school games.
Okay, so listener texted back. It's a mental health podcast, and I have my PhD in clinical psychology.
Maybe you're still not qualified. I don't know. I'm just playing.
I don't know. I'm gonna be real. I would be a little butthurt. I would. I don't know that you're being too sensitive. I wouldn't say anything, and I would also be a little bothered.
Are they
but then I'd
worried
get over it.
Are they worried they're going to come in there and maybe flex a little too hard? Thus
making your shine?
Yeah, thus making the host of the podcast not seem as big of an expert on this topic.
Or maybe this person wants to interview people about times that they've struggled with mental health, and rather than have an episode where they talk about what's depression, what's this, they're like, I just want to hear about people who have struggled with it.
Here's what you do. You create a competing podcast.
Hell yeah, Curtis.
2 mental health podcasts.
Yeah. And then you don't have your buddy on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might actually have an answer.
Yeah.
This guy is humiliated to ask a friend to come on to a podcast. I would hate asking a friend to come on to a podcast I was hosting. That would be humiliating.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
I ask Lofa all the time to come on our show. He's a friend.
Yeah, I'd be embarrassed to do that to a friend, to not a work colleague.
Matt's whole goal is to
is
that his friend group never finds out what he does for a job.
Basically.
What I need to know. So Isaac and Everett said it's because he's a clown and doesn't want any real knowledge. What I need to know, thinking of going to Seattle for a solo me-only vacation. What time of year should I go, and what cool things are there to do for a solo vacay? I'm also a big sports fan. I would hope so.
Seattle Summers, yeah.
August,
September.
If you're a big sports fan, I mean, the biggest team here, Seahawks. See, go catch a game.
I think you come in September and you go to a Seahawks game and a Mariners game. And then you check out. I actually like the touristy things here. Pike Place is kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't like
cruises where you go look at the little whales. Kind of fun.
The people. I don't like people. Like I do like people, but I don't like people in that setting. The rude.
Yeah.
I got kids. You know, you bump into my child. It's just I just don't like.
Go to Green Lake and lay out in the sun. Go to Alki or whatever.
I'm boring. I'm boring. I just go to a sports bar and watch sports and play golf with my kids.
You know what? Make that your trip. Come anytime, and then if it's raining, go to a sports bar and watch it with Bump. Let's see. What I need to know. Bump said, this is what I get for dissing Pullman. My middle school youth group is going to Moscow for a short-term mission trip. What I need to know, do they have running water there?
Next
in
question.
Moscow, Idaho.
Next question.
Wow. Bump
Next
wants to hate on. Okay.
I'm not going to hate on Idaho like that, man. Good nights in Idaho. We've had some. The beach club. Hey, you ever been to Moscow back in the day? The beach. Quick story on the beach.
Yes.
So my buddy tells me.
This is a church youth group that's going to Moscow.
Well, it just struck a memory. So my boy says, "Hey, man, we're going to the beach tonight." I'm a freshman. I go to the beach. Like, what the heck? So I don't wear my clean shoes. I'm thinking, like, we're going to the beach. It's going to be all dirty and stuff. It was a club called The Beach. Yep.
By the way, some more people texting in about the podcast. I actually like this one. Maybe he thinks his podcast would be beneath him. Maybe. You know what? I actually think that could be real.
That's what Stacy does when people ask her to go on podcasts.
Yeah, I just assume it's beneath me. No, but I just assume... Maybe I remember one time I was bothered that a friend didn't have me on for a sports thing. Not actually bothered, but I was like, why didn't you invite me? And they were like, oh, I didn't think you would actually do it. Because they thought like, well, why would you do this for work? Why would you go on and do this?
That's an angle.
So they could be thinking, well, you're like a clinical psychologist. Why would you come on my podcast? Like maybe I just want to have my dumb podcast or cool podcast and talk to people about this. And I don't really want to have you on. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, that's I can see that. I can see that.
Let's see what I need to know. Mike's pastries in Boston. I didn't have any pastries.
Oh, I've been to
Mike's Pastry.
There. Yeah, it's really good. Cannolis.
Is it like a famous place?
Yeah.
I didn't realize
you
that.
You get it in a little box. It's big time stuff.
Yeah, I had apparently like a famous clam chowder.
Clam chowder.
It was at the Sail Loft. We had clam chowder there. We had a pizza that was reviewed by Dave Portnoy. I thought it was really good. And that was the best food we had was cheesecake that was sold there.
Really?
It was like Pizziolo in Maine, Portland, Maine, I mean, other way around. Let's see if I can get one more in here. What I need to know. Would you rather be the star of a bad team or an average player on an elite team?
Star on a bad team.
I don't know. But
paid.
elite team, like you're getting Super Bowl rings. Yeah. But you're tight end 2 on an elite team getting
tight end 2
Barry
can get replaced.
He's still a Hall of Famer.
That's true.
Calvin Johnson's still a Hall of Famer.
If I told someone, name the tight end that plays behind Travis Kelce, this is a team that won 2 of the last 2 Super Bowls.
Nah.
How many people would be able to tell me tight end 2?
And that dude
Blake Bell
can get cut.
That's what I'm saying. And you work in sports. You work in sports and you don't know his name. I don't know his name.
There's no job security in that.
No.
There's no job security. I want the job security.
You get the Super Bowl rings, but no one knows that you were on that team. You know what? I think you're right. I'm going star player on a bad team.
Yep.
And I'll carry us there on my back. Last one. What I need to know, what's the largest pest, ant, roach, mouse, rat, snake, in your house or garage that you're willing to handle personally?
I can go as far as a mouse. Rats get too big. You gotta holla at an exterminator. Come handle that.
Yeah. I don't want anything that.
Nothing how to fight back sometimes.
Yeah, I don't want anything that could hold a weapon. All right, that'll do it for what I need to know. Don't go anywhere. Shannon Dreyer joining us next for the Dugout.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
I don't think that it is unrealistic to believe that they have the talent and the ability to win a championship with this team.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
Their DNA remains intact. This is a rotation-dependent team.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Tired of a boring backyard? State Roofing's expert team can help you create the perfect deck before summer hits. We'll make sure your deck is the envy of the neighborhood. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate. That's stateroofing.com.
This is Seahawks Game Day host G. Scott. The 2024 season is here. This team has it all. Young talent, proven vets, and swagger. Secure your seats now at Seahawks.com/tickets. Let's bring it, 12s.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
We met later in life. I liked his dimples.
Both of our spouses had passed away, and we never expected to remarry.
That's the funny thing about love. It has its own agenda.
I wanted to get her a ring that celebrated our future, but didn't ignore our past.
I just wanted a party.
Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring, the center stone for us and the 2 side stones for our past loves.
Fine jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Access to quality healthcare is an important topic. So, let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's ultimate speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
Ground ball up the middle into center field, and the Mariners keep the line moving. Mitch Haniger with a base hit with 2 outs. Garver scores.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Astros yesterday, 3-2. Game 2 today at 6:40 p.m. The heavily favored Boston Celtics punched their ticket to the NBA Finals, but who will they face once they arrive? The Timberwolves are looking to stay alive in a series against the Mavs tonight. Mavs lead that series 3-0, so it's winning in for them. Tip-off at 5:30 p.m.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is The Dugout, every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy. Inside access to the clubhouse from Shannon Drayer on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
All right, Mariners insider Shannon Drayer are going to join us in just one moment. Before we get to it, Bump, you predicted in Hype Train. I'm not saying you called it or you're putting money on it, but you predicted a 4-game sweep of the Houston Astros for the Seattle Mariners. 1 game down, 3 to go, including a matinee on Thursday. If you have to pick one player and go, you know what, if this guy shows up, I have faith in a sweep, it's got to be Julio, right?
First off, it ain't a prediction. That's what it's going to be.
That's what it's going to be.
Going to be. And yeah, got to be Julio. Come on, Fofo. Keep doing your thing, baby. Yeah. This is your time. It's May. The weather is supposed to be turning. Looking outside the window right now, still looks like March in here. But
can I just say how disappointing it was? Because it was 80 degrees in Boston, and we cannot let Boston
You're seeing us pictures.
Outshine us.
Well, thanks, Stacy. I'm wearing sweats and a hoodie right now.
It was beautiful. I was sweating.
Yeah. But it's got to be the young man Julio Rodriguez. And his mental toughness has to be on point, man, because, everyone's talking about him and his struggles and what he isn't doing. And it seems like it's starting to slow down for him, and he's going to perform.
Let's talk about Julio and a few other things with Shannon Drayer, who joins us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Shannon, how's it going?
It's going.
It's also going for Julio. He's got back-to-back games with multiple hits and multiple stolen bases. What have you seen from him of late?
We've seen Julio. I think that's probably a good way to put it. It's been a constant work in progress, not just from the beginning of this season, but even in the off season with some of the changes that he made. And I think that what we're seeing right now is I think a lot's going on. I think he's getting a little bit more comfortable with what he is doing at the plate. I think a little bit of success is helping him. I do think that through all this struggle, I think that he has done better with pitch recognition, which will help him forward. He's not perfect. He's still going to strike out, but I think he's doing, a lot better with that. And then the thing that's really got me encouraged is that we have seen him hit 2 home runs on balls that were in on his hands. And that is kind of one of the ways that a lot of pitchers have been attacking him lately, is throwing the ball inside. He's probably not going to be able to hit it, or he's going to swing and he's going to miss it, then open up the plate on the outside and get him to swing at something that he shouldn't. So as soon as he, the scouting report will get out that he's getting to that pitch right now. He's hitting that pitch out. So hopefully that is something that will kind of snowball and help continue what we're seeing. It's great to see. It's tough to watch him struggle. I'm not saying he's out of that struggle completely yet, but I think over the last 4 or 5 games, I think we've seen significant improvement and things that you can be very encouraged by.
Shannon, what is also encouraging to me is just I remember watching the Mariners go up against the Astros a few years back and feeling like there was just mentally something the Astros had on the Mariners. I couldn't tell you what it was. It's just a feeling that I got. I don't get that feeling anymore. I think that despite the offensive struggles that this team has had over the season, when they play a team like the Astros, they feel like they're more than capable. Am I reading that right? What's your feeling when it comes to that aspect?
Oh, absolutely. And this is something that's been brewing for a long time. It is something that goes back to even when this team was in its rebuilding phase, when they were losing, the majority of games that they were playing against the Astros each year. you might remember that there was some chippiness between the coaches, or you would hear that, the Mariners coaches, you'd hear that the Astros players and coaches were complaining that, they never shut up during the game, and they were always, yelling about things and contesting everything. And that was kind of a little bit of, service in the coaching staff, making a little bit of a statement that they weren't going to be bullied. That they were going to come out and they were going to kind of throw it right back at them. They might not be ready to do it on the field yet. And at that time, you had World Series champions versus a team that was growing and young and learning. But they have tried to kind of set that tone for a long time. And now you've got a team that's gone in there the last couple of years and done well. And you've got a team that the core pieces of it have been to a postseason. And even though they did fall to the Astros, they went toe-to-toe with them and gave them everything that they had. So I think the kind of mystique of the Astros and perhaps the intimidation, even in their building, I think that's gone now. I think that they do see themselves as, a team that can win the division, and it doesn't matter which Texas they have to go through. So that was something that was very real, what you were talking about, and now it's now there to the point where it's another team on the other side of the field to go out and beat.
Let's talk about that other Texas. I know it's not the one they're facing this time around, but I've been seeing some national reporters and podcasts and outlets now having real concern about the Rangers. I think that because obviously they're coming off a World Series win and that offense was so stellar last year, people thought, they'll play out of it. Like the offense will be good enough. They'll get DeGrom back. They'll be just fine. But I'm starting to see increasing concern for both the Astros and the Rangers. How are you feeling about these two teams?
I've kind of been kicking this around a little bit, but is this year just a continuation of last year? Because if you look at it, they were all neck and neck at the end of the season. Should it be any surprise?
Did we pick up where we left off?
Yeah, pretty much so. You in the case of Texas, the Texases, neither one of them did very much in the off season. And, so why should it be much different, especially if you have players that are going to start regressing a little bit on one side? Now, both teams have their own problems, and I think they are similar to what they had last year. With the Rangers, it is mostly the bullpen. And, they're waiting on good starting pitching to get healthy. And they've also, Corey Seager he's starting to come on now, but he hasn't been the all-world player because he didn't have much of a spring training because he had a surgery late in the off season. So I think there are different things that are going on there, and the Astros starting pitching staff has just been decimated. That's been their biggest problem. But you look at the Astros and you look at the Rangers. They won the World Series. Well, these three teams finished within a couple of games of each other in the regular season. So to me, I'm like, is it really just picking up from where they were last year? And are certain aspects of those three teams on the rise and others on the decline because of where they are in a season or moves made or moves not made? So for me, it's kind of interesting. I'm kind of trying to figure out what that is. And that on the pregame show today, we're going to have Steve Sparks, who is a broadcaster for the Houston Astros, wildly entertaining, former knuckleballer, played in the big leagues. But I'm really kind of interested to get his thought on what the division is right now, because you look at it and some would say, well, it's underperforming. They've got the fewest wins of, any division right now. And, their run differential is just, I haven't checked it today, but there have been times. Let's take a look at this. I've got it in front of me. Yep, nobody has a positive run differential in the American League West right now. They are all negative. Absolutely crazy. So it's a weird division right now. And I think some will look at it and, you're blowing an opportunity right now because you're not winning more games. All three teams are saying that. So for me, I really, to me, it kind of seems like they just kind of picked up from where they were last year. And I would not be surprised in the least if we see a finish that is very similar to last year, where the three teams are very close again.
Shannon, is there a Santos update for us yet?
Kind of, sort of, but not really. He is with the team right now, so he is everything that he had been doing in Arizona. He could do up here with the big team, and sometimes it's just better to have a player with the team going through those things. And so we see him go out and we see him play catch every day, and he's still to the point where he needs to stretch it out. And he's going out to 120 feet, I think, this week, and then he'll need to pull it back in. And until he does that you can't even think about putting him on a mound. That said, he did throw about 5 pitches, I was told, from a slope over the last couple of days. It doesn't mean he is on any kind of routine to start throwing from a mound right now. It was just kind of a how does this feel type thing. So that is a step in the right direction. The original, not the original, but the update that we got about 3 weeks ago was we don't anticipate seeing him before July. The update that we got yesterday, Justin Hollander said, we're encouraged by what we're seeing, but I won't put a timetable on it. So is it imminent? No, not by any means. Have they seen encouraging things since they brought him up from Arizona? Yes, but it's nothing that you can sit here now today and depend on, anytime soon.
I'm assuming that everything was okay when it came to Jorge Polanco. I know yesterday they were saying he would have a hard time getting an MRI because of the holiday, but they don't seem especially concerned. What's the latest with Second?
Yeah, we haven't heard anything since. Okay. But, yeah, I don't think he seems to be – he was actually doing some things before the game yesterday, so he seems to be okay. It's not like he's – on crutches or anything like that right now. I think the determination is we just really need to give this a good chance to heal. And honestly, I hope they give him some rehab starts too, so they can go out and just kind of focus on in-game, trying to figure out some things at the plate, because that is a bat that they need to get going. There's a little bit of an opportunity there coming off of an injury. We'll see if that is something that they're able to do.
Shannon, you've seen many debuts in your time covering the Mariners. What was it like for Bliss yesterday?
Oh, it was fun. This is a guy that, has a tremendous energy about him, just absolutely wonderful presence, loves to talk, and good understanding of where he is. And I love the way that he's handled himself, because there's been a lot of buzz around him, but he didn't break camp with the team. And he wasn't with the team the entire time in spring training, but he put his head down, went to work in AAA, and continued the good things that they had seen from him that, caused him to be included and wanting him in the package for Paul Sewald. So it was a happy day. It was somebody that you knew from being around him. He's really got, not that anybody doesn't appreciate it, but he was going to appreciate and enjoy it. And a great story that his family had actually been with him in Tacoma the week before, and they were all but on the way to the airport when they were told to turn around. We're going to Seattle. So just an absolutely happy day for him, and interesting player, and can't wait to see some more.
She is Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline for the Dugout. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
Before we break and then head to MLB headlines, I'm so glad you asked about Ryan Bliss, because I noticed a tweet that you had sent about Ryan and how important it was for you to see him, specifically for your sons to see him.
Yeah, because my sons always ask, is he black? I'm like, he's Dominican. I mean, he's black, but he's Dominican. Because they're trying to identify.
Right.
And granted, they're half Latino too, so they can identify.
Sure.
But when Bliss was out there, they asked the same question. I go, yeah, man. And we looked him up, and it was just cool for them, because every time they ask me if he's like American black, I go, nah, he's Dominican most of the time. So yeah, it was cool to see, man. So it meant a lot. They were excited for him, and they'll be watching again today.
Very, very cool. Hoping for a hit for Bliss today.
Yeah.
Nice.
His
first would be his first of his MLB career. Very awesome to see. We're going to take a look around what else is happening in the league. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
The Dugout. Go in depth with the Mariners.
Goodbye, baseball.
With voices like Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith, and Dave Sims.
This is a club that has the ability to go on another run.
You never know when a team is going to get hot.
This team's window is wide open.
Hear from the players and coaches, and go behind the scenes with insider Shannon Dreyer.
We are seeing him comfortable with where he is at the plate. We're seeing a guy that has his timing.
The Dugout, Tuesdays at 1 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and if you're looking for a fun night out, well, Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go. Have some fun and unwind. Fall's Buffet is back open. They're serving up all your favorites. You can enjoy prime rib daily, plus fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry and noodles and pizzas and salad bar and dessert bar. They got the pies made every day. And then Vista Prime has amazing happy hour menus, which start at 4 o'clock, and those breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It's Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown. It is Snoqualmie Casino.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Hey 12s, this is Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald. Our team can't wait to experience the best home field advantage in all of football. This year, we're going to need everybody. Let's break a new world decibel record in 2024. Get your tickets now at Seahawks.com/tickets.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. PacificLamp.com.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 o'clock. We focus specifically on the Mariners, and right now, man, we're going to MLB headlines. 2003 National League MVP Ronald Acuna Jr. will miss the rest of the season with a torn ACL. Acuna tweeted just one word following the news of his latest setback. Sorry, heartbreak, sad emoji. Feeling bad for my dude.
I'm feeling horrible for my dude. This reminds me of, am I thinking of Jordan Travis from FSU when they didn't make the playoffs and then he tweeted out an apology to his team and you were just thinking, it's not your fault. Goodwill Hunting version. It's not your fault. It's fine. Feel horrible for him. One of the game's best. You want to see him play.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate because you never want to see anyone get hurt. And the way he got hurt, too, he was just running the bases. It wasn't like he was making a sharp cut or he was running a route. You know, whenever I see baseball players get an injury like this, it's like it was bound to happen. Something in that knee wasn't right anyway.
Also, how about this from Zach Dillard? Ronald Acuna Jr.'s age 22 through age 26 seasons, starting with 2020 COVID season, 2021 torn ACL, 2022 limited by ACL in his recovery, 2023 won MVP, 2024 torn ACL.
Who's that?
That's Ronald Acuna Jr.
Why did I not realize my man's been banged up this much?
I had neither.
Goodness gracious. Something ain't right.
I mean, I guess because in my mind, the COVID season's like, well, that affected everyone.
Yeah.
And then obviously with the MVP, it kind of takes over, so you weren't thinking about it, but I totally spaced on.
I spaced on that too.
I know.
My bad, Acuna.
The Mariners were helped out by a young Mariners fan at Nationals Park during Sunday's 6th inning on a foul pop-up to Jonathan Clase. I know that a lot of you guys were watching this one, but it was when that fan was there with a bunch of Nationals fans.
Clase racing over towards foul territory. Clase collides hard with the wall. It's a foul ball. And, now they're saying that he caught it? What do we got here? Scott was pretty emphatic.
Spectator did interfere with the play, resulting in an out. Washington will lose its tally.
So that call does stand. It is fan interference. And did we plant that guy?
He's a lot happier right now, I can tell you that.
Heck yeah, it was fan interference.
Oh, yeah, it was. Get it right.
Yeah,
that's why we review these plays.
Scott Service talking about it.
He had a Julio Rodriguez jersey on, and I give him credit there. The fact that, a fan of ours, I don't know if Clase would have been able to catch it. It certainly looked like he was going to catch it. My first reaction was that's fan interference, and then I was like kind of ticked about it, and then I saw he had a Julio jersey on, and I was like, hey, nice job. You probably helped us out. So we'll take it. It was a big out in the game. They had a couple guys on at that point. I think it was the 6th inning, and we'll take any out any way you can get at that point.
They should have put that kid in the high-five line at the end of the game, going through like, good job, good job, good job.
Hook him up.
Yeah.
I'm sure he knows how to do it. He watches all the games.
They did hook him up. I think they got him. Curtis, did you see this? I think they got him a Julio signed something.
Yeah. I would hope they got him.
I want to say it was a baseball.
I hope they got him tickets to like the next game too, because he's in
they
DC.
Were like, don't
How
interfere
often...
with this one.
Yeah. Maybe they got him like 300 level tickets.
I was hoping that his friends, because he was there with a bunch of other little kids that were all in Nationals gear, and I was just hoping they weren't going to be like yelling at him or being mean to him, like, what did you do? But
that kid's a soldier. He already put himself in that situation. He ain't tripping. He good.
Cleveland,
I think like security did come down and talk to the kid.
Yeah.
But it's a little kid.
He doesn't know.
What kind of nuisance is he going to be?
He saw a baseball and he was going for
See
it.
ball, get ball.
Cleveland star Jose Ramirez was pitched around the bases, with the bases loaded, in the Angels, against the Angels over the weekend. When asked about getting the Barry Bonds treatment, I love this response. Ramirez responded, quote, "I'm better than Barry Bonds."
Yeah, I like it. You're not, but I like it though. You're supposed to have that confidence about you. I don't know if he was joking or not. I didn't hear him actually say it. I would assume he was
kind
joking.
of a deadpan delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good for him. I'm sure Barry saw that and loved it. Everything I know about Barry, he's very humble and a very nice guy.
I mean, Jose Ramirez is pretty dang good, but I also think that we can't ask for athletes to be the most confident person on the planet, and then when they sound like the most confident person on the planet, be like, what a jerk.
You gotta live it every day.
Ramirez was the same player earlier this year. I think we had it on like the timeline or something where our reporter was like, you ready for opening day? And Jose Ramirez, when's that? And the reporter's like, tomorrow. And then he goes, whatever, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I love the response. Whatever, bro. I'm ready any day. It doesn't even matter. Oh, God. All right. Next up in the timeline, Blake Snell off to a tough start with San Francisco. He admitted yesterday he has regrets about signing so late in the offseason.
The one thing I would say, that big league spring training, you need it. Yeah. It's tough to do it. Like, I thought I did everything I could to be ready. And then even just after 2 weeks, like noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. You can't, there's nothing like, you have to go to spring training. So hopefully, for me, I hope teams see that. And I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. Like, it's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of like, let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
All excuses, but it's the truth. Bad excuse or totally fair?
No, it's fair. This isn't the NFL, man. Baseball is such a skilled sport. You need that ramp up here, especially for arms too, right? Either way you put it, arms, the eyes, the batters in the box. It's so hard to do what they do that they need that period. So hopefully teams realize that and go and get these guys earlier instead of waiting.
Do we have any regrets still about not signing Blake Snell?
No, and isn't it interesting how now, granted, I would have loved to get Juan Soto. I don't know that the Mariners could have ever outbid the New York Yankees. Juan Soto is an example of a player who we thought theoretically could be available to Seattle, and obviously he ends up with another team and he looks amazing. But there have been quite a few guys who we were all curious about, went somewhere else and ended up not playing very well there at all. I'm not thinking of, who's the third baseman?
Chris Bryant?
No, not Chris Bryant, though he is an example of someone who, Matt Chapman?
Oh, he
Someone
went to San Francisco, too.
defensively is really, really struggling. Like, at the plate, fine. Defensively, really, really horrible.
I think Chapman was struggling early this season, but his WAR already by Fangraphs is 2.5.
I take it back. I would be fine.
Yeah. He's got 8 home runs,
I'd be fine
OPS
with
724.
I would be fine with Matt Chapman.
14 doubles? Could you imagine a doubles hitter in this Mariners lineup?
God.
They have I think they have the fewest amount of doubles of any team in
Knocking in
the
so
bigs.
many little RBIs there. That's the thing, too, is if Julio can just get, that's been the most frustrating thing about Julio's start to the season. His average isn't exceptionally low. It's just he's not slugging at all. Where'd it go? What happened? I don't know.
It's out there somewhere.
It's out there. The Chicago White Sox are an MLB worst 15-40, so can you blame White Sox manager Pedro Grifol for feeling the way he did after his team was no hit for 7 innings against Baltimore on Saturday?
We got no hit through 8, but pinch hitter break it up. The rest of the guys, not the rest of the guys, most of the guys were
Flat today, unacceptable. That's all I got. Flat. Period. Major league game. Got to respect it. Pretty simple.
How do you and the coaching staff treat the guys after that?
I'm not going to talk about that.
No, I wish you would have.
How do you treat them? They're grown men. What do you do? Line them up and discipline them one by one? Have a come to Jesus talk in the clubhouse? What do you mean, how do you treat them? You say your post-game speech, you show up the next day, and you do your job. These aren't kids you're dealing with. I don't like that question.
Speaking of teams I would never want to root for, Chicago White Sox right now leading that list.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
Really, really bad.
Uniforms
right
are tight, though. I give them
now.
that.
Looking pretty
Oh,
filthy.
yeah.
Not
A
gonna
classic. Their radio announcer used to be the Cubs TV announcer, and he left to become the White Sox radio announcer because he was like, I'd love to get a chance to call a World Series. This was like at the start of their rebuild, and I don't know if he's got any regrets. He's probably getting a much nicer payday, but the Cubs are way closer to a World Series than the White Sox.
Yeah. 253 says he's better than Bonds because he doesn't cheat. Booyah. First of all, no one better ever say booyah.
Other than Stuart Scott.
Other than Stuart Scott.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of like a goofy movie.
Was Bonds cheating or just doing what?
He was doing what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
Bonds is definitely cheating, but put him in the Hall of Fame. Put him in the Hall of Fame.
Man, everybody's doing it.
That's
Everyone
the
was
thing.
doing it.
I guarantee you right now, there are people in the Hall of Fame who are using PEDs and just didn't get
For
caught.
sure. Most definitely.
There are people in the Hall of Fame that are
Yes.
horrible people. There are people in the Hall of Fame who cheated. There are people in the Hall of Fame who probably gambled on games and no one found out about it.
Mm-hmm.
Put Barry Bonds in.
Put him in.
Also, plenty of people were using performance-enhancing drugs and not hitting 3 home runs. 73 home runs.
Yeah, it's hard to hit a
die on
ball.
this mountain.
Needless to say, you got to square that thing up.
Every segment when we do look around the MLB or look around MLB on dugout days should just end with us arguing for Barry Bonds to be in the Hall of Fame. Like we were, give Reggie his Heisman was rule number 3 of the show. It's now gonna be.
We got it done.
We got it done. And we did it. Now rule number 3 has to be put Barry Bonds in the Hall.
Yep.
All right, Mariners broadcaster Dave Sims joining us next on the Dugout. Don't go anywhere.
The Dugout. Go in depth with the Mariners.
Goodbye, baseball.
With voices like Rick Riz, Aaron Goldsmith, and Dave Sims.
This is a club that has the ability to go on another run. You never know when a team is going to get hot.
This team's window is wide open.
Hear from the players and coaches and go behind the scenes with insider Shannon Drayer.
We are seeing him comfortable with where he is at the plate. We're seeing a guy that has his timing.
The Dugout. Tuesdays at 1 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Chill or grill on a new deck this season. Get a free Makita Bluetooth radio or portable pellet grill with a qualifying PAR deck package purchase. But hurry, offer ends soon. Visit par.com for details. PAR, your total home building source. Go where the builders go.
You want more speed? Well, you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds and they are faster than ever. Plus, with super fast internet and that reliable connection, you can do more of what you love whenever you want. So that means more gaming. So when my son Titus has his entire baseball team over and they're all gaming, no problem. That means more downloading, more video chatting our kids from away. And for the wife and I, yeah, maybe that means more nights on the couch streaming our favorite movies and TV shows every single night. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. And now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit that Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Make the call to 1-800-XFINITY.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450E has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings up to $17,000 lease cash on every RZ450E. Visit LexusofBellevue.com.
On approval of credit through TFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by June 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
Gene Johnson, how can I help you?
I just flipped the AC on and it went clunk.
We're on it.
Gene Johnson, plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical. We're on it.
Access to quality healthcare is an important topic. So,
Let's talk about it. Optum Care Washington is here to make the health system work better for everyone by making quality primary and specialty care easier and more affordable. From Tacoma to Bellingham, you can see their top local doctors at more than 45 locations and get care on your schedule with innovative on-demand services. Learn about healthier care that's focused on you at Optum2024.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and if you're looking for a fun night out, well, you know Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go. Have some fun and unwind. Fall's Buffet is back open. They're serving up all your favorites. You can enjoy prime rib daily, plus fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, and noodles, and pizzas, and salad bar, and dessert bar. They got the pies made every day. And then Vista Prime has amazing happy hour menus, which start at 4 o'clock, and those breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. You know it's Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown. It is Snoqualmie Casino.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to be joined by Mariners pitching coach Pete Woodworth, talk about this bullpen, including some new faces and someone who deserves a lot more love than he's getting right now. Again, that conversation with Coach Pete coming up at 1:45. Pete Woodworth, that is. Pete Woodworth, not Carol. First, though, Mariners broadcaster Dave Sims joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Doing all right, crew. What's going on?
Not much. I mean, we're happy to see the Mariners get a win against an AL West opponent, and especially happy to see Julio get going. Earlier this season, I asked you what you were seeing from Julio at the plate. You said, a little off balance, wondering if maybe there's some pressure there. What are you seeing now from Julio?
Well, he's balanced up and he's put in the work. I mean, it's real simple. And showed the calluses to some of the beat writers the other day. I wasn't there when that happened, but I thought that was pretty cool. And talking to the coaches, hey, he's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever. Everybody doesn't have to see it. He's putting in the work behind the scenes. And, he's letting his athletic talents work. See the ball, hit the ball. Real simple. Don't overthink some things,
Dave, I'm looking at the West. It's down, but it's still open. Have you seen the AL West look like this at this time of the year in your experiences covering this team?
No, not really. Usually, somebody's established themselves. I mean, the years where Oakland, tried to, race, lap the pack, and then Texas and obviously Houston. So, no, this is good. The opportunity is right here for these guys. We were talking about that before. If I've been saying all for the last couple of weeks, every time when I'm looking at numbers league-wide, the Mariners are sitting, I think, probably sub 230 as a team. If they could hit 240, 245, they can win the whole thing, that pitching. Can't let this pitching go to waste. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. What's interesting about all three of these teams at the top of the AL West is that you look at where they are, and then you could say, and they've done this without blank, right? Like you look at Seattle, you go, oh, and they've done it without Julio playing, his very best baseball. If you look at the Rangers or if you look at Houston, what are you looking at to make you think, the Mariners got to pick up some steam because this could improve for these two?
Just on general principle, you want to get better. And, Houston is starting to get some people back. Coming in last night, they'd won 12 of 17. They're playing some good ball. As we well know, it's a formidable team. And, I'd be stunned if Abreu continues to hit. I mean, he came in 7 for 77 or something like that when he came into last night's game.
Yeah,
they got some good players. And they've got, they got some good players. Tucker's having a fabulous year. I mean, we know all the usual suspects. So, let's see what happens. Rock on, keep progressing.
Dave,
Hey, Bup, I want to real quick. I got back. I was running some errands, and I heard you talk about your son. I thought that was really cool. The kid wanted to know if Ryan Bliss is an American black man, and I like the way you handled that. He's a quality human being, and I talked to him a lot in spring training. Met his mom, dad, and his grandma, who I could be related to for all I know. Her last name is Sims, spelled the same way. Although she said her people from Mississippi, mine are from Florida and Georgia. But I heard what you said, and I can appreciate where your youngster was coming from.
Appreciate that. Yeah, that was cool to watch, man. And hopefully we see more of them.
If he hits, he'll play.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what have you seen out of him? We talked to Shannon. She says he's a delight to be around. He understands who he is in this organization. And, Dave, I think that's important sometimes. You got to be confident, but you got to live in reality as well.
Well, here's the thing. Again, if he hits, and given the struggles offensively that Polo's had, and hopefully they'll be able to dig him out of that, but he's got a great opportunity here, and they're very high on him. Talked to Justin Hollander, the GM, yesterday after his session, and he said, listen, he showed more pop than we expected. We knew he was a good runner. He's got 28 bags. He's hitting, he's hit 247 down Tacoma, but he's been hot lately. That all, just screams out, get his behind up here to Seattle, given the offensive woes.
Hey, you mentioned earlier, Dave, you don't want to waste this pitching, which really stuck with me because this is a rare collection of pitching that we're seeing. I can't remember a Mariners team that top to bottom, right, was like this fully loaded. How do you not waste the pitching? Like, if you don't improve, do you look at the trade deadline? Like, what to you is what it looks like to not waste the pitching?
Well, I'm not going to read Jerry's mind, but clearly another bat would not be bad. It would be a pretty good addition. So we're going to have to wait and see. But you just hope now. My hope now is, hey, all these cats stay healthy and just keep doing what you do. Brian Woolley's been phenomenal. Everybody knows he's throwing fastballs, but that thing, as Carl Willis always says, that thing likes to eat, and he's very good at it. And he's so smooth, and it's deceiving the way the ball, and the Cal was talking about the other day, how smooth he is, and the ball just explodes on you. So, hey, obviously you got to win games and keep on moving.
Dave, we've spoken and heard some clips from analysts across the country talking about how it's just harder to hit in today's game, and it's almost like the Mariners are a perfect example of what the game is today. Dominant pitching and then, hot and cold at the plate. And then naturally we started thinking about how other leagues have evolved to kind of help offensive production.
Yeah, talking about that, yeah.
Yeah, is there anything you can do, or you just gotta ride this thing out when it comes to the way the game's been played?
Ride it out, man. If it was that simple, it'd have been done a long time ago. Guys have to adjust. The game transforms itself on a regular basis. Yeah, and adjustments is a word you hear all the time for good reason, because it's true. And there are certain things that can be done. I'm not a hitting coach, but they put a lot of time and effort into studying this whole thing. Yeah. We'll see what happens. That's why those cats are in their positions. But I was talking to one of the coaches yesterday, and they said we found this little thing that Julio was doing, and went back and looked at some old video when he was killing it. He said, why don't you go back to this, try this, boom, there it is. And lately he's staying the ball with authority, and it's going well. So it can be done, and we'll see what happens.
It's always interesting, Dave, hearing about your behind-the-scenes conversations with coaches and with players, because as a fan who just kind of watches the game from afar, that's always lost on me, right? And maybe sometimes it's me watching going, God, they should be hitting more. and then you hear you talk about it, and you're like, yeah, they work on these tiny little tweaks. What do you feel like maybe has changed your mind most about baseball, or impacted your view of baseball most in talking so much with players and with coaches behind the scenes? Like, do you think about baseball any differently?
I sort of know where you're going, but right. I've been doing this for so long, it's just the way it is. I try to talk to, during the course of a week, I touch base with a lot of people. So you pick up, a lot of stuff is in confidence, and put somebody's name with certain things or certain developments that are going on, but just to try to, so I have an understanding. I mean, I've been around baseball all my life. I think I know it. I don't know as well as those guys, but I think I know it pretty dang well. Mm-hmm. And I'm just curious about certain things. The why. Why is XYZ happening? Let's find out. what are you seeing? And, it's just, natural curiosity. Yeah.
All right. He is Mariners broadcaster Dave Sims, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline for the Dugout. Thanks so much, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
You bet. Anytime, guys. Take care.
See ya. Man, our conversation about Barry Bonds got like at least 5 or 6 people just, you think you should be able to cheat and be in the hall? Look, it's kind of like LeBron versus MJ kind of conversation, whether or not Barry Bonds should be in the hall. And it's always about your definition of what the Hall of Fame is for. I don't know. We could keep this going, but instead we're going to talk about the Mariners bullpen and pitching with Mariners pitching coach Pete Woodworth. He joins us next.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
I don't think that it is unrealistic to believe that they have the talent and the ability to win a championship with this team.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
Their DNA remains intact. This is a rotation-dependent team.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
I started Davis Law Group 30 years ago with the goal of bringing the highest quality of legal representation to accident victims. Contact Washington's best personal injury team today at 206-727-4000 or visit us at davislawgroupseattle.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Tuesday, June 11th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Tuesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, a modern heirloom you'll treasure. We're all made to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At State Roofing, we don't just install roofs, we build peace of mind. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing, and we stand firmly behind our work, protecting your investment for years to come. Backed by warranties that offer you protection, reliability, and trust long after the project. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times download for existing essential and standard internet customers.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it is Pete Woodworth, and we're going to start by obviously talking about some of these bullpen arms. Coach, you guys were dealt a few injuries to start the season that none of us love seeing. Obviously, we've since learned Matt Brash isn't going to return at all this year after undergoing Tommy John surgery. How have the remaining guys been responding to those increased workloads?
I mean, everybody's got to figure out where they fit in the bullpen and how their role is going to play out. We got a couple new faces, but losing Matt Brash is tough. That was a huge part of our pen the last couple years, a huge safety net to go to when really anyone was in trouble. So it's been tough at times, but it's been fun to kind of see some of these not new guys, not young guys, but some newer faces, jump on the opportunity to kind of take over that role and be that next fireman.
Pete, I was playing golf with my son this weekend, and he's getting to a point where I can't give him too much information. I'm like, all right, I got to let him struggle and kind of figure some of this stuff out on his own. And if he wants information, I'll give it to him. What's it like for you? Because I've always admired just the work that you guys put in when it comes to data and angles and all that stuff. What's it like for you trying to figure out, okay, now's the time for me to step in and really, get on this guy about some technique stuff, or let him figure this thing out himself?
I like that. It's trial and error. It's learning, how each guy, kind of needs to be coached, how they're best coached. But the idea of letting guys figure things out on themselves and have them become their coach, and then me, Trent, and Tony just kind of keep them. We're like lifeguards at the pool. We just kind of keep them from getting too far to the deep end. We're at the beach, like drifting too far out into the riptide. Like the best players and even what I've seen, the best coaches, they let guys figure out. They learn from their mistakes, and I think it's our job to help them understand those mistakes and those situations, those opportunities, and to fail at new ones tomorrow, and just not to make the same mistakes again. I think that's where you see guys have the most development. There's so much failure. There's so many mistakes every night. That's just part of the game. So the good ones, the guys that you see that stick around that have very long, fruitful careers are the guys that have made tons of mistakes, but new ones constantly. They're constantly evolving, trying new things, making new mistakes, and growing from them.
You mentioned talking about workload, hey, we've had these new faces and, not always young guys, but guys that are new with the club or new to some of these roles. Would you mind telling us about some of those new faces and what you've been able to see from this group?
Yeah. Well, if you look back, there's not many Bomberos left. Munoz is really the only guy that's been here from the 22 Bomberos. So there are a lot of new ones. We're just going down in line. Ryan Stanek was a big addition for us. Obviously we've seen him the last couple of years, coming out of the Astros bullpen, throwing absolute fuel. The cool thing about Stanek is that he's had these other pitches in his back pocket that he hasn't quite tapped into as much as he should. And so that was really the main thing for Ryan when he came over was helping him understand how deadly his slider and split are, and how he can do a handful more things. He's got more tricks than just just throwing 100. So that's been a fun one. Austin Voth, local kid, went to UW. He's about as consistent as it gets. Extreme professional. It's the same guy day in, day out. Doesn't matter if we're up by 1, down by 10, 5th inning, 9th inning. That's an extremely valuable tool to have as a pitcher, to be extremely consistent and not wavering emotionally, physically, stuff-wise. So he's been awesome. He's got a unique 3 breaking ball mix: cutter, slider, and curveball. It's kind of like the 3-headed breaking ball dragon. Let's see who else. New guys: Kirby Sneed, our third lefty in the pen right now. Again, another guy that we've seen quite a bit with Toronto, Oakland. We faced him a handful of times the last couple years, and I know him from he's also from Florida, so we've crossed paths before. Kind of a mixture of Gabe Spire and Taylor Saucedo. You know, he's got like a Spire 2 fastball mix, but he also has the changeup that we see Sauce, unleash on righties. So he's kind of been a hybrid mix between the two of them. Who am I missing? Spire was here, Sauce was here. Mike Bowman we just picked up from the Orioles. As soon as he got DFA'd when we were playing the Orioles, all of our hitters were like, we need to get that guy. That guy's disgusting. That was one of my least favorite at-bats of the season off that guy. And sure enough, like 24 hours later, we got the message that we had acquired Mike Baumann. So dreams do come true. Again, another guy, I saw Mike when he was pitching in college. He was kind of our rival college. I was coaching at Florida Gulf Coast. He was at Jacksonville University. I don't think we ever got a hit off him. Big, physical, intimidating dude, Big Mike, and the stuff that's coming out of his hand is primo. So between him and Stanek, throwing in the upper 90s, Stanek touching 100, and some nasty secondary stuff that's coming out of their hand, there's the making of some pretty good back and bullpen stuff.
Hey, Pete, as you talk about these arms, it got me thinking about just how athletics have changed, right? The body changes, the athlete changes. And, pitchers put a lot of stress on their body. And, my question is, you're 35 years old. So I love when we get coaches who are around your age because, we always claim, the glory days. We were there before the internet. We understand how the internet works, and we're still older or smarter than the young folks and old enough to know and understand. So you've seen just how pitchers, their mentality and the physical has changed. What's been the biggest change you've seen in these young guys as they enter the bigs when it comes to physical and just the mental as well?
I think the biggest change that I've seen is our overall strength coaching, strength programming, even in the last 5 years. Like, the game has evolved a lot. The technology and information in the game has increased dramatically over the last 5-8 years. But the strength coaches that we have, the programming that our guys do, the intelligence that those guys have, and the ability to communicate that and help build bigger and better machines is the biggest development that we've seen. I don't know about other orgs, but our strength coaches are the reason why our guys are really good. They're the reason why they throw hard. They're the reason why they're out there making every start. I would say our development in that arena of the game has come a long way in a very short amount of time. And those guys deserve a ton of credit for the results that our pitchers see on the mound. And it makes my job really easy to not have to pretend to be a strength coach. To completely trust those guys. They're the best at what they do. And like I said, I think we're seeing the results of that on the field.
All right, last question here. I didn't save you a lot of time, so I'll save it instead as just kind of a shout-out. Anyone in this bullpen that you go, God, this guy just deserves to get more love right now because what he's been doing over this first month and a half is just special?
Shoot. What Mooney has done in the last 6 weeks has been I don't know if it's under the radar. I'm not big on social media. We don't even have MLB Network at the house here, so I don't know if he's getting the love that he deserves. But that dude's been pitching with his hair on fire. For about 5-6 weeks now. It's been fun to watch the 8th, 9th inning. It's the highest leverage part of the game. It's usually the 2, 3, 4 hitters in the lineup. Like, it's the game on the line. And day in and day out, that dude is going out there and really just killing them. Like I said, I'm sure he is getting a ton of credit. Other guys, I don't know, like, that's the tough part about the bullpen and 162 games is that there's stretches of brilliance, and then there's stretches of tough times, and there's just stretches of baseball where you're making good pitches and guys are finding a hole or the play doesn't get made. I feel like Trent Thornton has thrown the ball really well. He's come in some big situations and has been 5 or 6 inches away from being really, really, really good. And that's just part of the game sometimes. And that's why we play 162. That's why Stoss said, that's why we play 9 innings. Like, that's why this game is so hard, is that it's going to test you, every night for the next 7 months. And you're gonna throw the ball well, and you're gonna have bad results, and then you're gonna throw the ball bad, and you're gonna have good results. And it's just about keeping that consistent mindset, making adjustments when you need to, but just staying on that attack and staying confident in your stuff and your ability.
He is Mariners pitching coach Pete Woodworth, kind enough to join us for the Dugout. Thanks so much, Coach. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
All right, this has been the Dugout, and that'll do it for us. Don't go anywhere. Wyman and Bob coming up next.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.